Boys, good fucking morning. How the heck are we today? Envy with the first? My goat, my dude, my guy, my dog? What have you done with Leon? Did you kill Leon? Envy's first all of a sudden. And Leon's not here. Chad, I think Leon might be dead. I fear for Leon's life. Envy is fucking brutal. Envy will bidet of doom the motherfucker exponentially. It will not stop. Boys, how are we today? Za, good morning. It's crazy to see the gang all here again, man. It's like the good old days almost. Almost. Master Chief, Bose, what up, my goat? Glad you figured out your mic was muted last night, by the way. Happens to the best of us. How long was your mic actually muted for, by the way? Because you were streaming for like an hour 40 before I raided you. Was your mic muted the entire hour 40? Like, actual question? Genuine actual question? Because I'm actually like, I'm full curious. Vega, I don't think it's that deep. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't think it's that deep. The entire company's dissolved. Like, there's literally nothing that even goes in line with it. Nobody was mentioned. You were not mentioned. Nobody was mentioned. If anything, it'd come back on me. Nobody gets in trouble for that. Brother, that's discussion as much as everything else is. Apologies, but like, that's actually like, I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy. I'm not the only person to discuss it. Is that deep because it's pretty detailed? It's not that detailed, brother. If you think that it's that deep, then again, I apologize. But like, discussing the rumor mill that has been active for a long time is not a big thing. But either way, I appreciate you, dog. I hope you're good. I hope you have a beautiful one. But I guess I just don't see it the same way. Nobody was mentioned by name. No specifics at anything other than saying TwitchCon as an event. That's about it. That's about it. You playing EU or NA? I play NA. Bro, everybody's so, like, up in arms about everything New World right now. It's such a touchy subject. Like, I understand people are on edge from it, but goddamn. Goddamn, people be losing their minds about it. Like, the company's gone. The game's gone. What happened to the 4-hour downtime? They got it done in 2. They knew I had to get on stream. So yeah, they put the servers back up. We're good to go. Everything's fucking beautiful. Everything is all set. Good riddance. Listen, man. At the end of the day, I talked about this shit a hell of a lot yesterday. I'ma be real. I'm on Rumble. Who the fuck is streaming on Rumble? I just saw a live on Rumble plug in global. Who the fuck streams on Rumble? Isn't that where like Johnny Somali streamed? Isn't he in prison now? People who've been kicked off a Kick. Is it worse than Kick? Jesus. Jesus. Cypher Strad. What up, my guys? How are you? How are you? Pray they find a home. So, this game looks beautiful. Hope it comes out in at least 2027. My hope rack is 2028. And I try to say at least 2028. Not because I want the game to not launch, but because after playing New World, like with my entire ass for so long, I don't want New World to happen again. Cat with abs is absolutely S tier. I just don't want it. Rack, thank you so much for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Pax, thank you for the hydrate. Brother, I choose coffee. Cypher, it's your day? It is your day. The big 42 hundo. It's time for a ripski. Absolutely time for a ripski. Court still? Oh, okay, so he'll go to prison. But yeah, like in terms of the launch, I have always been an advocate for Intrepid, the developer, to take their time with Ashes. And instead of rushing out a product to hit like a, you know, an arbitrary release date, I would rather them 1,000,000% of the time take all of the time that they need to get Ashes into a good spot and then launch the product when it's ready to launch. I think naturally with the content cycle of games and like the volatility of player bases, as we've seen in New World and so many other games right now, game go up, game go down. And both things can happen equally quickly. And I think all it takes for game to go up is the spread of really big content creator jumping in the pool. No queso, like large viewership wise. Queso would be cool too though. But bring Tim too, honestly. We'll just fucking empty the pool out. Can't get much bigger than that. Anyways, they start the ripple and then that ripple spreads to more players, right? So large content creator comes in like, I'm gonna be real, I'm full time. I'm just a small guy, bro. I talked to a lender about a home loan today and I got told I don't make enough money. They were like, yeah, I need to see your last 2 years of Twitch payouts and then maybe we'll be able to go from there. And I was like, what if I told you this is the most I've made off Twitch? And they said, yeah, you're gonna need a cosigner. So I'm broke, but I'm just a small full-time streamer, man. If we genuinely have some super large content creators that come in when the game is ready to be shown in that manner, I feel as though it will be a very large catalyst for like success in the long term. But I also feel like with the volatility of player bases right now, we saw what happened with New World. It wasn't ready to launch. It had no reason to launch in the state that it did. And it shouldn't have launched when it did. If New World had launched in the state that it was in for Season 10, and had the same, just say hypothetically, they were able to extrapolate 4 years of content before launch, right? If it had launched in this state, at its launch date, I personally think New World would probably be one of the most viewed titles on Twitch, and would be one of the, if not the most played MMO. I think it had so much casual accessibility for people to, I guess just like fucking play, right? And enjoy the game as a whole. And then it had some loops that presented a little bit of replayability for people as well. It was very shallow on the top end, but again, your top end players will stay through pretty much whatever if they really like it, man. Gameplay loops or not, they'll find their own, they'll make their own. So I personally think like New World had the recipe, it had the formula, solid combat system, easy to engage with, linearization and modernization, sometimes too much, some open world engagement early. You know, it had the formula. But I think it was the corporate drain. My dupes, no more armor for you. It's okay, you already laundered all your money through your off-Dusty bank accounts, so we're up tremendous. Mike was muted for the entire stream before raids. Wait, Bose, no, that's fucked. Your mic was muted the entire stream before raids? There's no fucking shot. So, you were legitimately just sitting there, not talking. People would come into chat and probably be like, yo, Bose, what up? And then you would say, hey, what up? Appreciate you coming in. And then they would just not respond again. Bro, I'm gonna be real. I've done that before. Especially like before I had people to be like, Dusty, you're muted immediately. I have done that back in my Fortnite days. I have streamed on the wrong scene. So I've played like an hour of Fortnite while on full cam. So I was like, you know, because back then I didn't have a lot of viewers, so I was a lot less, like I was still yappy and shit, but like I didn't have as many people to talk with. So I'm just sitting here locked in, eyes large, cranking 90s, talking to myself, but nobody can see me cranking 90s. So I just looked like I was so fucking cracked out in the video. I was just like, So fucking bad. It was so bad. It's a process. You gotta go through failure so you can learn. 1000%. 1000%. Well, I hope New World boys come save AOC population in the future. Oh, bro, we're gonna be getting a huge wave of New World players. In CADS already, we've got many communities, and I don't just mean like a couple players. I mean like entire New World communities that I or other people in the, you know, the guild that played New World have played with. And they're just like, yo, Dusty, what y'all got going on over here? Because, like, Ashes is on a lot of people's radars. The thing with Ashes is that it is not necessarily the, I don't know, the most polished, finished, ready to accept players title right now, which I think is a big point of, you know, holding it back, so to say. I think that's one of the larger points of contention. And I think once people find that with a community, there is actually a good amount of content to complete, especially if your community is active, then I feel as though there's a lot of potential. Why is this a giant C? I feel like they're trying to tell us something. C, U. That's the start of an N. I'm gonna come back here in a couple hours and see if this flower patch is calling me a cunt. I'm pretty convinced that flower patch is about to say a mean word to me. Fucking Australian flower patch over there. Bro, I'm gonna come back in a couple hours, give that shit the business. I swear to fucking God. Trying Dark Age Camelot for the first time with a buddy, trying to get him into this game. Keep telling him he would love the PvP. DOC. I never played it. I'm gonna be real. It's also one of those where I didn't, like, I don't know, just organically, like, come across much content for it. But a lot of people have kind of, like, I don't know, ventured over there, told me about it. I don't know, I'm not one of those, like, MMO wanderers, so to say, you know? I'm typically someone that, like, roots down in one area, and I'm like, yes, I like this area. I sit here now. Forever. And then I just don't leave. Either says the best PvP game of all time. Jesus. Jesus. That's a fucking bold statement. What is he saying is like the big PvP poll? British use that word at least as much. Wait, really? British people also say it? God, it's fucking universal. Like, I know it's a lot, like, less said in, like, the, you know, not the Queen's English, but, like, whatever American English is. It's way less said. But I feel as though it is one of the most elegant words ever created by man. I feel like it rolls off the tongue just so easily. Was it fuck? I think fuck is worse. I don't know. I think, like, both have their usages. Both can be a response to pain, to excitement, to glee. You can call somebody one as an idiot. Like, they are very interchangeable words. Like, very, I don't know, they're like the salt, pepper, and garlic of words. 1000%. People are hungry to try things out right now, just afraid they'll burn out fast, and not be open to waiting around for additional features and stuff to be ready. Yeah, Savo, I think that's a big part of it with Ashes, especially. Like, first impression is so heavy, and if people hop into Ashes and get a terrible first impression, it's gonna be no different than the New World launch. Because while some players will be able to differentiate, like, mentally, oh, this is an alpha, this is in progress, this is not the full launch, I should not judge it like it's the fully launched product. A lot of people are going to hop in and they're just gonna say, hey, this game fucking sucks. They're like, Dusty, why are you playing this shit? This MMO's ass. And I'm like, all right, well, first of all, it'd be mid as an MMO. I don't think it'd be completely ass in this day. Like, in this day of MMOs, I still think if Ashes dropped right now, it'd be a mid MMO. I don't think it would be bad enough to be an ass MMO. But I do think it'd be a very mid MMO at best. But I think for an alpha, it's really, really, really in a good state. And I think that because the alpha is in a state of, you know, mimicking live servers, so live service, so to say. We get, you know, regularly scheduled content updates. We get massive iterations of patches very rapidly as well. We get bug fixes, dupe fixes, new content, new systems, communication from developers. We're up near 24/7. Like, I feel like a lot of people just misinterpret this for a live service immediately. If I'm being real, I think people just hop over here and they're just like, oh, game is game. Not realizing that because this might resemble game is not game. If game, why game shape? Well, because really good alpha. I don't think an alpha should necessarily resemble a game, but I think an alpha that does resemble a game in any way, shape, or form is on a road to success, if I'm being real. So on Ash Post this morning and put notes they should be advertising in New World Creator streams. Yeah, that's the big marketing push. My my tinfoil hat theory is that Steven bought Amazon Games specifically and then just laid off the entire New World dev team so he could A, poach talent from the good ones, and B, have one less competitor in the scene. I feel like it's not out of the realm of possibility, because if he got wind of like everything happening, then he definitely could have bought low. He 1000% could have bought low. Who dis? Who's taking my shit? Why are you in my huntable area? That'd be legendary. Yeah, just like New World sold to anonymous buyer and everybody's like, oh my god, it's Elon Musk, he's gonna save us. And then they go to launch their New World and it just launches like the Ashes of Creation launcher instead and starts auto-downloading. I'd be chill with that at this point. I'd 1000% be fine with it. And I think he's got the capabilities to do that. I feel like, you know, monetarily, the restriction, like, how much does New World cost right now? Gotta be, what, like 80 bucks? In terms of, like, the whole IP? That shit going down fast. Also, RIP to the numbers, by the way. For those that are curious. It's gone. Even the ones that are holding out are unfortunately gonna be the final line. It's literally gonna be the 300, man. It's so sad to look at. It's genuinely like, it's like watching your childhood hero get old and die. And you're just like, damn, they are mortal. Like, I feel like in a time of dead games being used for games that aren't actually dead and are just going through a tough patch, I feel like so few people actually experience what it's like to truly have their game die. Especially when it's healthier than a lot of dead games. Even at the end of the day, like, peak players being in the under 10k range, while it's not sustainable on like a business standpoint, it was enough to fill out one or two of their super low cap servers. So, to see a game that does actually function, despite all of its struggles, actually die is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Like, I feel like so few games on the scale are actually like launched and then just, you know, still have the mainstream presence that they do. Like, New World had pretty much all eyes on it for this season 10 launch, man. Like, you name an MMO creator, they either talked about New World or played New World. New EU laws against microtransactions perhaps played into this. Wait, what are the EU laws about microtransactions? Explain it to me as an NA man. Because I don't watch, like, I don't do news or anything. I suck at staying up to date on IRL stuff. I hate IRL. Yo, Steen, what up, thank you for the 7-day streak. I appreciate you. Dying 2 weeks after a big patch is quite funny. I have a theory. They moved this patch up, and the patch dropped with some bugs, and people are noticing that areas of Nighthaven, the new area, seem somewhat unfinished. And the theory is essentially that they got wind that this was going to happen, it's probably not something that was an immediate, like, you know, hey, you're all fired. I'm assuming somewhere along the line, somebody had wind that something was coming, and it got passed down the line, and then out of nowhere, there was this push for Nighthaven to get launched in a spot where they could actually, you know, get the content out, and then push an update or two to the content to try to put it in a decent spot. And, I think that they forced it out as quickly as they possibly could in a functional state so the community could have it. Which, low-key, is dope as fuck. I think even if it dropped unfinished, like, I was very critical when Season 10 launched. Because I was like, oh, it's the same New World, dog. Like, it's launching with bugs. It's, you know, it's still a mess. I was very critical from the outside in, not knowing that this shit was going to happen this early. And it makes sense now. It really does make sense. They force something out buggy. They force something out early. They move up the launch date on it. AGS has never moved up a launch date fucking ever. Like, this was essentially like hearing Betty White dunked on Victor Wembanyama. Like, it's that surprising to hear that AGS moved a date up. And it makes sense if they knew that they would just be like, hey, let's fucking send it. Let's get this shit out as quickly as possible. Didn't pass yet, but basically the phone games will be dead in EU if it does. Solid. Solid. I think gacha games and monetization in games fucking sucks as an overarching thing, especially like genuine pay to win and pay to progress. It kills so many actual gameplay loops. I wonder what the refresh is here. Oh, it's not giving us live. That's tragic. That's tragic. Nighthaven's their last hurrah. Devs knew it beforehand. I think there's no way that they didn't know it. Something that large where it's like, hey, our entire department might be dissolved in this upcoming change. I feel like somebody's definitely got to know something at that point early, you know? 1000%. I think people knew. Hiya! We're up. Imagine a few people knew it, but not many. Yeah. I mean, certain people were privy to some information. I can 1000% vouch for that. Certain people knew ahead of time. HR definitely knew it. I would say probably more than HR. There were people that divulged some information that I was very like, They known for months NDAs? Yeah. People are not supposed to, probably talk about that shit too much, if I'm being real. They always know. Yeah, legal side, yeah. I mean, genuinely, I think that outside of everybody on the actual AGS side knowing the exact, you know, the exact timing or the rough timing, I think everybody should have known as soon as last year when, again, Christoph Hartmann literally said it was Amazon's first step out of the MMO genre in 2024. They said the new lore note in the Nighthaven Zone, which was a goodbye letter. Yeah, I saw that shit. And then they had the devs that everybody thought died at first, but they just transferred off the project. Everybody was like, oh my god, what happened to all these developers? And somebody commented, they were like, yeah, they all died, right? And someone goes, no, dude, they just worked on a different project. They just left the project. They contributed to Nighthaven and then transferred off. So there were 4 people at the end, and everybody was just like, oh my god, RIP to these kind souls. RIP to them indeed. So at least that was a cheery bit of it. But yeah, the goodbye letter was definitely fucking tragic, man. I think that it's something where you knew it was coming. It was 1000% terminal, but also I don't want to be the I told you so guy constantly. Stomps, you're 5'6" and bald. I don't want to be the I told you so guy constantly. But again, 2024. First step out of the MMO genre.
Some days are the days you get to go wild.
Anyone trying to buy a Ford Ranger? Any Ford Ranger enjoyers in the chat? Anybody drive a Ford Ranger that wants to discuss right now? I don't think I can afford a Ford right now. Bro, can I click out this bitch? Jesus Christ. The fuck is going on here? I'm too EU for this ad. I drive a Honda Civic. I also don't think I'm about to cop a truck anytime soon. I'm gonna be real. Jesus Christ, IGN. You run more fucking ads than I do. Holy shit. Jesus. Jesus. Okay. So. Again in 2024. My hope is that AI will help. We can shorten the lifespan, the life cycle. Game development takes way too long, like 5 years per game. It's us predicting in a fast-moving world what the zeitgeist is going to be. Keyword zeitgeist. Keyword zeitgeist. Okay? So previously, in the interview as well, he said anything smaller than that would not be interesting to Amazon. We're a larger-than-life company. We're not in here to try it out and do some cute game development. They want to have big franchises. That's their whole point. So, they want to bring AI in to shorten the lifespan, so the life cycle of development, so they can find a zeitgeist. So they want to shoot lucky shots with AI to streamline processes, and they can get it down to 3 years so they can iterate more, but it's not going to get cheaper, but they're going to fail faster and then go on and on until they find the right thing. This is the CEO of Amazon Games over 12 months ago. Brother, I left for a reason. I told everybody else to leave for a reason. It sounds terrible for consumers. Yes. But again, this has been their exact plan for a very long time. So there's also a crazy quote down here where, let's see, let me find the exact quote, because this one's also a banger. This is fucking heat. Let's see. Some days. Bro, no. I don't want a truck. I do not want a truck. Where the fuck is this? Oh, there's another absolute banger quote. And for a rude awakening, when the shortened dev time results in slop that nobody wants to play. Oh, God, yeah. Well, that's the exact same thing that he talks about. Let's see. So, by the way, what it says about Amazon's strategy going forward is a couple of things. We're moving out of being an MMO-only publisher. Notice how he never calls them a developer. So, no. No! So, they talk about wanting to have that... Fucking wolves griefing me. They talk about wanting to have that, like, evergreen franchise. He talks about how it's not really plannable. They're interested in the big trials, and they're just going to keep going on and on until they find the right thing. The entire time. God fucking damn these scrims. Everything that they have is very terrible for consumers. So, one insane quote is, what is it, Control F? TikTok. I would love to hear as an executive in the games industry in charge of one of the biggest publishing labels. I'd love to hear some of your current insights into the games industry right now as it stands. I think the games industry, we have to reinvent ourselves because we're competing not just against each other. I don't even think we compete in the metric. And we're competing really with all of the other things like TikTok and streaming services. He believes that they are not competing against other games, but they're competing against TikTok and streaming services to have a very, very, very short lifespan. What's this guy talking about? This is the CEO of Amazon Games. Yes. Like, I'm not even kidding. I want to hop into a call with Steven. And I want to read him this article, this interview, and I want to get his thoughts on these quotes as a passion-driven creative director of what is now going to be one of the final standing Western MMOs that has any sort of hope whatsoever. It would be absurd to hear, like, I would love to ask Steven these same questions from his POV and see what the responses are. Like, I would love to just go through and instead of like, you know, Amazon specific stuff, I'd love to just be like, I'd love to be like, you know, a lot of MMOs and projects right now see short-term success. You know, some games come to mind, but a lot of games really struggle to break out and establish themselves as long-term evergreen franchises. Why do you feel that is? And how do you think Intrepid is working towards that? Personally, I'd love to see that. Because, this is also, they can't just admit we failed, sorry. So this is the thing. This is 2024. This is over 12 months ago. This is a very long time ago. He said they were stepping out of the MMO genre, wanted to bring in AI so they could...
Some days are the days you...
I'm actually going to kick a baby into traffic. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I swear to God, I'm gonna do it. They're stepping out of MMOs. They're trying to shorten the life cycle of development so they can fail faster, and then you go on and on until they find the right thing. They want to fail faster so they can go on and on until they find the right thing. That is insane to me. Absolutely insane to me. They mentioned the TikTok competition and everything, all the ticky-talkiness. And then, do you want to hear the craziest thing? So, not only can they say, oh, we haven't been able to establish something that holds the player base's attention. Ready? Amazon Games have had a number of projects enjoy very strong short-term success. New World comes to mind, Lost Ark, but none have really managed to break out and establish themselves long-term. Why do you think that is, and what steps are Amazon taking to ensure that kind of happens? Or is that a goal? Obviously, it's a goal. Everyone wants to have an evergreen franchise which goes on for 10 years, but when you and me do this for a long time now, we really run through the list of either publishers or developers. Most of the people, it took a while to get there. It doesn't happen on the first game. I was there, but it was almost before my time because I was here less than 9 months, and that's what makes Amazon great. Eventually, we want to have a couple of evergreen franchises where we really can play to the strengths of Amazon, but we just keep on going. Just keep on going. With New World and Lost Ark, we had some promising success. Those things are hard to maintain because people invest a lot of time and try out new things, but then they quickly rotate back to their evergreen franchise they have been playing. So we're just going to keep on going. So he says we had some promising success, but because people already have evergreen franchises, it's impossible to become the new evergreen franchise, and it's the consumer's fault because they're playing something else and they just leave anyways. So they just stop caring about the games and just kill them and keep on going. Yes, obviously we want to have one of those big franchises. That's the whole point. Their whole point is to have one of those big franchises. Doesn't matter what it is, they just want a big franchise. Anything smaller than that would not be interesting to Amazon. We are a larger-than-life company. We're not in here to try it out and do some cute game development. This is the CEO of Amazon Games. And nobody saw this coming except me somehow. If I'm being honest. I don't really understand how everybody seems so surprised. I used to talk about this article so fucking much. And this also isn't the first time that this exact thing has happened. You want to know another article that I referenced a lot? It's this one. I'll show you in a sec. Verbiage. We've reached a point where it's no longer sustainable to continue supporting the game with new content updates. Flashback to Crucible. Crucible was a free-to-play multiplayer shooter. It launched. It did very poorly when it launched. They pulled it back into closed beta to try to fix the problems with it. They could not fix the problems with it. And we very much appreciate the way that our fans have rallied around our efforts. And we've loved seeing your responses to the changes we've made over the last few months. Last few months. Okay. But ultimately, we didn't see a healthy, sustainable future ahead for Crucible. Sustainable is the word that they use to say it's no longer a cash cow for us. That is how they kill off their games. This was in 2020. So you have the exact same thing happening with Crucible in 2020. You have this interview in 2024 that is basically talking about how they're looking to get out of the genre. They're looking to do something different. And it's all about them hitting the zeitgeist in a very fast-moving environment and using AI to do so. It sucks, but bro, I saw this coming for so long. It's the reason I'm here. It's the reason I'm in ashes. Game built on a weak foundation will never be solid. And this is something that I always preach with streaming as well to people. People always come in and they ask me, hey, Dusty, I want to get into streaming. How did my mount die? People ask me, they're like, Dusty, I want to get into streaming. How much money do you make? And how long will it take me to make money and go full time? And that's essentially what Christoph Hartman is doing with Amazon. They are essentially just saying, hey, you make this game? How long did it take you to actually make billions of dollars off of this game? Because I'm going to do the same thing as you. And instead of passion-driven projects, passion-driven content creators, everything is now a bottom line monetary incentivization every step of the way, which it's running a business. Absolutely. I get that. But the reason why games were in their first place able to break into people's hearts and homes is because they were passion driven and appealed to the fun side of gaming, not the algorithmically driven, procedurally generated, formulaic approach to extract the most money out of your player base like you're milking their balls through a fucking massage table. I feel as though a lot of the heart has left content creation and has left game dev in favor of the realization of like, wow, I can make all this money. Holy shit, look at me. It's so crazy. I think it's not New World specific. I think many titles are plagued by that. And I think that it's something that will probably continue to persist in gaming until gaming either dies, it goes a full cyclical route of indie being on top, because there has been a resurgence in indie games, because guess what? Indie games are typically made by people that are making a game that they want to make because they think it'll be fun, and they hope other people will also enjoy their game. They're not trying to formulaically, like, appeal to everybody. So you're at, I was trying to play the weekend at the moment. Hold on, let me look. When did you ping me? I was busy as a motherfucker today. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah, Nin filled me in on all that. Saturday before stream, yeah, we Gucci. We a zillion % Gucci, my dude. So, you let me know what time. I don't think Carla and I are doing anything Saturday morning. We should be fine. We're doing stuff Friday morning, but person that wants to be an entrepreneur without the foundation and success, to know what that means. People think entrepreneur is a job. Yeah. I mean, it's just, I think in certain industries, it is a lot more about the overall product appealing to people to make your money than it is you making your money to make your product better to then appeal to people. And I feel like everybody just thinks, I'll put out a game and everybody's gonna play it because it's a new game. And brother, there's simply too many games on the market for that at this point in time. Like, you can't just put out shit and expect it to not be looked at as poop. And I feel like too many game devs are just putting out shit as quick as they can. They're doing colon cleanses, just trying to put something on somebody's plate and have them enjoy it for long enough, instead of trying to build that long-term sustenance IP. Like, can you imagine if WoW was absolute fucking dog shit when it had launched, and instead of them listening to, community input, improving WoW over the, over the duration of it, they launched WoW Vanilla, and then before TBC, they said, all right, we're pivoting to an ARPG now, boys. Final Fantasy 14 pre A Realm Reborn. I mean, fuck, No Man's Sky even. Like, No Man's Sky is not like the success story of success stories, and it's a different genre, but like that shit's an ultimate passion-driven product. That shit had a worse launch than New World. And No Man's Sky is still cooking. And Light No Fire is getting a lot of hype because of how good No Man's Sky has been. Crate dupe has finally gone confirmed. I have not attempted to dupe. I try to avoid that as much as I possibly can. I'm keep it a buck with you. I do not, I don't consider that a very safe route. So I'm gonna let you guys figure that one out and then relay it to me. We do know the replication steps for the old dupe. I'm just not about to do that shit on stream. I hate to say this, but MMOs are becoming even more fringe. Most entities don't have the attention span or intestinal fortitude to play grindy MMOs. No, I totally agree to a certain extent. I also think that it's just a matter of like, as you said, the grindy MMOs in particular, without the mix of short-term and long-term gratification, because I do think that there is, you know, an appeal somewhere along the line for that long-term grat. But I think that what a lot of MMOs struggle to do is have short-term grinds with long-term chases. And I think like grinds that are just long grinds for no reason other than like, you know, doing the grind itself. Like there's no chase to the grind. There's no, you know, right now I'm killing a bunch of low-level mobs and I'm hoping they spawn in as huntables so I can then hunt them and fill my bags with carcasses, which I can then give to a tanner to tan the hides, which I can then give to a leather worker to make me medium armor. It's nothing too crazy, but it's got that chase. I'm looking for a really exclusive armor set that's going to be expensive, and I don't really have the clams to craft that shit myself right now, just off of gold. So now I'm farming stuff up. It's a grind, but I do a little bit every day because it's... Oh, I got the spins. This is a bug sometimes when you're trying to get on your mount. But in terms of like that chase, I have that long-term chase of like, I gotta get my armor set, I gotta get my mats, I gotta get everything in place. And it's that grind along the way where, you know, I hit something that's a heroic, epic, or, you know, heaven forbid, legendary carcass. I could sell that bitch for a lot. So I've got the little short-term pop-ins with it. I've also got the satisfaction of like, I'm working on leveling my hunting. So my hunting right now is at the highest effective level at level 20, which means once I get my hunting bow, I can then hunt anything that spawns in the world. So any huntables I can then see and I can chop. Same way that my lumberjacking's at 20 plus. So now I can see any tree, chop any tree. So any of the high value trees, I can just stop and chop. Any of the high value gatherables, I'll also stop and chop in terms of like the huntables. So now I'm in a spot where with this like grinding with this chase, I've now made it so I can make more money. But I also feel like Ashes suffers from not a lot to do once you get your gear right now. And I say right now because future systems just take care of that, potentially starting as soon as November. You kind of really got to look for and create your own content with your community. So that's where I'm at with it. More things will absolutely, you know, just give people more to do. Yo, Corbett, what up, my friend? I was playing New World, and so we got the news of looking for another MMO, considering this one. I left New World back in December. Played a shitload of New World, did thousands of wars in New World, had all of the content that you could imagine in New World at my fingertips. Up and left in December because unfortunately I saw this coming. I just didn't think it would be this soon. This transition for me was very good because Ashes of Creation has a lot of the same social MMO premise that New World was originally built on, with like the towns leveling and determining the playability of the world, except it goes deeper. Interactions town to town go way deeper. It's all open world instead of all instanced. So it's like systems wise, the social MMO that New World wanted to be. The primary difference, also keep in mind, a lot of the systems are long-term. I'll get into that in a second. I don't want to sell you false hype. But already in terms of like just the town interaction, town growth, there is more in terms of like Ashes of Creation's town growth than there was to New World's town growth. Even today, Ashes of Creation's towns are more meaningful in the gameplay loop than New World's. Gathering, refining, crafting in Ashes of Creation is the most important thing to get the best gear. Mob grinding, it's not going to generate the best shit for you. So in terms of wanting to get the best gear, you're going to be gathering. You're going to be trying to make some money maybe to buy the things that you don't want to gather. And you're going to be trying to maintain that balance of, you know, I'm gathering to make the best gear so I can PvP in the best gear and do the most damage, survive the most shit, right? So very simply put, it's a full PvX loop where everything matters instead of a lot of different avenues like New World was. New World has your avenue of like PvP, PvE, gathering, refining, crafting. But gathering, refining, crafting was killed with Season 10 before the entire game was killed. So, personally, I think that the thing with, you know, Ashes comparatively to New World, biggest thing immediately, it's not going to be a full action combat. It is a tab target base. You do have some action combat elements in this little, like, hybrid type combat system. So you do have, like, a 50 stam dodge. You can jump after that dodge for a little bit of momentum carry, similar to how New Worlds was. That dodge gives you a half second of 100% evasion rating. You have a sprint. You have an active block like New World. So that's dope as shit, personally. I like the combat system a lot. I think these social systems are what New World wanted their social systems to be. And there are so many systems that are going to go way deeper. So if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. Yo, Arn, you're awesome, dude. I appreciate you. Really just like the winter and snow biome look. As someone who lives in a very snowy area, bro, I need some fucking, like, height and fluffiness to this snow. Yeah, it looks like Jaylen Brown's hairline. It's just fucking sprayed on, bro. That shit's... Like, I love snowy aesthetics. But yeah, there's still a lot that can happen with the snow. Maybe a little fluffiness. Maybe when you're walking, they get that little bit of crunch underneath. Like, that fresh, powdery, like, styrofoam ass sound. I'm really optimistic that it'll come a long way. Now, if they do need inspiration, bro, y'all can just send your sound design team up to Maine with me for a week, and I'll get them all the sound clips they need. We can go fucking snowshoeing and shit. I'm down. I got y'all with the main stuff. Like, we got snowy everything up here. Town Rep in New World was just leftover system from previous versions of the game. Yeah, that shit didn't do too much. It didn't do too much at all, if I'm being real. Is it a bad idea to play on max settings this game? Felt a lot of stutters and low FPS in towns. I do not play max settings. It's in Unreal Engine 5. So it's UE 5.6 right now. Optimization will continue to get better, but it is a very taxing game to run on, like, everything. So some games are like GPU, CPU heavy, you know, one or the other. Ashes is just like Lizzo heavy. Every bit of your PC when you're running Ashes is like... Like, bro, it's like that dude that's overlifting for show at the gym. It is fucking pumping. You need your game installed on a very high read-write SSD. Very high read-write speed. You want to have a lot of RAM. I'd say 32 gigs minimum. You will want to have probably a 40 series card in an ideal scenario. You will want to have a pumper CPU. It's a hard game to run. In terms of stutters and stuff, one thing that I always recommend is checking your NVIDIA drivers, or just like your GPU drivers in general. NVIDIA drivers or Windows updates can conflict with Unreal Engine 5 games quite frequently. So you'll notice, like, I don't really stutter that much, other than when I'm talking. And when I had an update for my NVIDIA drivers, every few seconds I was getting like like I was hitting the mannequin challenge. So when I updated my NVIDIA drivers, the stutter immediately went away. So only issue is price. Yeah. So in terms of the price, Corbett, keep in mind, I just try to lay it out for people because the website can be confusing as a motherfucker. $100 is all you'll have to pay now until the launch of the game. When the game launches, no box cost, no DLC cost. It's a $15 a month sub. That sub doesn't start until the launch of the game, full launch. From there, you get your first month of sub time with your pack. You get $15 in the in-game store. The in-game store is not in yet, Penis Rogue, but will be in the long term. With the in-game store, that is no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience. It is skins only. So you'll get $30 worth of kickbacks if you do make it through to launch. So my guess on launch, no sooner than 2028. I think you're going to get a lot of time out of that pack. And as Snake said, 90-day refund policy with no time limit. There is no hours limit whatsoever. You can play as much as you want for the 90 days, the first 90 days that you own your pack. And that will get you in through the Harbinger update. If you choose to wait until November 18th for that big update with the Summoner coming in, the Harbingers, with more world bosses, with all of the changes that are coming in, sport fishing as well, new type of boat. Like, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a big patch. Then, you know, you're good from November 18th, 90 days past that. Whether you play 1 hour a week or fucking 10 hours a day, like, you can play as much as you want. It is the #1 refund policy in gaming. So the dev stream, as you probably know, is this Friday. You'll get Summoner preview there. I'm assuming they'll show off a little bit of the Harbinger system for us as well. So it should be a good look into not only like the immediate updates planned for November 18th, but hopefully we get some insight into like past November 18th, what they're looking at for their prioritizations, because this is what they're calling like a milestone patch. And I believe their cadence on milestones is meant to be like 2 to 3 months. So being an avid fan of Intrepid, I know that 2 to 3 months means 3 to 7 months. But probably like 3 to 4 months. So I'm expecting like quarterly milestone patches, those like massive patches, and then smaller updates and bug fixes and shit through there. But timetables in development are always so relative, so shifty. It's kind of hard to guess. Corrupt on this guy. Why? You corrupt on him. You have more fucking money than I do. You can buy your gear back easier. Corrupt on what guy? You? Instructions unclear. Me and Penis Rogue are now fighting each other over spawns. Oh, this guy? Well, just follow him around. Yeah, one of us just covers his back, one of us covers his front, and then we spit roast him. I think that's the easiest scenario. Don't think we'll get an update on the roadmap this stream. Most likely November stream. I don't necessarily expect like a roadmap update, so to say, in terms of like a more formal thing. But in terms of like, you know, what I would love this stream is the immediate, will there be a fresh start server for November 18th? What is the conditional that would force their hand with a fresh start server on November 18th? At what point? Is it population driven? Is there a goal set that they would like to accomplish that would facilitate a fresh start versus staying on this server? Is there emphasis to stay on this server truly for a long term, which is what they, you know, gave us for an impression previously? I would love clarification around that stuff, if I'm being real. But other than that, I want it to be like, you know, here's Summoner, here's Harbinger, here's maybe a boat, here's what you're getting with November 18th. And other than that, here's what you're expecting like the next month after. We're going to be heavily bug fixing and troubleshooting everything that comes in with the Harbinger and Sport fishing systems. We're going to be looking to add this after the fact. This is something that we're not going to get in for the update on the 18th, so this will be added shortly after that. Like, I think that level of communication, not necessarily like a roadmap with dates, I think is bad. I think dates just set people up for disappointment. But what I do thoroughly think is that establishing some proper expectations, probably big. Probably big. Steven said 10k concurrent players is capped, so theoretically more than that means a new server. So that's also an older figure though. That was his original estimate, was 10k concurrent, 50k accounts. But also, I think that considering we have had 8,100 concurrent, this was back in phase 2.5 as well. Server worker infrastructure has improved since then. We've had 8,100 plus concurrent confirmed through phase 2.5 on one server. And that was all primarily in the Riverlands because it was only one starting area as well. As server worker capacity increases, part of me wonders if they would keep it at the 10k and just be like, hey, yo, this is going to be the smoothest 10k you've ever fucking seen, buddy. Or if they would actually increase it. I think that's something. End goal is one giant server if gridding works. See, that's the thing. I don't really know what their ideal is with gridding, because there are two ways that they could do it. They could either throw everybody on one server and be like, dynamic gridding, do your thing. Because Intrepid also has a dastardly double dip, because dynamic gridding adds in and reallocates the boundaries of server workers. So not only can dynamic gridding bring in more server workers, but it can also, like in the long term, not dynamic gridding, but their server worker infrastructure itself can improve. So every server worker in the first place is less dependent on dynamic gridding. It's like you're on a trend cycle, but you also lift and eat like a natty bodybuilder. So now you're on a completely healthy regimen, and then you're trending on top of that. So dynamic gridding is the trend that just boosts them over the top. And their actual like organic cycle, their natty cycle, is the server worker infrastructure. So the more they improve that, the more the core is strong, the less likely your heart is to give out. And then the trend hits, and the dynamic gritting hits when you need it the most. And you're like, oh shit, I can handle anything now. And then you have a heart attack and die. Don't trend. Is this game gonna have back pimples? Oh yeah, and bald. Yeah, Grenton's gonna love this shit. Yeah, bald men everywhere. Absolutely. It's gonna wear one of those like really thin like strap tank tops that are like the Gold's Gym ones that have like the spaghetti straps on. Ooh, Grem. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those bad boys where it like barely covers the nips type shit. I would love that shit. Someone say bald man? Oh, hello, sir. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. What I'll do is wait for Friday to decide if I'll buy it. Definitely have a refund, depending on my enjoyment. I believe on release. How can I get acquainted with guilds so I can join them for the start? Exclamation guild. So the Ashes of Creation Discord is a great place to go, but if you're looking for a guild immediately that is always active around the clock, we have multiple guilds. So our top guild is for very, very PvP focused players. Then we have a casual guild. We have our crafting guild. We have our EU guild on the NA server. We have our alliance guilds, and it just continues to grow. So we're also in a really good spot for absorbing a lot of the New World communities that came over here. Cause like, in that aspect, I'm kind of like the, you know, the New World liaison that made it out to another MMO. There aren't many of us out there that exist. So fortunately, a lot of people are coming in this way and they're like, yo, Dusty, Cat's recruiting. Which is really cool. It's really cool. Also, Datho asked, do you think MMOs need more PvP content than PvP content to survive? Personally, I think that PvE content is going to be your mass appeal. And I think that scenarios where, like, your world buildup and everything is facilitated primarily through PvE. A lot of your best gear is acquired through PvE, but there is the option of, like, you know, you don't want a PvP, you can focus on the PvE side. You want to take that stuff that you're getting from PvE and put it to the test. There's a lot of PvP available for it, right? I think that the casual player base and the PvE player base will 1000% always be larger than the PvP player base. But one thing that I also think is that it's kind of a scale. You have the people that are like, PvP, no, nope, not gonna happen. Then you have the people that are like, PvE, I'm not gonna do that pussy ass shit. And then you have the people that are like, I really like PvP, but I will absolutely PvE to do what I need to. Hi. Then there are the people that are like, I really like PvE. I wanna, you know, supply for my guild. I wanna help my community. And if there's a call for PvP, I'll show up because I like PvP a little bit, right? I think the people that will enjoy true MMOs the most are the people who have their preference, but are willing to go outside of their preference to basically like access the full content catalog, if that makes sense. People that are willing to participate in all of the aspects of the game and are also willing to say, hey, I might not be the best at this, but it was very fun, GG's, even if they lose. You don't have to always be rank 1, you don't always have to be winning, and you can still have a lot of fun in your own gameplay loop. So, yeah, I think a PvE emphasis for like most progression is always a big point of retention for players. I think that it gives people something to do. I think MMOs are as much about the journey as the destination. And I think that the PvE grind is just such a, I guess, a traditional part of MMOs. It'd feel very empty without it. A lot of people that were over in New World were not happy this phase, or this season, I should say, for them. With the de-incentivization of the gathering, refining, crafting route, like, it got real hairy comparatively to mob grind. So I think it's all just a mix. And with any community too, you're not immediately gonna have, you know, something that appeals to everybody. In the MMO community, there are going to be 72 different types of MMO players. In the Twitchscape, there are going to be so many different types of streamers, viewers, like everything. You're never going to appeal to everybody, but I think that one thing that's very important is putting out a product that, you know, from either a streaming or a game dev side that you believe in and you would like yourself, and then hoping other people, oh my god, a blue raven. Holy shit, I'm rich. Oh my fucking god. I'm the richest man alive. Oh, I'm so sad. That's like generational wealth. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. But I think it starts out with like putting out content that you yourself would want to participate in and that you believe in, instead of just chasing, you know, monetary slop content. And when you're able to do that, I think that you hit a point where you will appeal to somebody regardless. Even if it's not everybody, somebody will enjoy you. When I was young, I went to Hawaii and asked for wife beaters, and he had no idea it wasn't common knowledge that a wife beater is a tank top. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not gonna lie, as soon as I read your message and said wife beaters soon, I legitimately heard sirens outside, and I was like, no, Carla's not even home right now, she's at work. Don't you worry. New World was playing yesterday during the message. I was getting ready for stream when everything was coming out. It broke when devs started tweeting about the layoffs. And then the article came out that talked about how it was basically dissolving Irvine and San Diego. And then everybody was instantly just like floored. It was a very contradictory set of feelings for me, because I have a lot of friends that make New World content. I think there are a lot of very passionate and talented devs on the New World team. I think that there are some people that genuinely gave a shit about that game and really wanted to see it do well. That part of me was very sad. And then there was a part of me where it's like, you dodged the largest bullet of your life. It's like you left a job after everyone said, Dusty, why would you leave that job? You're making more money there. Dusty, you're gonna make so much less money over here. Dusty, this place sucks. It's got way less of a reputation than this place. And then after leaving that job, the job closed down, and I'm like, sheesh. Glad I didn't get caught in that turmoil. There's like this selfish part of me that's like, man, I'm glad I made it out. And then there's the part of me that's like an empathetic person on the human side where I'm like, that shit sucks. And I think the very baseline of how I'm feeling is a very swift and strong fuck Amazon and fuck corporate entities that are getting into our gaming space and trying to extract as much money in a formulaic approach from the players of their products than ever before. I think fuck corporate bodies in gaming. I think fuck triple quadruple A dev desires. I think let the people that are passionate about gaming control gaming again. And that's my entire take on it, man. Sad because there's a lot of toxic people in New World that are gonna move to other games. You got toxic people everywhere, bro. I think it's just a moderation of it, if I'm being real. New World was always plagued with a bit of an issue in terms of like moderation, especially for in-game actions. You had people that were slurring on the daily. You had people that were hitting the DMs of other people, telling them to off themselves and shit on the daily. Like, nothing was done about some pretty... Oh my god, 2 blue raven carcasses. I'm up. Nothing was done about a lot of the problems that were over there, if I'm being completely real. Yo, Turd, what up? Choxy, what up? What class is this? I am a tank. So, right now, I'm just chilling, grinding some low-level mobs. I'm level 25, and that's our current level cap. But what I'm currently doing is killing a bunch of, like, level 6 to, honestly, 6 to 8 mobs. Ravens, these little Grem guys, and then wolves that'll occasionally pop up. And the reason I'm killing these in, you know, just the AoE loop itself is because I can, with all of the actual mob kills, I can force the spawns to come in as huntables. With hunting, it's one of the trade skills, so we're going to get new, like, active hunting modes at some point, just not in yet. It's got the baseline mode in right now, where you basically walk up and pet the animals to death. It'll get way better in the long term. But, essentially, all of these mobs right now are spawning in as the killable version. When I kill the mobs, it's not like New World where you kill a beast and then skin it. You're looking for an actual, like, an RNG chance to get the huntable mob. Then you walk up and you hunt it through the hunting system. Then you give either the carcass to, like, tanners, or you give any mobs that you don't kill to animal husbandrists to train into either mounts or things that pull caravans called beasts of burden. So right now, my ideal goal is killing all these mobs, hoping they spawn in as huntables with the crosshair above their health bar. And then anytime they spawn in as a huntable, I go up to them and I kill the shit out of them. And then I hope that I get the carcasses, and then that carcass is going to be tanned and used for my late game armor set. So gathering, refining, crafting route in order to make the best available gear for PvP
And because Ashes actually has like, you know, server side progression, kind of like New World wanted to have with the town progression over there. But unlike New World where every town can have T5 of everything, Ashes has to have your town specialized. You can only have a set number of buildings. You can only have a set number of things in the town, and you have to specialize on things. I just watched you do the Ariana concert on Fortnite. Oh, shit went hard. Yeah, absolutely. Just don't give me DMC8. Yeah. The Ariana concert was crazy. But yeah, so essentially right now, I'm just trying to prep in advance for a really late game armor set, make that as soon as it's available, but the crafting isn't supported on the actual, like, you know, on the server side yet. We're waiting to upgrade the tables and the buildings that are actually in the settlements or the towns. And unlike New World as well, where every town can go up to the max level, you have a system called vassaling over here. Vassaling means that you have a higher level town that basically has like lower level towns underneath it. And then you have an entire region with it. An entire region. So you have Winstead as the tier 4. You have Jova and Miraleth as the T3s, and then you have Athenar and Halcyon as the T2s. So not every town can be the highest level, forces some regionality in the servers as well. Let's talk about the PvP. PvP is great. When I played New World, I was 7,000 plus hours New World player, multiple account, Battlefield Legend achievement. Like, I played thousands of wars. Multiple thousands of wars. At my peak, I was warring in New World about 25 to 30 times a week. I played on 8 different servers, 8 fully kitted characters, warring all at the same time. My EU time slot was filled to start my stream. My NA East time slots were filled. My NA West time slots were filled. At one point, I played on every NA server and an EU server, so I get the most content available. The PvP systems that exist right now take all of the town versus town implications and actually make them town versus town with multiple communities being present in the towns. It's not just like Cats with Abs owns Kaltorum. Cats with Abs is the only one involved. It takes multiple communities to build, defend, and grow your town. So with that, you have town systems. Then you have guild systems. They're parallels. There are wars. So guild versus guild wars can be declared at any time. You gotta craft a scroll, keep it in your like leader's inventory, and then they declare the guild war on another guild when that guild war is declared. It's like a breakout PvP mode essentially. Everything's in the open world. So if I see you and I'm just like, man, I really want to, you know, you're farming my shit, I want to push you off of this, or we're fighting over a really big objective, I can drop a guild versus guild war on you, enable open world PvP between our 2 guilds instantly for the duration of that guild war. Same thing with settlements or the towns. Settlement versus settlement wars. Those consist of one town declaring war on another town. And when those 2 towns declare war on each other, citizens of those 2 towns can fight within the boundaries of those 2 towns. Really fun. Since it's all open world as well, there's not really like a limit to the numbers that can get involved with that. You have the sieges. So with sieges, that's going to be your closest thing to a new world war, but no like changeover of ownership with the settlement sieges. Long-term settlement sieges are going to be, again, a mass PvP mode already in testing. The settlement sieges are 100 versus 100. New World Wars, just as a reminder, 4 years after launch, are 50 versus 50. So already double the number of players present in settlement sieges, and I'm gonna be real, settlement sieges already function better than New World Wars did on launch. So really encouraging there. Long term, there are gonna be 85 different player ownable towns on the map. There will be 5 guild castles for guilds to shoot for. Guilds that own a castle have to defend it in a once monthly siege from other guilds. If you defend your guild castle, you get to keep it. If you don't defend your guild castle, then you lose it to the other guild. If a town, long term, loses a defensive siege, your entire town gets fucking de-leveled. It gets cooked, goes down to the ground, turns to ruins. Everything in player storages would become lootable. It is a full siege. You get laid to ruin. It's not just like, oh, we take over your town and nothing's broken. Your town's fucked. There is no more mayor. They don't take it over because nobody can take it over because it's dead. So the PvP has a lot of implications. Full open world system as well. So if I hit this guy, I flag up for PvP. If he hits me back, he also flags up for PvP. If we're both flagged up for PvP, and one of us dies, you don't drop anything from your gear or from your items tab, you drop things from your materials tab. So right now, if one of us were to die, we would drop a portion of the stuff in that tab. 25% of it would go onto the ground, and 25% of it would go into the abyss. That would just, it's uncontrollable. So, with that element to it, there is risk to death. You get experience debt. You drop materials. Experience stat needs to be farmed off before you can gain experience again. There's also some slight stat dampening. But open world PvP, there is the non-consensual element that can happen. So say right now, Part comes up to me and hits me, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't know how to PvP. I click all my abilities. What am I going to do? Like, what will I ever do? He kills me, and I'm not flagged up. He then corrupts. Instead of being purple for PvP, he is red. When you turn red, you are a murderer. You've done something very bad. You can't unequip gear. You can't go into towns. You can't trade with players. All of those things are bad. You lose a lot of your stats. You get substantial stat dampening. And you show on the minimap for everybody around you. So everybody knows exactly where you are. You will get hunted, and the only way to farm off your corruption at this point in time is to kill a shitload of mobs or die. Corruption deaths are the only time that you will be at risk of losing your equipped items. Any other death is safe, but if you corrupt, you are literally a murderer, you are literally an outlaw. So, upon death, you will drop some of your equipped items. Very bad to corrupt. A lot of people worry hearing that it is like an open world PvP enabled game, but it's got its checks and balances. I attack X, they don't attack back, I get cooked. Only if you fully kill them without them attacking back. So while it is an open world PvP game, it is a, like, through most systems, like a consensual check and balance with risk reward to everything. So if you want to non-consensually kill a player that is unflagged for PvP, then you indeed do get cooked because you're a murderer and have to deal with the consequences type shit. If they flag up for PvP, then nothing happens. You guys just kick the shit out of each other and then you're good. Other people can attack you while you're flagged, but then they also have to flag up. It's just if you like murder a non-consenting player that you will get cooked. You can kind of like play out your life if you have like an escort and can do that, but instead of I do that, my stats drop. Exactly. It's like a debuff that gets more punishing. And if you're ganking players as your primary form of gameplay, you will not only have your stats drop when you're corrupted, but you also have I corrupted? No, I haven't corrupted on this character. You'll have a stat in your miscellaneous tab that's called Blight. Blight is essentially a tracker of how many non-consensual player kills you have over the course of your character's life. So with 100 Blight, 100 player kills, you would corrupt faster and get more punishments, upon killing the same player. So kill a level 20 player with no Blight, you'll get level 1 corruption. Kill a level 20 player with 100 Blight, you'll probably get substantially more corruption, which could require multiple deaths, more farming for you to actually get that corruption off, and more risk of losing your shit. So that's, it's one of the main things that's meant to curtail corruption. But the thing with, like, the non-consensual PvP is, again, if you are in a guild. So, like, I'm the GM of Cats with Abs. If I had a guild deck scroll in my inventory right now, the guild versus guild wars, and say I really wanted to fight this guy that is just sitting here, and I flag him for PvP, he doesn't hit me back, and he's just like, nope, head down, I want to farm. Then I could deck on Overlord, his guild, and that would enable us to all fight. Like my guild and his guild. So typically whoever declares is going to have a little bit of an advantageous jump period. And that's how you can kind of like opt people into PvP, right? So as much as somebody wants to dodge, there are ways where people can make themselves less likely to encounter PvP like that. By not being in a guild, being in a casual guild that's less likely to get decked on, not being a citizen of a town, or being a citizen of like a lower level town that's not going to be up in the thick of the shit so much. So there are like some cognitive decisions I think that are very good for players to be able to make. So not everybody is like opted into the PvP, but it's also one of those matters where like you can't just yap freely and then not have any repercussions. If you're Corbett, thank you for the follow. If you are yapping too much and you piss somebody off, you're gonna get guild decked on. It's gonna happen. Godji, thank you for the 7 months, my goat. I appreciate you. 2 more for the big one.
One more day closer to the dev update.
Dude, I can't wait. I can't wait. What are you expecting for Summoner? Do you think there have been some big fixes that they're gonna show off? And how many abilities do we think Steven will click? That's the next question. See, I personally think they should pay one of us to pilot the character that's being shown on the dev streams, but they should have Steven narrate it. Like, you know that meta that was on Twitch for a while, where it was like the Fortnite meta where like, really hot uwu streamers would play the games, and then they would have some like really sweaty dude in the background just like actually cranking the 90s and shit, and they'd just be like, they'd be on the sticks and they'd be like, ooh, I'm fragging out. I feel like that's what we need to have. Steven just needs to be there like fragging out. Let me do this. Retired dev team in a 1v1. Why is Steven flagging up so much today? Why? What's going on here? Sausage for Sniper Wolf. Listen, I'm not gonna name names. I'm not gonna name names. I saw the Steven versus Peon 1v1 on a mage and I was genuinely disgusted. From Steven's side, Peon's side, or that 1v1 lasted as long as it did. Because I'm not gonna lie, I watched that video in its entirety and I thought the interview was great. Both. The interview was great, but it was like, you remember when there was like that streamer chess boxing event? And like all of the streamers that like have never thrown a punch in their life went to play chess and then box. And it looked really bad for most of the boxing. Like that was essentially what that looked like. Primal, thank you for the 3-day, dude. I appreciate you. So yeah, it was rough. It would make sense to just have some dope ass gameplay on display. That would be fucking huge. Be fucking huge. But yeah, I think the PvP is phenomenal. Last night in the VOD, we had some PvP scrims. I think like 2 or 3 nights ago, we actually did a settlement versus settlement siege. Not taking your stuff. I see you taking my stuff, Glow. We did a settlement versus settlement siege on the defense, and it was a fucking banger. We actually we lost in overtime. So kind of like New World. You have to break in through the gates, and then you have to control a point within the town, capture respawn points on the outside, blah, 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 blah. Instead of New World, where it's like the control the point thing, there is a flag that you have to have a channeler on. And you have to keep that channeler alive for the duration of that channel. So a little bit different of a concept with the actual, like, the mechanism to capture things. And if you start the channel before the, like, timer on the siege ends, so basically, like, in New World terms, you're attacking and you're in fort. You have point tick in fort and you guys are all inning because it's 0-0 and the defender has to de-tick point entirely before the siege actually ends. So we have to kill the flag channeler before the siege ends. So the siege was getting ready to trickle down. Attackers made one big push in and got us so staggered and we just couldn't regroup in time and kind of like hit the panic switch and ended up losing in overtime. Dude, it was so fucking fun though. I'm gonna be real. It was a goddamn blast. Seto shows us buying the $100 bundle. Does that give access now or will I get access to me? $100 bundle gets you access immediately, by the way. For anybody that's wondering. The $100 USD bundle you can download right now. Play right now. The servers are up as close to 24/7 as humanly possible. They have them down for updates, but that's natural in any MMO. Picture it as essentially a live service playtesting environment where it's, you know, just that concurrent playtesting. We have servers up as much as humanly possible. It very much resembles a fully playable product, which is both good and bad because sometimes people's expectations can get a little skewed because of it. So yeah, in terms of the $100 pack, you get a 90-day refund period where you get all of your money back upon your purchase. You get the access all the way up until the launch of the game, and then you get some kickbacks on the launch as well. When it goes live, will they do a hard reset? Oh god, yeah. Yeah. Before the launch of the game, everything from playtesting is sequestered into playtesting. So the long-term plan for the server that we're on right now is actually for it to transition into a private test realm in the long term. So this server will still exist, but this is not going to be like the live launch server. They're not doing anything like that. There will be basically like one of the packs from way back in the day does have like, I think it's like 2-day early access or something like that. But the clarification on those early access servers was that, to our latest knowledge, the early access servers are going to be specific servers that are only available to early access people. They cannot like transfer out onto a normal server or anything like that. So normal people, and honestly most people, will probably go the route of waiting for the normal populated servers, because the EA servers are going to be very exclusive and not accessible unless you were one of the few that had those old packs. So I would say that's probably going to be used for like content creators to get videos out early and shit like that. And then the actual lively servers are going to be the full servers. PI members aren't happy about that. The PI members aren't happy about shit. I'm a keep it a buck. The PI members don't like fucking nothing up in this bitch. Leon, how are you, my friend? How's the update? Crate dupe supposedly fixed. Huge day. Huge day. But yeah, so nothing's gonna carry over to launch. All of that. Will they bring back CCing people off resources? Not that we know of. In terms of CCing like non-combatants specifically, the thing with it is that it wasn't primarily just being used for resources, it was also being used to grief groups pretty heavily. So you would have rogues with like double diddy dart that were just sitting there CCing clerics and like, you know, waiting for groups to pull, stealthing super far away in a, you know, a really weird area. And then they just sit there and they'd CC the supports in the groups until the group would die. And then they would just go loot the groups. So according to Steven and Intrepid, like this wasn't a spur of the moment thing to deal with that. This was actually their long-term design, you know, all along. So it's something that I guess was like in the plans for them. I personally, I'm a little bit indifferent on it, if I'm being real. It was nice to be able to see somebody gathering something that I wanted and then CC them and take it and kind of like force them to fight back to a certain extent over the material. I think that led to more friction. But I do also see the other side of it, like devil's advocate with the griefing side being very, very heavily prevalent. It was something that everybody fucking did. And it's, you know, fair play. Just find the person that's flagged up and kill them. But I also understand where that could be seen as a flaw in the design system overall and could probably just make the environment feel a little bit grimy as a whole. So like I do think either way, I wouldn't personally mind. If somebody flags up and tries to hit me over a huntable, I'm just gonna fucking kill him. Love to have so many 1v1s because of it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you lose friction to a certain extent, but you do gain the element of, yeah, just like walking up to a huntable and being like, damn, all right, this guy got it first, I'm cooked. Does feel a little less than cool sometimes. Yo, bust down, what up, my friend? I don't know what that means, but I hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. That's all fucking new shit the docs got me on. Have to get some new MRIs. Tragic. You need the ganj. More ganj to clear your foggy head. Griefing was too easy for sure, but it kind of feels bad. Can't CC until anyone hits you back in a fight. Nah, 1000% agree. 1000% agree. And I think that's the thing about it is like, it's a lose-lose scenario. Because no matter what decision they make regarding the topic, there will always be, you know, a system somewhere that's negatively impacted by it. You either lose friction in the open world across gatherables to not have so much grief in place, or you have the grief in place to gain some friction across gatherables. And I think it's just where Intrepid, you know, decides they want to go with it in the long term. But, I mean, I'll be real, I played through both. Most gatherables I was not getting CC'd off of. Most gatherables I wasn't going to CC someone off of. But if there was like, if there was a Braidwood or something, then I'd definitely CC people off of that. Dusty, play Arc Raiders. It's going to be game of the year. And for 2026, don't play this game, bro. AOC is so bad. You realize I've been playing Ashes every day for 10 months, right? I don't know if you're just out of the loop, dog, but like, I'm an Ashes content creator. I will say though, I talked to a lender today because I'm like, you know, wanting to get out of an apartment and get into a house. I don't make enough money to qualify for like a solo home loan. So if chat does want to do a very generous 100K donation, I will 1000% go play Arc Raiders. We get on that, yo, ni hao, Baron. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. How are you, my boy? We get on that, like, that Shroud level bag for sponsorships, bro. I'm so fucking down. I'm beyond down. But I'm gonna keep it a buck, brother. Like, not everybody's gonna like Ashes right now. Not everybody's gonna think that there's a lot to do in it. But I'm gonna be real. This is the MMO gameplay loop that I've always wanted. Like, this is gathering, refining, crafting, and PvEing to get the best shit to PvP. And the PvP and the reputation that you have allows you to either hold down or get held down. And I think that that's a really cool MMO loop. I definitely think there are systems that are not, like, engaged yet. I think there are definitely core elements that are missing that will add a lot to the game. And that's why I don't really expect everybody to like it. I'm gonna be real. I think that I'm actually, like, in the smaller group of people that will feel like there's a lot to do. Do you want some Chick-fil-A? Yeah, I'd fuck up Chick-fil-A. Yeah, I'm not gonna say no to that shit. What a silly question. You're waiting on an Alpha's Wild? No, I think it's valid. Like, I don't think people are going to, you know, like everything. Should I just make food at home? That is true. We basically got Chick-fil-A at home, huh? Like, I think that whether it's an alpha, beta, full launch, anything like that, people are always going to not like the product. And I don't necessarily think that a lot of people that don't like the product are going to be the ones that are like, man, I gotta stop the streamer from playing this. Some will. I've never really understood that energy, if I'm being honest, of like, man, I don't like this, so you're not allowed to either, haha. I don't know. I've never really understood that side of it, but I also don't expect everybody to like Ashes now, nor do I expect everybody to like it on launch, nor do I expect everybody to like my content. I think that whether it's an alpha, beta, launch product, fucking 3 expansions post-launch, you're never gonna appeal to everybody. And I think that expecting something to appeal to everybody just sets you up for disappointment and unrealistic expectations. And I think that some people in Ashes treat this as if it's the messiah of gaming. And while Ashes does have the potential to be a really cool MMO, I think a lot of people have this, like, I don't know, overly rosy view of what Ashes is going to be. Like, I enjoy Ashes a whole lot, but some people think that this is going to be like a 12 billion concurrent player game that's going to shut down the rest of the MMO market and the rest of the gaming market, and like everybody in the world's going to be over here because there's so much to do. I think it'll be a healthy MMO population. I love this game, personally. I think it'll be a very healthy MMO populace. WoW Killer? WoW Killers be down horrendous right now, bro. It's like, it's that WoW Killer juju, bro. I don't know what Blizzard actually got going over there, but anytime somebody says WoW Killer, that shit dies. Motherfuckers gotta chill with that shit. Till this game's good, I need a New World replacement. Brother, it's already got everything New World has, except for the action combat and the instancing. It's open world instead of instanced, and there's a whole shit... Fuck happened over here? There's a whole shitload of stuff that you can do, if I'm being honest, especially if you have a community. Now, the thing with this right now... Attack me. I'm so confused. That dude's name is Attack Me. Chloe, did you kill that guy? What the fuck happened? Why is there some dude named Attack Me just dead on the fucking ground? Is PvP good? PvP is my favorite thing. Like, as much as you guys think that I may love running around this circle and just killing these level 6 mobs, I'm gonna keep it a buck. This is the most boring part of the fucking game for me, but I do it because this is what we do to get our best gear for PvP, right? So I do like a couple hours of this a day, and then I usually try to link up and do a little mob grind with people, and then we usually find some PvP a little bit later in the night or whenever it pops up, because it's all open world, so it can happen literally whenever. But I feel like I'm one of the, in terms of gathering, like constant dripping hollows of stone type shit. So I try to knock out a little bit of this every day, because again, all of these carcasses that I get are going to be used for my like endgame armor sets. So I do a little bit of work on this, and then I actually like, I get to play the game and I get to have fun. I can't fucking wait. But yeah, we'll probably get, if I had to guess, a good amount of PvP today. Hopefully. It's been pretty active. They're like guild and company battles. Yeah. So it's all in the open world. But essentially, you have multiple different branches of PvP accessibility, basically. So you have the entire, like, you know, living world structure of New World, so to say, with the towns, but the towns are much more in-depth. Essentially, in terms of the towns, multiple guilds are a part of a town to make it grow. To have a successful town, you need to have multiple communities there. Towns can declare war on each other, enables open world PvP between citizens. Guilds can declare war on each other, and enable open world PvP between the guilds. Those both last until they're done. Then from there, the guild wars last like 2 hours tops. Settlement wars a little bit longer. You have the sieges on each side as well. So sieges are like your higher risk, higher reward mode. Think kind of similar to like wars in New World. So there are going to be 85 player ownable towns on the map. Not all of them will be governable because of the level scaling of them, but 85 towns on the total map. So when a town is sieged, somebody declares a siege on that town. Defending town has to defend. Right now, there's no like negative, so to say, because that settlement death, it's called, hasn't been added in yet. But if the defender fails to defend in the long term, it's not like, oh, I get your town. It is, oh, I kill your town. Nobody gets the town because it is ruins. It is actually sieged. So sieges are going to be way more rare than wars in New World were. And they're also going to have a whole hell of a lot more risk reward associated with them for not just the town itself and the owners, but also the entire server. Because unlike New World, you can't have every building in every town all maxed out. You have to specialize in your finite amount of building plots to put your town's crafting capabilities or gathering capabilities, whatever it may be, as a part of the functioning mechanic of the server as a whole. So multiple towns have to work together. So then you have the element of like a town gets sieged, it gets destroyed. How the fuck do we craft? There's gonna be a lot of social implications on everything, man. Everything. On top of the 85 player ownable towns in the long term, we're also gonna have 5 guild castles. The guild castles are what a singular guild owns. So your guild castle will be sieged once a month, and that's going to be like your, you know, your determination of ownership. So with guild castles, if you fail to defend your castle, then the other people will take control of that, like your New World Wars for towns. So guild castles are kind of like your towns in New World, and then the towns are a much more like truly community-based thing. So really cool systems there. Open world PvP system as well. Long term, we are going to have an arena. Very simply put, we will. So that is going to be a huge thing as well. Right now, as Snake said, incentives for PvP are pretty low right now. So most people are kind of just chilling on a daily. We usually do pretty well to find PvP just out and about. But the big thing for a lot of players is that accessibility. It's like, okay, I've spent hundreds of hours getting my gear. I have legendary weapons. I have the armor that I'm looking for. I've got the jewelry that I'm looking for. What can I do with it? And a lot of people just kind of like will end up running around looking for content to do, especially if they're not a part of a community that makes content. So like if you're a part of a guild that runs guild versus guild scrims multiple times a week, hi, you can get a lot of content from that. If you do guild events nightly, hi, us, you guys can also get a lot of content out of that. But for players that don't really have that supportive community around them, it can be very like, okay, what do I do? Where do I go now? Not only in the leveling progression, but also outside of leveling itself, when you're into the late game. So essentially right now, the incentivization is low. As a result, the on-rails content for a lot of people, in terms of your average players, is also quite low. As more systems come in, on November 18th, we have the Harbinger system. The Harbinger system is going to be a huge PvP spin-up, especially in large scale, because this is an open world system, basically New World invasions, but more in depth. So corrupted areas will spawn in on the map, and they'll spawn in events, again, in the open world that have to be dealt with in a set amount of time. If they are successfully dealt with, then the corruption doesn't expand. Only twist is that since it's in the open world, these corrupted areas are PvP enabled. 1000%. 1000%. So you will have people that are both trying to help the event succeed and trying to make sure that the event fails. If the event fails, the corruption grows and takes over more of the area, transforms it into corrupted area in the open world, gives new gatherable tables, presumably more impacts than just that as well. Yes, Chick-fil-A or no Chick-fil-A? I'll let you decide. I'll let you decide. I will never say no to Chick-fil-A, but I will also say we do have chicken here. Someone decide for us. Chat, exclamation, donate. We're up tremendous. But yeah, so in terms of just like what's to come and the content and everything there, I think it's going to come so fucking far. Genuinely. If you're already able to find a lot of content that you enjoy, then it's only guaranteed going to continue going up in the long term. There's going to be more systems. There's going to be more to do. Just more everything, if I'm being completely real. Seems push for marketing already so soon. Mentioning push for towards beta with so many things far from being hashed out. Does it scare you? Intrepid seems to be rushing things. Could be the new world at launch. No, I actually don't think that's the case at all. I actually haven't heard any indication that they're pushing towards beta, like, very quickly. If you can find a source on that, that's great. But I actually haven't heard from Steven's mouth himself that they're trying to transition to beta quickly. Rather, the opposite of that, that beta is going to be when it's ready. And it's probably not going to be ready for a while. I don't think a marketing push necessarily indicates that they are short of money, considering a marketing push is a monetary spend without any guaranteed increase. Any form of marketing push can fit under the guise of marketing, from here is our cinematic trailer that we spent $1 billion on, to we accepted these people into our content creator program and we're giving them some keys to give away to you. I feel like the term marketing is essentially as broad as the term existing. Like, we're all existing right now, but I'm sure we're all doing a lot of different shit. So We got some tomatoes and that other kind of flour, cornstarch. Okay, just get Chick-fil-A then. We'll go to the store tomorrow. I'm down. But yeah, in terms of marketing, I think marketing as a blanket term is just such a broad thing that unless they specifically told us, like, this is what our marketing push is going to be, then I don't really think there's a way for us to tell. They could put an ad out on YouTube that's like, join Vera, help with the playtesting, blah, 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 blah. Or they could pay T-Pain $100,000 to come stream the MMO, just like New World did. That worked really well for them. Or they could accept some small content creators into their content creator program, some local in-house people, and be like, hey, we want to give you guys some keys and then promote you on our socials. That could be anything. I think it's all just a matter of where they end up going with it. I don't necessarily expect a super heavy marketing push in the sense of like, we're running this $1 million ad campaign with all of the largest streamers in the world. Maybe, but I think it's too early to say, if I'm being honest, and to assume like what the marketing push will be. I would love more info on it personally, but you know, until we have that, it's gonna be a little rough. Just get lazy. If you want to make another video, I feel like the thing with Peon videos is that people use them for an update, but not a jumping in point very frequently. I watch a lot of Peon stuff, but Peon does very well of going MMO to MMO and being like the news guy, so to say. But he's essentially the guy that's like reporting on all of the stocks, and most of the people that watch his videos aren't gonna be people that are buying the stocks that he's talking about. They're gonna see his video and they're gonna go, oh, okay, keep my eye on that stock, and then actually never end up buying it. There is absolutely a carryover of people that do end up playing things based on Peon, but what people like Peon and like Asmon and like Cannon and those guys, well, Asmon back when he did MMO stuff and actually reacted to MMOs, now he just does politics. But like, you know, the Cannons, the Peons, those guys that do go MMO to MMO and actually have informed opinions and educated opinions, unlike most MMO slop tubers, they are really good facilitators for people seeking out the, like, not the actual content creators in a bad way, but like the dedicated content creators, right? So you go from an MMO content creator into a content creator for that specific MMO, where you then learn more about that specific MMO, and then you're like, oh, okay, cool. Now I jump in off of that. Because very frequently those MMO tubers are going to be good for an overview, not the greatest for specifications on things. Timetables can always be wacky. It's usually like more of an outside-in looking opinion instead of a like, hey, we've lived through all these things, let us give you feedback on it. That's kind of where I feel the fall off is there, but it's phenomenal for people who actually do want to receive just generalized updates. Same thing with any large content creator though. Everybody wants to clown on Pirate Software, but bro, back when Pirate Software had 15K viewers a day, every single stream in this directory, it's a lot of eyes. It's a lot of people looking at shit. It's a lot of people seeing Ashes on a daily. And I think naturally as more large content creators work their way in, a lot of people already know about Ashes. Genuinely. A lot. It's not for lack of impressions. It's not for lack of, I guess, like, IP awareness. I think it's just because it's not ready to be on that mass level yet, you know? I think that it's not got all of the things that it needs to pull people in and retain them. And I think most people are aware of that over on this end of things. Yo, Shrimpy Wimpy, what up, my boy? Where Mana Gem? You just got banned from Pirate Software's chat and put on a list, and you got added as an in-game character on Heartbound, so now someone's running you on a fridge. Get absolutely fucked, Snake. Get absolutely fucked. Price go, you pay for it? Oh yeah, like, some people have been speculating a price drop in November. Maybe. Maybe. I haven't heard anything about that, but I also don't get like privy information on anything if I'm being completely a Buckington with you guys. I don't bother Intrepid. I try not to hit them up unless it's like something urgent. If it's like, hey, we found a dupe, then I'll message somebody and let them know. But I don't really bug them about too much shit. So I'm gonna be real, I don't know if there's gonna be a price drop. I don't expect one, if I'm being real. Maybe There very well could be. I mean, honestly, that could be what they consider the marketing push too. Maybe a price drop and then they give away some fucking keys. Always could be a thing. The thing that's nice right now is that there is the 90-day refund policy. So even in the event of a price drop, I'm sure you could reach out and AGS, Jesus Christ, Intrepid, you can tell what the topic of conversation has been. Refunds, AGS, they're not doing it. I'm sure you could reach out to Intrepid and they would basically like put the difference in and probably refund that. I don't want to speak for them, but I could see them with their refund policy being that 90-day no questions asked if there's a price differential for the same access. It would make sense. I wouldn't be shocked. Worst case scenario, you could just refund and then buy the new pack and then save yourself the dollars if they weren't going to switch it out for you, because it is a no questions asked 90-day. So I do think if they were to, actually not, I think they'd probably keep the 90-day. Steven loves his 90-day refund because it's the best in gaming right now. And I think being able to say that something is the best in this general thing is a very large thing. Maybe he drops it to like a 60, but 90 days good for PR. Yup. Summoner out yet? November 18th. Very close. Very close. The Summoner preview is on the dev stream this Friday, which is what we'll be covering. We cover every single dev stream, every single update, every single word that comes out of our glorious overlords' mouths. So, when's the next wipe? Not for a long time. Their goal is minimal wipes, minimal fresh starts, and they have announced that they are not going to be wiping in the foreseeable future. Everybody's best hope would be that the population got so big that they need fresh starts. McDonald's is cheaper, McDonald's or Chick-fil-A. Well, if it's McDonald's, then I'd say just stop at the store on your way home and get actual good food so we don't spend the night gangbang in our bathroom. If I'm being honest, just drink water. Cheers. For sure, Purge. I think a fresh start is such a fundamentally dumb idea. It sacrifices all of the potential for them to have a long-term like economy and market correction and drain all of the bad shit from the environment and then have the long-term environment actually set up. At this point, what all is there to do in the game? Literally anything you want. You can PvE, you can mob grind, you can gather, refine, craft, you can build up the towns through being a citizen and going out and completing buy orders and requisitions. You can, or commissions, not requisitions, sorry. You can find PvP if you want to. You can quite literally do essentially whatever you want to. It's just a matter of what is your motivation to do that stuff, if I'm being honest. Mob grinding right now, some people are going to be like, Dusty, nobody wants to mob grind. If you're not mob grinding, you're probably broke as fuck and saying, man, I can't craft anything because you're not getting emblems and essences, which are selling for multiple gold per on the emblem side of things. It's a very good way to make money. And recipes, you can sell many recipes for 100 gold plus, which is a pretty substantial amount of money for a drop. So on top of that, you have the gathering, refining, crafting route. What I'm doing right now is just killing a bunch of like low-level mobs and trying to force spawn them in as huntables so I can hunt them and then get the carcasses in my inventory to then use those carcasses to craft my endgame set. So essentially, what I'm working on is the, so-called the PvE to PvP route, where I am trying to go around, I hunt all of these mobs, any of the ones that are not huntables, I kill them so they have a chance to spawn in as huntables. And then once I get to the point where I'm like, all right, that's good enough for today, I'll go store all these, and then we'll probably go mob grind a little bit, and then we'll try to hold down some emblems and essences for a little bit, maybe find some recipe drops, and then from there, maybe some PvP, maybe some guild stuff. It's genuinely, you can do pretty much whatever. Sometimes you just gotta seek out the content a little bit more. If you want PvP, it's not like we can queue into an arena. We don't have arenas yet. We will in the long term. You've got to actually seek out PvP, but there are many ways where you can increase your odds of finding PvP comparatively to before. So, I do actually feel like there is a lot that you can do. It's just a matter of the motivation of like, what am I doing with all of this stuff once I get it? That can be the point of like, damn, this kind of cooked. What's the next content drop? November 18th. We just received a patch today that fixed a very, very, very impactful item dupe. So that got canned this morning. As far as we know, it's been successful. We haven't heard of any ramblings of it still existing, so props to Intrepid for that. Presumably, there was some account discipline handed out to people that were bad actors on that. So, just got a patch today. 0.17 is another update that's coming out soon. That's going to be a very heavy bug fix patch. And then after 0.17, if 0.17 isn't the November 18th patch, which I don't think it is, we have the November 18th patch, which is like the large Harbinger update. I would assume that's going to be 0.20 if I had to guess. But the Harbinger update is going to bring in some substantial systems, the summoner, sport fishing, multiple world bosses, new type of boat, pass to the playable areas that we have. Should essentially be a massive update. So we receive updates multiple times a week, most weeks. Bug fixes, just general maintenance, tweaks, stuff like that. And then we receive major updates. Major every couple of months, but typically a bi-weekly like bug fix update in terms of a larger one. Then they always have their triage list of things that they're kind of like sorting out as a high priority, things that get found and they're like, all right, this is bad. So I think they're very good at typically very good. Not batting 1,000, but typically very good at the responsiveness to very important, you know, just bad actors in the economy, in the playtesting environment as a whole. I think that they are able to troubleshoot things quite quickly and get dupes, exploits, shit like that handled. Obviously, it's not immediate every single time something pops up, but like, I think they do a lot better than some other titles or former titles. How's Rogue looking? Rogue's sick. Rogue is very fast APM, very flashy, very fun. The thing with Ashes is that a lot of your PvP is going to be mass scale. And large scale at this point in time. Not a lot of like guaranteed, you know, small scale numbers match shit. So with Rogue, you can very frequently find yourself in a spot of getting overwhelmed in mass. And with getting overwhelmed in mass scale, it's very easy to deal with the Rogue, right? You go in on a backline, and I call it the melee paradox. I am a melee. I need to get into melee range to be able to do damage. But by the time I get into melee range, I have put myself in such a disadvantageous spot that I can no longer do damage. It's a melee paradox. And as you add in more people on each side of the combat, it only gets more punishing. So I always try to keep that in mind with like rogues, fighters, tanks as a whole. It can be very tough to play them in certain regards, especially things like rogue and fighter where you are much more built around the I go in and damage people instead of the I pull people to me, because tank has grapple. Really impactful. I think that rogue and fighter are just very punishing. Read message before I hit highway. Okay. The last thing I'll say on this, I have editing and other stuff to do for the video. It's that or cooking. I go pick up some ground beef and pasta sauce and just make spaghetti. You do whatever, love. You do whatever. We also have mashed potatoes left, and we have some of the chicken stuff left that you made previously. You do whatever you're feeling. If you wanna save time, you can grab whatever on the way home. I don't mind. We also have leftover shit. We got frozen pizzas in the freezer. We actually got good frozen pizzas in the freezer because those bitches were on sale. Low key, we could just do a frozen pizza tonight. I don't think that's a bad meal. I think that's a struggle meal come up. We be out here saving for a house and shit. We can't afford food. John G, what up, my boy? Strag. Hope you guys are having beautiful days. That's still silly to a week later. Yeah, absolutely. Week-old pizza is not bad. Nothing is bad until it starts to mold. And if there's no visible mold, then it's not moldy. I don't understand, like, what the, I guess the surrealism is there. But, like, if y'all got it like that, then y'all got it like that. But if something is not visibly moldy and it doesn't smell bad or look bad, then it's good to eat. If you get something like, I don't know, we'll say strawberries, and you got one really bad, really gross strawberry in the entire box, you just pick that one out, take the rest out of the box, wash them off, and then they're good. I'm gonna be real, like, I don't know who got it like that to be throwing away an entire case of strawberries and shit if one gets bad, but I ain't about it like that, boys. How much backspace you got? I got a lot. Printer wasn't there, the rest are fine. Yeah, bro, like, and if something's not actually moldy, like, people are like, Dusty, you can't keep pizza for more than 72 hours per FDA standards. And I'm like, per FDA motherfucking standards, I'm getting paid less than they are. So they can take their salaries and benefits and they can buy fresh pizza. If that bitch in my fridge for a week and it looks good, then it's in my fridge for a week and it's good. I'm gonna reheat it. If I see anything sus, I'm gonna probably not eat it. If you buy the alpha key, do you own the game at that point? When Ashes launches, it's no box cost, no DLC cost. It's a monthly sub. And then the alpha key gets you in all the way through the development process. So the alpha key is basically like your ticket in all the way through dev until the launch of the game. Then when the game launches, your first month of sub time is included with that pack, and then you get $15 in the in-game store, which is going to be transmogs only, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience, no DLC cost, anything like that. So it's just, in terms of additional monetization, completely optional skins, and that's not even in yet. There is no in-game store anywhere. So they don't even have the additional monetization yet. $100 is all you need to spend to play all the way through the launch of Ashes, no matter how long it takes. All you will ever have to spend on the development process of Ashes. And then from there, you also get your 90-day refund period. So it's really good. Cole, I got a good amount of backspace. Why? Are you looking to kill me, or do you have a lot of huntables? Because me personally, I will take all those huntables and then I'll go mob grind. But what I have to do before then is piss. I'll be right back, chat. Quick pee break. Good day, I've returned. Hope you're all having beautiful days. Chat, y'all wash your hands when you pee at home? Or not? Because I know some of y'all are fucking demons. I know some of y'all are demons. Also, I have a question for y'all. Any of my fellow stony balonies. Do you guys feel as though Bic lighters are dying way faster than previous? It's my conspiracy theory. I think they're like not loading them as much. Yes. Bro, I feel like those bitches be dying fast as hell now. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know if there was a change in like the net weight of a Bic lighter. I don't know if they've also, the shitty gas station ones die so fast. Is there tech to getting better Bic lighters? Cause like you can order a pallet off Amazon, but I don't know if I need an entire pallet of Bics. I feel like I might just get myself a couple of clippers with a refill and call that shit good. Crackheads swapping their Bics with the front row, bro. Oh god. Oh god. Just commit to a nice lighter. Yeah, I mean, it'd probably save more money than Bics in the long term. Just, like, you don't even gotta get a nice lighter. Like, you can just get a clipper, and then you can get some fluid, and, like, refill your clipper, and then even if your flint dies, like, the clipper's entirely modular. So that's, or modular. So it's kind of cool. You can switch out the parts of a clipper like you can a fucking car if it goes wrong. So I might just, like, I used to use clippers back in the day. But then I don't know. My flints all broke, and I was like, I guess instead of ordering new flints, I'll just go back to a Bic. But now I'm like, damn, maybe I go back to a clipper. I have like 30 clippers when you lose them as a bitch. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And like, while I'm a stoner, I'm not a keep a lighter in my pocket all the time stoner. And I'm definitely not a, you know those dudes that have like their lighters on their leash, like on a belt loop? Like they got the full like toker poker setup. I'm definitely not about that life. So I don't lose lighters too much, if I'm being real. Cause like my bong stays in one place, my lighter stays in one place. I got like a car lighter, I got a house lighter, and then I got a lighter that stays in my little, I got like a crossbody bag that I bring with me to put my shit in. So it stays in my bag. And so I got my 3 lighters in each place. And the largest problem is that, like, it's not that I lose the lighters, it's that the lighters legitimately just, like, don't last long enough. Alright, I'm gonna call this good for hunting for the day. I'm gonna be real, I'm losing my fucking marbles. I love working towards my gear set, but holy shit, I hate hunting. God fucking damn it. Cole, what up? Oh my god, wait, where are you? I just started to run away at the worst time. Good day, sir. Ooh, are we going for a walk? What have we here? Just 2 lads chilling, having fun. Can I have your gear? I'll take all your gear and give it to somebody. What the helly? Yeah, I'll take all that. Yeah, no, I'm cool with that. Hold on. There you go. I got you. I got you. We're truly up tremendous. Yeah, we got the Skinwalker carcass. Jesus. We got wolf carcasses, burrs. Thank you, Colt. I appreciate you. Wait. Unable to take trade, check inventory space. Oh, there's more. Yeah, try to run that first. And then I'll sort. Although I don't think it's gonna do much. Oh my god, and a Protector's Pride? What the fuck? Why you just got all this shit kicking around? My brother in Christ. What the Hellington? Would you hate hunting if it was for things your level? What do you mean? Like, if I was killing higher level mobs? No, that would be worse because it'd be less efficient. Like, personally, in terms of hunting, I think it's better that I can just go slaughter a bunch of shit. I can take 4. Oh my god, how many? What the fuck? Why? And from where? Walk with you to storage? Like how? What in the fucking tin? How much time have you spent? Look at Skinwalkies. Listen, either he's getting banned for duping or I'm getting banned for duping, one way or the other. What the Hellington? So we got almost 40 Skinwalkers. We got a Protector's Pride. Actually, we got over 40 Skinwalkers. A blue Skinwalker, Heroic Otter. Braidwood Timby. Firing for my gear sets before I stop playing. Wait, unironically, we might have to go down to Nuela for this. Because Nuela is going to be where the leatherworking stuff is. Should hold those Skinwalkers. Are they going to be nutso? Like, they going up like crazy? They're going to 4x. What are they used in? Cognizant, I'm assuming? Once Cog is available? Okay, that makes sense. Silly caster gear. Go to storage ASAP. Yeah, Colton's walking over with me. I mean, if anybody wants to try to come corrupt, feel free. Feel free. But you will have to deal with a literal, like, 380 power bard almost. Like, Colton is unironically one of the best geared players on the server, and he hasn't played in a long time. Colton's gear is fucking disgusting. So even if you're trying to hit me, you got to deal with his ass. So, like, I guess, but we also make it a beeline. I think we'll be pretty safe. Unless any of the New Aliens decide that we're cooked. But I think that, low-key, the last time I needed something in Nuela, I needed my Nuela cloak from a citizen, and fucking Robbie swooped down on his flyer and then just gave me the cloak. So I'm convinced the overlords are always watching to keep us safe. We got eyes in the sky. I've got like the fucking Secret Service ensemble type shit. It's crazy. Cook, but I'm coming for you. It's all downhill from here, boys. All downhill from here. I want Kitty Cat. Isn't Kitty Cat flyer? Isn't Kitty Cat faster than Flail? Flail's 170. Cat's 175, right? It's a tough scenario. It's a tough scenario. But yeah, in terms of hunting, like, I enjoy mass pulling, killing, and then getting the huntable spawn RNG type shit. The thing about hunting right now is that it is truly just that, like, you know, it's that monotonous loop, so to say. It's I find something that's efficient to kill with the mobs. I find the highest mob density area, and then I just hope for the RNG of that to take over and carry the, you know, carry the load, so to say. And I feel like that can be a loop that kind of wears, but that's also the nitty gritty of the gatherable loop. I don't think everything needs to be like TikTok slot machine levels of satisfying. It's just not my preferred time spend. You know what I mean? It's, tell me sirens today. It's like it's a core integral part of the gameplay experience. And it's not something where I'm like, damn, I want hunting to change. It's just like, damn, this bores me out of my fucking mind. Like, if I was not able to sit here and talk to chat while I was hunting, I would not hunt. That is the only reason why I tolerate it whatsoever. You want your summoner? What would you rather have, summoner or hair? Also, hi, Grant. Some of that stuff just isn't for you. Yeah. But I think the coolest thing about Ashes is the incentivization to get into gameplay loops and deviate from your comfort. I think is a very cool thing, especially the community motivation to do so. So, like, me personally, I'm not somebody who even, like, at this point felt too inspired, so to say, to make my level 29 armor. I was like, I'm good enough with what I got right now. I got a 3-piece, I'm chilling. But we have so many other people in the community that are also gathering, refining, crafting. Everybody helps everybody with their crafts. Everybody just, like, cumulatively contributes to everything. So for me, the motivating part of it is like, not only am I going to benefit from this, but in the event that I get all of my gathering done, then I can also help other people in the guild and build up the community with my time input that other people may not have. And I think that's the really, really, really cool aspect of Ashes, is just how community built up the game actually is. Everything roots back to, are you playing with a community that you enjoy being a part of? Are you playing with a community that matches your goals and, you know, provides you the mutual benefit that you're looking for? All the way down to one of my favorite parts of the game: no bind on pickup, no bind on equip. So, as soon as I make my pieces to replace all this, yo, Suds, thank you for the follow, welcome in. As soon as I make my pieces to replace these, and I make my endgame set, all of these are going to get handed down to somebody in the guild that might not have them, or they're going to get sold. So that way I can get myself some clams. And that's something that, in my opinion, is a really cool part of the gameplay loop to even have the capabilities of doing so. To like recycle that gear, hand it down to people who may need it, and again, just benefit the guild in its entirety. Every single piece of gear that's made brings up the floor of the guild a little bit more while also working on the ceiling. So it's like a really cool echo chamber. No BOE equals RMT Dream. RMTier's Dream is any game that doesn't enforce RMT, if I'm being completely honest. The thing about an RMTier's Dream is for an RMTier's Dream to be facilitated properly, that RMT needs to go completely neglected and not punished. And with Ashes, they're going to have full-time in-game GMs that will be monitoring. What are these? Oh, word. They will have full-time in-game GMs that are like monitoring everything, responding to things in real time, and that's going to be a huge step, in my opinion, of helping to mitigate RMT. I think personally, there is a cope within certain games that like, oh, there's no RMT here. No, there's just no RMT that your developer acknowledges. Fortunately, on our end, Intrepid is very much like, yeah, motherfuckers will try to RMT. I wish a motherfucker would. Like they have said many, many, many times, they will take steps to combat, log into alt. Okay, I go Jova. They will be taking steps to combat, investigate, and, you know, deal with RMTing as it pops up. But they also look at it as a very realistic standpoint of it's a cat and mouse game. Same thing with cheating, same thing with exploiting, right? You need to try to catch the mouse, and just when you think you have, then there's another mouse. And they will, at the very least, which I think is more than most developers will do, follow up on reports of RMTing, investigate them, and then deal with them. We have personally seen, like my own two eyes, an RMTer get Thanos snapped in real time. So I ran into a town one day, and there was somebody that was spamming RMT in /yell. They were like advertising a website where you could go over buy gold and shit like that. And so we all saw it, and everybody just started reporting it. We filed a bunch of reports for the person who was spamming for RMT. And then a GM showed up and fucking snapped him. Not talking about the big RMT companies, more like the guys quitting selling all their gear. It's gonna happen in pretty much any game, brother. If somebody's quitting, what's the difference between selling their gear and just selling an entire account? You know, like New World had such a problem with accounts being shared, accounts being sold, like without anything being enforced from it. I think, again, in any scenario where there's player-to-player trading, there's always going to be a non-zero amount of RMT. But I also think the element of, like, someone quitting and full selling their gear is definitely a non-zero. Like, it's going to happen. But I also don't necessarily think that's going to facilitate a lot, if I'm being real, in the economy. And with how high and long-term the ceiling of progression is, that gear will eventually invalidate itself anyways. The best gear right now is not going to be the best gear in 6 months. What people are rocking now is not going to be the highest roll available or the highest enchanted level in 6 months. So there are so many elements of kind of like growth to it. But no, I totally see that. It's going to be a non-zero amount of RMTing no matter how you cut the cookie. It just is. I think that exists in anything that has player-to-player anything. If you lock up all the gear, people will buy carries for the gear. If the RMT is for a title, people will buy carries for a title or to get the things that are needed to acquire the title. If it's a solo game, people will pay for people to play on their account and unlock them stuff, beat the game, get them this, get them that. People with not enough time and too much money will always find a way, to be completely upfront. They will. I think the biggest thing about it is like a majority of RMT that is deeply rooted in the economy, I think is facilitated by like the large RMT companies. And I think that the first step to limiting RMT companies' presences in your game environments is that active policing and just that element of like, wow, it's harder for me to sell gold over here than it is over on this other game. And the second it is like easier, more convenient, and more profitable for people to sell elsewhere, they will take their companies elsewhere, as that is a company, that's a business. So personally, I think that there on the right track to having limited RMT in a world where you're never going to have no RMT. I think that RMTers will, at the very least, in most circumstances, have to think twice. Of course, there are going to be the circumstances where it's just like, hey, I'm quitting and I'm definitely never coming back. Who wants to buy my account type shit, right? That's going to happen. But I also think if it's just those small outward cases there, they also have ways to monitor if accounts have been, like, purchased, by the way, or switched hand to hand. So, like, gear swaps, all that stuff, that's gonna happen. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that's gonna happen. It's gonna be hard to monitor. But, like, full account switches person to person, Intrepid can tell if accounts are, like, changed person to person. Intrepid has ways to detect that. Intrepid has ways to tell pretty much everything. So, I'm pretty confident that a lot of the actual, like, career and serial RMTing won't really be able to root that much. Dream's just summoner, that's all. Grant, very soon on your dream, brother. Very, very, very soon. How's Fellowship, bud? Fellowship's a fucking banger of a game. It's so fun for a bit. The thing that got me about Fellowship was just like, I played it for a few days for like fucking 10-hour streams, and I was like, could I see myself playing this for like years? And I'm like, man, that'd be rough. So, like, I love it as a little filler game, though, dude. It's so fucking cool. And then you have, on the other side of the coin with PvP stuff, Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. That's a full action combat extraction. That shit goes hard. I'm shocked that that game didn't get more traction. Scooby, what up, my friend? Do you know any good spots to solo farm Anvil's essences? Any of the... I don't want to say any of the pocket dungeons. Are you level 25? Anvil's Essences solo farm. Are you trying to do exclusively Anvil's Essences? Level 25 fighter? Exclusively Anvil's Essences. Maybe Legacy Vaults would be high enough to be in the drop table. Is it Legacy Vaults? Or is it Gallows? Fuck, now I'm confusing the pocket dungeons. Chat, which one's a higher level one? It's Legacy Vaults, right? Yeah, you could do crabs, but that's gonna be a little bit more of a variable on it. If you're looking for exclusively anvils, I feel like it's definitely a pocket dungeon. But with pocket dungeons, you're also gonna be looking at elites. What about the higher level mobs on the coast, like burbs? I do crabs. I'd personally also probably do something like a crab farm or a brig farm if you can manage it. Needs to not be high level to make it faster. Right. Yeah, if you're solo, I'd say probably do crabs. If I'm being real. Corin crabs, not in a lawless area. Soloable area. Not lower level mobs, but like safer mobs. Yeah, I'd personally say do that if I'm being real. Also, Sulos, what up, my friend? We tested a few interactions on PTR together in front of Steel Bloom. Oh god. What are you guys fucking devising with Summoner? I don't want to know what the fuck you guys are cooking up. But yeah, I would say solo crabs, bis. In the anvils proper. Not a ton outside of pocket dungeons. Because you'd probably be looking at like level 16 plus humanoids in the anvils. And I don't think there are many areas that are going to support like 20 plus. Jesus fucking Christ. My brother in Christ, thank you. Holy shit, this is mucho stuff. Lot more. The fuck? Are you just full banking on a fresh start? Because this seems like a fresh start all in. And I'm not... I'm still not convinced that we're getting freshes. I'm gonna be real. I'm 1000% not sold on it. I know that might be blasphemous, but... I'm not playing the server anymore, at least. So what if they don't do fresh starts? What will you do at that point? Like, what if there is no fresh? Is it just like I don't play at that point? IRL. No, that's fair. Just quit polar? Yeah, I mean, you could just play with a guild that you enjoy playing the game with. I know, crazy concept. But I mean, the opportunities are endless. They really are. Bro, I have to get rid of shit. I'm destroying you. Blessings on blessings. Let's throw some of this in. Fook. You can come out. We'll throw you in there. Does anybody want green wood chips? I think that's probably what I should actually get rid of. I've been told we need the chippies. If anybody needs wood chips, please come to Jova and get bombarded with mine and Colton's wood chips. Convinced I own the most Banyan on the server? Oh yeah, you're like the Mr. Monopoly of Banyan wood. Yeah, 1000%. You are, you're very well set up in that regard. Vendor it? Well, as soon as I start vendoring it, somebody's always like, Dusty, I need that. Like, I don't know, man. It's just, I have epic too. I'm gonna keep the blue in the epic. But I got uncommon. Lego oak good for blood runner craft. Ooh, that's fair. That's fair. I got hundreds of wood chips. You got the high rarity shits too, huh? They go fuck themselves. The wood chips? Alright, alright. I'll just get rid of these then. I'll just fucking vendor them. Bro, it's just every time I start vendoring stuff, somebody just goes, Dusty, no! But yeah, I suppose if you need woodies, then you can just farm them. Also, chat, UI thought, hold shift and like right click while vendoring to select multiple items and then sell them all at the same time via highlighting them. Yo, Vibes, what up? Is there a quest for leveling yet? Oh yeah. Questing is not equitable in terms of like your leveling prog to just flat out mob grinding. I'll be real with you there. You will get more XP per hour in a more consistent manner mob grinding, but questing can take you pretty consistently right now. I would say up until level 15-ish before it falls off. And there's actually like a pretty extensive early game questing experience where you can get some gear, you can get some resources for yourself. It'll take you through some of the early systems of the game. It's come a long way. I also think that they have first time user experience revamps coming in November, if I remember correctly, as part of the Harbinger patch. So please let me get a quick sell option. I just think a mass sell would be better than a quick sell. I like the confirmation, but tried the game during the crafting patch. So there's no questing, which is hard as a new person to know what to do. Yeah. No, I totally feel that. Well, right now it's still very heavily crafting incentivized. So if you do like that, and that was your big draw, we got you there. But there is at the very least questing now, and it is way more extensive than it used to be on the starter end of it. Like the first time user experience has come along. Sorry, there we go. Oh, wait, no, we should be good. I have the big bags now. We should be chilling. It's come a long way, especially in terms of the first time user experience into that mid game. And back in like phase 2, when they initially added the questing experience, it was, you know, it was rudimentary. There were still some things that were not the greatest about it, to say the very least. And it kind of fell off quick. Now, it's still not the wildest in terms of like, you know, taking you 1 to 25, which is the current level cap. It is slower than many other forms of progression, but it is absolutely 1000% progressed in a relatively meaningful way. So I think that's the best part about it, is knowing that it is coming along. They are working through like essentially the progression of the game through the questing experience. And you can literally, you can see it coming along from, why do I have so much shit in my inventory? You can see it coming along all the way from just that first time user experience essentially being implemented. And then you see it come online in the form of, you know, the second sword outpost quest being discovered as being very valid. Then you see it with another questing hub being put in there. Then you see it with a chain being discovered somewhere. Phase 2 was terrible for questing. Yeah, it was like the implementation of questing. Like it was not the best state of things, especially progression wise. I 1000% agree. It's come so far since then. So personally, I think that one thing that always helps a lot. Also, hi Cat. I think that one thing that helps a lot is, dude, this is so much fucking material. Unable to lock trade, check inventory space. Let me run over real quick to the vendor. One thing that helps a lot is that we have a lot of like, not necessarily hidden quests, but we have quests that aren't exactly, I don't know, the most spelled out. Some quests will, upon completion, give you an item in your inventory. RIP that comment sync. Some people will get, what the fuck? Am I tripping? Or did somebody just fly by? Did I just have like some... Was that the string tripping me out? I thought I just saw something fly by. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm actually tripping. One thing that's nice though, in terms of like progression standpoints and like uncovering more with quests, there are always the quest chains that are discovered by players where it's just like, oh shit, this gives a really, really, really good reward. This gives a lot of XP. Make sure you go out of your way and do this quest because you get this from it. See how that looks in bags? We're chilling for right now. Let me deposit what I can. Maybe I have some stack room somewhere. Hiya. All right, we had a little bit. But yeah, like the player discovery aspect of the world is really, really, really cool. Like Alashal. Yeah. And there is always... What the fuck? What the fucking tin? Inconsistencies in questing systems? I don't really think it's inconsistency. I think it's progression. I think it's much less inconsistency. I think Ashes tends to communicate very clearly that like world discovery is a very primary part of take out a little bit of stuff. Just a smidge. World discovery is a very like primary facilitator in people figuring out more. And that's player-made world discovery through finding like world events or finding quests that are facilitated by something in a, you know, in a weird area. And I don't necessarily think it's like inconsistency, so to say. I think it's just like a less linear form of people figuring out like which quests are good and shit. I feel like inconsistency gives a form of, I don't know, like a negative connotation to it. I think it's just much more like a player-made puzzle, so to say. Just return to the game doing quest outside Lionhold right now. They're so much better in all aspects. Oh yeah, make sure when you're done with Lionhold as well, you pop over to Second Sword Outpost. Second Sword also has, like, that's gonna be your second questing hub. Second Sword has like Road to Jova and a couple other quests that are all very, very, very worth doing, if I'm being honest. All right, I need to make room for all this shit. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna probably like take out Blue Ash maybe. Mayhaps. Jesus. We'll switch you in, stack up some Blue Ash. Oh fuck me. I could also just make a run over to a different town. And that would probably help a good bit. Issue is I really don't want to search for some random NPC on the side of a hill somewhere. Well, Cole, I appreciate you, brother. It's a me thing. Yeah, no, that's valid. That's valid. It's like my, my disdain for gathering. Yeah, it's one of those where, like, not the preferred means of acquisition of shit, but will do if have to. Yeah, 1000%, 1000%. I also tend to err towards mob grinding personally, for that reason specifically. Just the primary fact that you are looking at a very non-linearized progression with questing, even if there's some like some form of forward progression through questing, it tends to be very I don't know, run here, run there, tedious, I guess is the word that I would use. And I think just going somewhere and being able to grind out a shitload of mobs is a very, very, very fun consistency for me to have. Good luck on the server. I appreciate you. November update that big? Been out for months. Was curious. Yeah. So the November update is going to be what's called like a milestone update. So it's going to bring in sport fishing, which is a new gatherable, like a new gathering mode, but also will have impacts on the economy. It's bringing in the Harbinger system, which is a huge PvX gameplay loop, and one of the first loops to actually bring like replayability into the game, and what I call an accessory system that'll present people with just shit to do. So that's going to be huge. We get the Summoner. We get multiple world bosses. We're getting a pass to a lot of the playable areas that we have right now. We're getting another major bug fix patch before November 18th. And that's, like, there's more surely coming with a November 18th patch. But those are just a few of, like, the core things. The November update is unironically that large because it's also going to complete our primary class catalog, so to say. It brings in the Summoner, which is the final of the 8 primaries. So you'll have your base archetype, as they're called over here, but base class and secondary class. Your primary or your base is going to determine your abilities. I'm a tank. I have tank abilities. I will always have tank abilities. But what I'll be able to do is augment those tank abilities in the long term with elements of another class. So there will essentially be 4 different branches of augments for every one of these secondaries. And you can go down any of those like specializations from your secondary. So if you're a cleric as your secondary, like if I'm tank cleric, I'll have 4 different types of like cleric specializations that I can allocate to my abilities. So I could very well have my abilities do a little bit of self-healing or maybe some group healing, or maybe, you know, something else associated with a cleric. What I'm really looking forward to is tank fighter. So that way I can just go ooga booga aggro. I like that. I like that pressure in PvP. I like making people uncomfortable. I like making them angry. So my personal goal is a little bit different than someone who may be going like tank or tank cleric. Are you going tank fighter? Or are you talking like first off? Because the first secondaries that we're gonna get, those will be... What you doing, Bone Widower? What you over here for? Are you coming directly for the Willow? Sus. Sus. It's common. What you doing over here, Lobroski? I'm gonna destroy that. Then we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna grab that. What you doing over here? What rarity is that? Why you on my block? What are you doing, Mr. Bone? I'm curious. Why are there so many people on this fucking island? Am I missing something? Why does this whole ass island have people there? Still realize sent in guild is my mindset with mage? I actually didn't. What the fuck? Did that just come through my headphones? Was that an in-game noise? Or was that like outside? I'm so confused. I just heard something weird as shit. I think that's Skinwalker Island. Oh, that would make sense. That would make sense. More damage? Yeah. So like, tank fighter is where I really want to go. More damage, more pressure on the backline and stuff like that. Yo, reality! Thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate you.
Hi, Dusty NW refugee here.
Listen, all refugees are welcome. You know this is a safe place. It's a sanctuary city for you guys. I don't hold anything against you based on where you're coming from because I've been there. I've been to your streets. I know what you're going through. I went through the same goddamn thing 10 months ago. Now, fortunately, you're catching me at a non-emotional state because I saw this shit coming from 1.5 miles away, brother. I tried to tell the whole goddamn community it was gonna happen. This is a safe place. I'm here for you. I've already gone through my grieving process. New World died for me in 2024 when Christoph Hartmann did his interview with IGN. That was the moment where I lost all hope in it. So I've been through the pain, I've been through the struggle, I've been through the sadness, and now I'm ready to take you all in with open arms and open butt cheeks. It's bittersweet. I agree. It is, even in my position right now, very bittersweet. Because, like, New World for me was a very pivotal part of growing my community in the first place. Yo, Ron, that emote's dope as fuck. I like that heavily. Look like Burb with beard. In terms of, like, the bittersweet to it, I went full-time in New World. I got partnered in New World. I grew my community from 5 average viewers in New World. Some streams 3. I started to have people come into my chat in New World. It taught me so much about being the streamer that I am now. And it really helped me come a long way on the content side of things. And without New World, I would not be here right now. So it is like, it's 1000% one of those bittersweets where it's like, I'm sad to see New World go. I'm sad for all of the devs and all of the content creators that got caught in the turmoil and are currently going through probably one of the most stressful times of their recent lives. I completely feel for all that shit. That's the bitter. The sweet side is that I fortunately saw it coming and got the fuck out and dodged a bullet. And I went through the same grieving that they're going through. I went through the same uncertainties where I literally would see my viewership go down over here, my sub count go down, and I would literally cry to Carla. And I would, like, tell her that stream's falling apart, that, like, it's not gonna work out. Bro, I've been through that. everything, every emotion you're seeing from New World content creators, it's real. I went through that shit. The uncertainty, the fear, all of that. Dude, it's hard. It's really fucking hard, really fucking stressful. It's a side of streaming that people don't frequently talk about, is any little change, any little switch, anything can be the catalyst for your stream just pew. And once it starts, it can be really hard to stop. And I think that I've gone through a lot of what your New World content creators are going through right now, and I empathize with them very heavily, bro. I'm not an empathetic person, but I empathize with them very fucking heavily. Very heavily. So, I'm just, again, like, I'm glad that I'm on this side of things, but it also, like, it sucks, because I knew New World was going to come to an end. I'll be real. Everyone knew it was a testing ground for LOTR, or thought it was a testing ground for LOTR. What we didn't think is that it was a testing ground for Amazon's cloud services. So we just had the testing ground wrong the entire time. I don't think anyone expected New World to be the evergreen of dreams, but I think what people thought New World was going to be was like basically a pre-alpha for the next succession in their titles. And I think this coming at this time was a surprise, but I think over on this side of it, Amazon probably pushed out, AGS that is, probably pushed out the Nighthaven update early because they knew this was going to happen. And so they were willing to push something out with some bugs and try to correct it and stuff like that. And they wanted to push it early so people had time to play it. That's my theory, dog. I think they went down fucking swinging, if I'm being real. Instead of just packing it up, I'm pretty sure they were like, we are going to drop this. We are going out with a bang, and we're going to go out showing the players what we were working on. Because I'll be real, if this got announced before Nighthaven, everybody would have just been like, fucking AGS, fucking New World devs. But everybody saw that the New World devs actually were about that shit, and that they went out guns blazing, shooting from the fucking hip as long as they could. I got a lot of respect for the dev team for that. I've always had my, you know, my grievances, my odds and ends with the game, but like the New World dev team got massive respect for the way that they pushed out an update as quickly and as, you know, properly as they could. A massive content update, one that the community feels, even with what was probably a rush timetable, had the game on the right track, knowing very well that they were probably gonna get cooked, man. It's crazy. Could have been enjoying Ashes. Oh yeah, I mean, it's nice over here, I will say. It's that exact same uncertainty that people are feeling right now that I don't feel. Yo, Strag, wanna hit Forge? Yes, I would love to hit Forge. Yeah, you get the raid together, you invite me, I'm fucking down. I need to farm up some strands. I also need to put all of this shit away. 1000%, I am down. But yeah, genuinely, like, I think the thing with Ashes that I feel the most is comfort. And, like, not necessarily certainty, because you're never certain, but confidence would be the way that I would put it, that everything will continue to progress in a meaningful way. I think Ashes and New World are going to be at their core two very different feels in terms of games, both, you know, built on very social systems. I think Ashes has a lot more depth than New World systems ever presented, but I also think New World had the, you know, honestly, I'm gonna be real, the one-of-one MMO combat system that felt the most unique. I personally, I think that the New World combat system was genuinely one-of-one. Part of the reason why it is one-of-one is because nobody can replicate it because of the fucking engine the game was made in. It's a proprietary engine. Nobody other than AGS knows how that bitch works. As far as we know, they haven't licensed it to anybody because who would want to license it? Like, it's known for being bad. Oh, fuck. How full are all of my storages, dog? Uh-oh. This is less than ideal. Less than ideal. Fuck me, I got too much shit. And the sad part is it's all useful. Alright, on to Mira I go. Chat, I'm gonna have to take a whole fucking day soon and just go through my fucking storages. Give all your basalt. Yeah. I will, 10 gold for another storage pane. Yeah, but I don't want to spend 10 gold. The fuck do you mean? Why would I want to spend 10 gold? Bro, that's 10 gold that I don't have to spend. I feel like the rich did not get rich by spending all of their money. The rich got rich by saving all their money and then using that money to then make money. Thank you for coming on TED Talk. Just hit the duel on a lot of named. Oh, can you actually? Wait. So let's whisper Strag. X. Alright, we're up. Yeah, I don't want to spend that 10 gold. I'll go through and I'll assemble stuff though. I'll definitely hit some gambas on shit. They fired practically everyone. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, that studio is more or less dissolved. Positions that we have confirmed have stayed. Katie Kaczynski, the team lead, is still, quote from her, pushing buttons. So she's still manning the front lines. Manning the front lines. Then you have a person from the social team that has confirmed stayed. I think they were more Amazon sided than AGS sided though, if I remember correctly. But like, I don't think there have been too many people marking themselves safe. Personally. 10 gold to keep 100 gold worth of stuff? Right, but why would I spend 10 gold to keep 100 gold worth of stuff if I can spend no gold to keep 100 gold worth of stuff? And then I can use that 10 gold to make more money with that 100 gold worth of stuff. I feel as though that's the logic. Skeleton crew to keep the game up till the last day. I don't think it makes it the full time through 2026. If I'm being completely real. I don't think it lasts. This game also AGS? No, goodness, no. I would not be playing if this was like AGS, nor would this game exist. So Intrepid Studios is the developer of Ashes. If you've never heard of them before, that makes sense. They were specifically created with Ashes as their first title. Started with 12 employees on the title, now have over 250. And the team continues to expand, develop, grow. They're hiring right now. Yo, Anaker, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, they have come a very long way, but this is their first title. This is literally everything that they are trying to build up, and it's a very fucking ambitious first title. So, they have no, like, nothing to go off of. They have no prior titles to troubleshoot off of. They're fucking figuring it out on the go. They have a very talented team over there. They brought in a lot of heavy hitters from other large projects. Their team is genuinely very impressive. If you're someone who's like a fan of, game developers and stuff like that, especially on like the music side, the lighting side, they have some fucking behemoths on their team with an insane amount of credentials. So for a new studio that is technically an independent studio, they're kind of set up. And they keep growing. Waiting for Turkish language. The Turkish language crew, I'm not gonna lie, has been fucking feverish. They're like persistent. I respect that shit. I respect that. I think they're going to, obviously long term, have way more on the language side for support, especially as they branch off maybe into like a higher player base from other regions. They gave us a little look into player demographics previously, and it was, I believe, about 60% NA players, 30% EU, with a portion of the EU players playing on NA servers, and then 10% from other regions. So I would assume as that goes from like a very NA predominant server structure and like, player structure, and shifts into that more like global player base, I feel as though that'll become a little bit more of a priority. But you could always say, on the other side of it, that the lack of language support is also something that's hindering the global player base. Always two ways to look at it. Yo, Kier, what up, my boy? New World shutting down finally? New World shutting down supposedly in like a year. But New World receiving no more updates. New World is, by all means and measures, floating dead in the water right now. So, latest tally on players, a 24-hour peak since the announcement of 19K. Playing 12 minutes ago, 11K. Boys, it's fucking gone. It is gone. It's crazy to see, too. It's like 45 to 50K right before the announcement. Yeah, they were actually in stride. Like, unironically, they were in stride. But also, one thing I like to point out, even with the momentum that they had, your last 30-day gain is 138%. The October gain last year was 374%. Before that, it was 166%. Before that, it was October and November of 2022 when they had a percentage gain that was actually, like, lower than the last 30 days. So this is by all means and measures the lowest percentage gain that New World has ever had on a content update, which does suck because it is a very good update, but it didn't have enough time. I always said with New World, it wasn't going to be the update that got people back in. It was going to be the ripple after the update. It's the same thing with Ashes. It's not going to be the November 18th update that makes everybody play. It's going to be if people play Summoners and they enjoy it. If people hop into a corrupted area from the Harbinger system and they enjoy it, then people are going to be like, oh shit, Ashes actually has fun stuff to do now? Wow. Golly gosh and gadzooks, that's freaking crazy. And then that's going to start the ripple effect. It was the same thing with New World, and New World finally had the ripple effect where you had content creators that were coming over and maining. Jesus fucking Christ. You had content creators that were coming over and they were maining. You had people that were finally like taking chances and spreading good vibes about it. And it was, you know, seemingly the start of an uptick for it. And it just needed to, I think, take hold a little bit more. And you would have actually seen probably some form of retention. I still think New World would have struggled with retention based on what the gameplay loops actually presented. I do feel as though it was very similar to the old gameplay loops that a lot of people, quite frankly, burnt out on like crazy. But I do think that they were on a good step to retain players in a more meaningful way than prior launches and prior patches. I think they just, it was a title that needed too much time and didn't have it, man. It's like, you know, we can cure your disease in a month, but you're dead in 48 hours type shit. You know the cure is there, but you just didn't catch it in time. If Amazon Games had made the shifts and made the progress that they have made, like, mentality-wise and product-wise, at this point in time, 2 years ago, maybe looking at 150K on your Steam player base. Like, it could be a whole different story. It's legitimately just, I think in the very quickly evolving corporate world, a matter of too little too late from the bottom end, like the bottom line of everything. I think corporate deemed it was no longer a good venture and they can churn out slop and make more clams for less investment. What is it, like a Blumhouse movie? Is that the one that just pumps out a shitload of fucking movies and they all have like a $20 budget so they all make money? I feel like that's the same kind of vibe. Because from a business standpoint, you invest 100 million to make 80 million, or you invest, what the fuck is this? Why have I never noticed this area before? What the fuck? Why am I just finding this area? That's my home? Housing confirmed in. The fuck? I've actually never noticed that shit before. I'm not even gonna lie. I've never ever noticed that. It's my cuck 10. What are you and Strike doing over there? I don't know if I should have gone in there. I feel like I need to like sanitize now. If I'm being real. It's kind of rough. Kind of rough. But yeah, I think it's that corporate structure of like, we could spend 20K on a product and we could make 90K on the product. Or we could, in that same time, put out 1/12 of a very expensive product that's going to have less of a return on investment. And I'm gonna be real, the hardest issue for New World was always player retention in the first place. So instead of investing as much money, time, and effort as they did in lack of player retention with New World, why not just make slop games that lack player retention in the first place and then just get you buys? Now, for those that haven't seen, Amazon Games did tweet out an absolute banger of a preview of what's next. So fortunately, amidst all of this, this was 2 days ago. This tweet from them came out on the 27th. So fortunately, amidst all of this, we have been blessed with Courtroom Chaos starring Snoop Dogg.
Step right up. Judge Snoop presiding. Around here, we
Yo, Frosty, thank you for the follow.
Substance, and we always keep it 100.
This
Let's
is
get into the
what New
details
World
and
died
see where
for.
this road leads.
This is what New World died for. Like, I kid you not. Amazon Game Studios. Looks AI generated. It is AI generated. Yes, Amazon is going to be an AI slop game developer now. They are legitimately just focusing on AI-driven game dev to put out products quickly that are destined to fail to try to make some money off of it. Yes, Christoph Hartmann has sucked all of the soul out of Amazon games. The people at the top of Amazon have sucked all of the soul out of Amazon games. Christoph Hartmann was such a huge proponent and like such a huge advocate for AI coming into game dev from his time at 2K, where he was used to launching yearly titles, by the way. So you know, they had a very quick title cadence, and they essentially took one title, switched up a few things, and then dropped it the next year. That was always Hartmann's mentality. That was always where he leaned with shit. So we run into the problem. Can't really do that with MMOs. And with him advocating for a huge burst of AI in game dev, with him wanting to speed up the development process so they can, quote, fail faster and go on and on until they find the right thing. Tough road. Genuinely tough fucking road, man. I'm gonna be completely honest. And I think that, like, low-key, I haven't heard if Christoph Hartmann still has his job or not. I never prey on people's downfalls, but I think it would be full circle irony if he was a huge advocate for AI taking over game development and then got replaced by AI. Poisonally. Nova, what up, my friend? We're going over to Befallen Forge. It's dungeon grind time to try to get some fucking loots. We're looking for all of the... Why can't I grab this? We're looking for all of the crafting mats that can drop from there. So in Befallen Forge, it is a very large dungeon build out that can drop a material called glittering metal strands that exclusively drops from that area. So we're going in there to try to get some of those strands, and there are also pieces that drop that you can then deconstruct. Deconstruction in Ashes is pretty worthwhile. It gives you a percentage of the materials that were used in crafting that piece, or that would be. So there are some materials that you can isolate from things that drop in Forge that are otherwise very hard to get materials. So it's all about the, you know, the stocking up for the crafts type shit. But we're gonna get some fortunate mob smacking content in here very soon. And I'm almost out of storage space in the Riverlands, bro. I'm gonna be real. I'm down horrendous. I might need to go down to Lionhold and store some shit there real quick. Bro, I need to organize so badly. I am fucked. Ooh, a Grim. I have no storage capacity left anywhere. I think like I should find a new field to work in. Listen, man. Anytime that he does an interview, he flexes his time at 2K so fucking hard. He always just says, yeah, because of my time at 2K and the huge success that we had overtaking EA, I know this, this, and this. It's legitimately always, well, from my time at 2K, well, from my time at 2K. Bro, you know 2K is like the devil, right? Like, people are not really happy with like 2K, EA, that whole fucking sector of games. Played around the game a bit last night. Still not sure what class I want to play. What is appealing to you in a fight? If we are going into a team fight and you had the choice to either be like big damage dealer, supporty type class, or like frontliney ooga booga I hold space, which of those sounds most appealing? Because I feel as though those are like the three primary like first steps to look at. If you have a preference there, we narrow it down very quickly. And don't hit me with any of that like, no, I don't care, Dusty. Motherfucker, I know you care. I know you care about what you play to a certain extent. So you let me know. And I will guide you on the way. Because every class is very unique. I'm gonna be real. They all have strengths. They all have weaknesses. Some have more weaknesses in certain modes than others do. Some have more strengths in certain modes than others do. It's all that balance. And I think depending on what your goals are, both in terms of like accomplishing things in gameplay from PvP to PvE to the stylistic choices that you're looking for, I think all of that varies a good amount based on your decision. But also, this is a perfect time to know. I will say as well, most of the classes are not really going to activate. I'd say until about level 15. I'd say you're probably a good bit, like, a good bit away from activation when you first make your character. And you're at least a few hours of grinding investment into actually seeing anything come together. Can tell you in depth about just about any magic related class. Yeah, I mean, we have people that play literally everything. It's genuinely just a matter of, I always say people's stylistic choices. Because again, even in terms of like class balance and structure, things are going to change. 1000%. We will see so many things evolve and shift and change along the way. And the best classes may be the worst classes a couple months from now. Bruiser main in New World, but outside Wars, I played every class and every build. Got bored playing the same build for long periods of time. If you want something that is a bit more dynamic and evolving, I think Bard, personally, is going to be the thing that is going to feel the freshest for the longest time. Bard is like your Omni support, but it can also make so much happen from a positional standpoint. It approaches every fight differently. There are so many situations where a good Bard can save lives and a bad Bard will just watch people die. And personally, I think Bard is one of, if not the most impactful classes in PvP. Just on a very grand scale of it all. I think Bard is unbelievably good. And you can never, ever, ever go wrong with him. Bard's jack of all trades? Yes. You're also quite solid in like 1v1s and small scale. You have some damage potential and some kill potential. 1000%. Some good Bards may still choose to watch people die. Yeah, depending on who the person is. That's valid as shit. It can do DPS. Yeah, it can. Honestly, a really geared Bard is one of the best, if not the best, single target DPS in the game right now. It's really good. I think it's overtuned and probably going to get nerfed, but it can heal, it can shield, it can purge CCs for the entire group. It has mass CCs, it has single target CCs. It's got a lot, dude. It's got a fucking lot. Some would say too much. It's me. I'm some. All right, I'll be right back. Before I run over to Forge, I'm taking a long run. Boys, who wants to go to Forge? Message Strag. If you guys want to go over, if you guys want to hit some Forge, we are more than happy to have you guys join us. I need a farm spot where I can farm sand bastion drops. Solo or group? As a mage, if you're looking for... is that from crabs as well? Because crabs is pretty much everything. Or is that exclusively desert? Because, like, gear stuff I don't think is that available. Emblems, I'd say probably like Daytona. Cleric's best, not biased. Cleric's really good. Cleric is also very, 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 very strong and impactful. I 1000% agree. Emblems at least. I'd say maybe Daytona. I like Daytona a lot. It's not fully open right now, but there are a few packs of elite snakes that you can kill out here. Apothecary and Dreadmire. And those should have a pretty solid drop rate for them. And they should also be soloable if you have any good gear whatsoever. Literally any. I'll be back. Bottom right. Good day. Literally farming in communion for 1 hour and not one dropped. Wait, you didn't get a single... yeah, I mean... Emblems are going to be a little less consistent, if I'm being real. Emblems... I think emblems are a wild card. Oh shit, we got a cleric. Chat, if we got a bard, I'm going to be so fucking happy. Any bards in the chat? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Just random chance. Random chance. They can't fucking resist it if they're actually here. MO, do Trop still... or Carf and Cell? Yeah, Tropics is just so fucking good if you have the time to go with a non-specific loot table. Especially if you can manage the Lawless buff, and like not worry about getting ganked. It's like at places like the Brig, it's such a high quantity of everything dropping, and I mean literally everything. It's got the Lawless loot table, so you can get all of your emblem and essence drops out there. You can resell the ones you don't need. You can get Thornstride ones, which you could then probably sell like 2-to-1 Sand Bastion. There's a lot that you can get out there. I think any level 20 plus humanoid in the desert can drop Sand Bastion. Yeah, that's why I thought Apothecary and Dreadmire would be really good. Apothecary and Dreadmire is all humanoids because it's snakes. I think the snakes are humanoids. They shouldn't be beasts. I think they're humanoids. So yeah, those should be fine. Yeah, they're humanoids. The Vajash, or Najash, that one. Those are definitely humanoids. Those would probably be a really solid loot table. Also, probably good recipes out there too, if I had to guess. Because recipes are definitely something that we must not sleep on. Carf and Cell. Carf and Cell is also a valid strat. I think Carfin emblems are going to explode relatively soon. I think with Carfin emblem gone, so you missed the hype on the first wave of Carfin emblems, so it like went up, Akadira gear crafted, people crafted, and then it went down. Carfin emblems go for 3 gold. They were like 6 previously. They're down like 50%. People were buying them for like 6 to 8. So yeah, item level 29 gonna be at least 2x. Yeah, we'll see the same, if not greater demand than we did with Akadira, depending on how many people are crafting the actual Carfin stuff outside of Akadira. I think a lot of Fizz will probably just be like, I'm good with Akadira. I'm not worried about Blood Runner or anything like that. So the people that crafted Akadira are probably exempt from this, but I think there will be a push on it. And the reason I don't think it'll hit like 10, 12, and why I think it'll probably stay like 8-ish at most, is because you have that Akadira chunk that's already missing. So it's kind of like down right now. As iLevel 29 is coming online, it'll start to trickle up, trickle up, trickle up. 3 gold, 4 gold. And then you'll see it come online. Pew! 6 gold, 7 gold, 1 day. And then it'll kind of like trickle up again. And then it'll drop out as people stop crafting their shit. And then you'll see it normalize. That's normally how it goes with most of the materials over here. Every single crafting cycle. So the best thing is either like know what's going to hit before it hits, or buy any carryovers like directly after the fact. I wouldn't say directly, but wait for that next big hit on the materials themselves as well. Emblems obviously gonna be more of like an iLevel 29 thing. If I'm being real, like Akadira in most instances wouldn't have existed. It was just bugged and happened to be able to exist in this phase. So people got that early. But an organic Carfin push. We're gonna see a lot. We're gonna see a lot of fucking demand on the Carfin MBs. We're going to see so much push all at once for them. So many people on server, especially based on server progression. Like, I think Glorybound Bow is fucking awesome. But if you do have... Oh god, my inventory is almost full now. What's up with the slag earrings? Is it because of the max mana as well? Or is that just like the Omega max HP build? Because like I'd be up another 500 HP almost with these bad boys. The problem is I'd be down to like 0 fucking power. Peep this. Peep this. I am the one who chonks. I'm 7,500 HP, 260 power. Which low-key, not the worst. I could throw on a high rarity glory-bound weapon. Oh, whoops. I could throw on a high rarity glory-bound weapon and then I'd be up. I'd be very up. Do you need another account? Me? The fuck would I need another account for? Bro, I don't do shit. I just smack stuff. I don't think anybody's at fucking Darrigal Estates. 3 active players. Or want? I don't really need or want an account. Like, for storage? Oh, no. There are so many storages. Are you saying, like, lending yours in terms of, like, holding my stuff for me? Oh, I appreciate you. But no, I have more than enough room. I just gotta go through and organize it. There's a lot of stuff that'll refine down. If you need a whole nother account, that's nuts. Yeah, let me get my storage account. No, I mean, because, like, I could create alts on this account as well, and then just switch stuff over there. I appreciate you, though. Generous offer. But yeah, I have 6 characters that are storage. Yeah, and I still have so many storage in the world, too. I just gotta go through and condense shit. I probably have a lot of carryover in terms of materials place to place that could be condensed down. I got a lot of shit that could be refined, so... What up, guys? Hello. Glint Cartel is crazy. Wait, are they going in? What day doing? Are they? I think they're running away from it. I don't think they wanted the smoking tin. Is there more structure in the game now, or is it just mob grind and sandbox? It's always gonna be, like, built in a very sandboxy nature, but there is a little bit more, like, on-rails structure than there was back in, say, Phase 2, in terms of, like, questing prog and stuff like that. But I would always say to expect some sort of sandboxy nature, even with things like the questing system. It has come a long way since Phase 2. I always tell people it's valid now up until about level 15, then it just, like, pew, falls off. But even with the questing system, you have chains that are discoverable through interacting with a certain thing in the world, or getting a drop and then interacting with that drop in your quest inventory, and then you'll read that, and then that'll give you a hint for another quest, and then that'll start a chain and stuff like that. So didn't have the stomach to want mobs for levels. Fair. Yeah, so while it's still sandboxy, depending on when the last time you checked in was, there is now adventuring XP or like character XP from gathering, refining, and crafting in a much more meaningful way. So you can level 1 to 25 just, you know, smacking trees and questing at your own pace, and essentially forego most of the group-based mob grind. So it is much more solo accessible now. Ghosty, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It's much more accessible now as like a solo and a casual than it was previously for the progression. Then when you get into the late game, it becomes a little bit more of a grind as a solo. Crafting takes a lot of material input and a lot of money. So leaning into your community to have that, like, you know, that crafter already established type shit is a very important thing. We have an entire crafting lead. We have our fucking crafting department in the guild. We have a bunch of gatherers that always like feed our crafters as much as, well, feed the crafting in the guild as much as we can. And try to help stuff either from people like crafting their own shit or helping people just get whatever. So it's a really cool community aspect of it. But yeah, you can 1000% level through, you know, questing, through gathering, refining, crafting. And just because the questing like currently falls off at level 15-ish doesn't mean you have to stop exploring the questing at level 15. It'll probably just be a point where you're like, damn, been doing stuff for a whole lot of time without a lot of fucking XP. It's a big world. And as you get out of like the immediate questing hubs, you will absolutely feel the girth. I have run in this time. I had to go to New Ayla, then I had to go up to my storages in each town. I did a loop, and then I just ran from Miraleth all the way across back to Befallen Forge. And I've been running for over an hour. And I'm on a very fast mount. Like, I'm hauling ass. It's a big map, and questing can be really punishing because of that size. But it's definitely come a long way. Got boneless chicken thighs for 97 cents a pound again because I asked if I got the right ones, and I didn't, but they gave them to me anyways. Wait, massive. What were you supposed to get for 97 cents a pound again? Wasn't it the whole chickens? Because boneless chicken thighs for 97 cents a pound are fucking insano style. That is a wild deal, and I think you scammed them. Any news on bag volume increases on the update? No. Bone in? Oh, wait. Bone in chicken thighs? Bike in. There better not be a bike in my fucking chicken. I would be pissed. But in terms of, like, bag volume, part of it is that, like, these are apprentice bags. So we still have journeyman above apprentice. And then we have master and grandmaster in the long term that we have to worry about getting. Those are going to be very presumably girthy as fuck. I would expect like a scroll wheel type girthy. Just because of how large they already are. Good day. Hello. Because I am commanded by the sandaled one to do so. I should smite them right now. Bike in chicken might be pretty tender. What would you do for a brine for that? What would your approach be? Bespoke chicken is fucking crazy. Instead of putting kebabs through it, it's just fucking tire spokes. Do you ever play WoW? I played a lot of WoW. 1000%. 1000%. WoW was my, like, growing up game. When I was very young, I played Diablo 2, transitioned from that into WoW when WoW launched, played very vanilla WoW. All the way through, like, Kata was when I fell off. And then from there went back for Classic, as most fools did. Enjoyed Classic for a little bit, and then naturally over time, found myself in the same state that I did with the first run of WoW. Where I was like, alright, well, that's enough WoW. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So I played a lot of WoW. A lot of my original MMO experience was WoW. Started tanking in WoW, started raid leading in WoW. Learned a lot there. Transitioned from WoW to Dota, from Dota to Fortnite, from Fortnite to New World, and New World to Ashes. So now we're here. And hopefully not having to go anywhere else for a good amount of time. In an ideal scenario, we have some staying power here. But now I'm over here, and I take a lot of the inspiration from, like, not only those main games, but a lot of the stops I made along the way to check out, just very simply put, other shit for a little bit. Bellow's easy as fuck. Like, Bellow hits for actual 0 damage. And I'm pretty sure he drops multiple gold worth of glint. So I'm cool with a few gold worth of glint for just face tanking a mob. Reed, what up, my friend? Blood Runner good for tank? I like Blood Runner. Yeah, personally, I think you have a couple of options as just like your immediate sets. So Blood Runner and Tauren Scout are like the 2 5 pieces that I would try to get early. You could go Tide Piercer if you really wanted to, if you saved up all the shit, if you got the recipes for it. Tide Piercer, another sleeper if you do want a force set bonus. The thing about Blood Runner that's nice, if you're like a tank or if you're a class that really does value the max HP scaling, you do get Fortitude as your bonus from Blood Runner if you use Tauren Scout. Tauren Scout is also a 5-piece medium, but that is going to be a finesse set bonus, so that's going to be the dex instead of the con benefit for you. So fortitude is nice. It gives you the mentality as well as the constitution. Both of these being defensive and utilities, you get, you know, the double benefit from that. So it's pretty nice to have the fort, in my opinion, but I'm also a tank, so I put a little bit less value into that, like, into the force to get the more strength for the offensive scaling, and into that finesse to get, like, the attack speed scaling. So it's all just personal preference, but Tauren Scout's gonna be your best finesse set, and then Blood Runner is going to be your best fortitude set, and then Tide Piercer would be the force alternative. On the set bonus side of things, Blood Runner gives you Siphon, which is like a once every 1 minute or 30-second life leech proc, depending on what set bonus you're using. Tauren Scout gives you Bulwark, which is a proc when you take damage for 10% increased damage mitigation, fizz and magic for 15 seconds. So that's really nice, 1-5. That's huge if you have the 5-piece, because then a 30-second cooldown. And then Tide Piercer is Might, which is more power scaling for the buff. Might be a lot of info. Let me know if you have questions. Yo, Dika, what up, my friend? Is the game still 100 plus bucks? It is $100 right now, yes. But it does come with a 90-day refund period where you can play any amount of hours that you'd like to. And anytime within that 90 days and up to that 90th day, you can refund for every single penny that you've spent on the game. No questions asked. And again, no hours limit on that refund period. Really, really safe refund period, in my opinion. Definitely the $100 barrier of entry for a lot of people is an eyebrow raiser for an alpha, especially in the current state of alphas and all that shit. 1000%. But the refund period does typically, for a lot of players, make it quite worth it. And if that doesn't make it worth it, look at how cheeked up Bellow Smasher is. Hold on, peep this shit. Brother got the fucking Dumperoo of Doom. Come back here, buddy. I gotta show chat your butt cheeks. Come on. Come on. Bro, ready? Oh, shit. Brother's trying to cook me. He's self-conscious. Bro, I don't know who's designing the mobs, but, like, man's is cheeked the fuck up. You can actually see, like, voluptuity between those things. That's not just, like, thighs. That is straight up thigh and ass cheek. So, if that helps balance out the $100 cost a little bit, we got you. But it will also get you access to $100 pack all the way through the remainder of development. And then you will have... I got so much food for $23. Absolute steal. Chick-fil-A would not have given us that. You have access until the game launches. No matter how long development goes, you'll never have to pay another thing to play the remainder of development, which personally I think is quite cool when you consider how predatory most payment structures are. Worst thing about Ashes is that right now it lacks a lot of the accessory systems, and for some people, like the replayable content that they look for in traditional MMOs. We will have way more accessory systems coming in starting on November 18th, honestly, with the Harbinger system and the sport fishing. I think that's going to give people a lot to actually look forward to and engage with on a gameplay loop basis, and really start to fill out that, you know, I have my gear, I'm max level, what do I do? Because that's a big point of contention for people. But there's a dev stream on Friday of this week where they will give us some in-depth insight to not only the summoner that's dropping on the 18th, but also, Nova, hello. But also some more things along the way related to that November 18th update, and hopefully a glimpse into the future with it too. So, really excited for that. Also, Hoofsy, Tupac, what are you guys getting up to today? Hoofsy, I did adult stuff today. I got told I'm too poor to get a house loan. I might have to sign up for the military for that shit, dog. I don't know, I'm cooked. You wanna know the worst part? They were like, we gotta see like your, you know, your Twitch income, since that's your primary income for 2023 and 2024 as well. And I was like, what if I made less money those last 2 years? And apparently that was not what they wanted to hear. Were you already in the military? Me? No, my entire family was. But my entire family also said, Dusty, you're doing something different with your life. So now I play video games and beg people for money. The fucking American dream, baby. Yeah, we did it. Changed my tires today. Do you run studs in the winter? Just not know what you're doing. Yo, Jumpy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I'm in a 4K a month house. Then I'll pay 3K a month. If it was a mortgage, would prefer the mortgage. Yeah, 1000%. I think the thing with like renting is it's very convenient, right? If something goes wrong, I just let my landlord know, and then I just kick my feet up and know they're gonna fix it. If I own a house, like, I gotta Google shit. I gotta figure out how to do stuff like, yo, Cub, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. You know, I got some work to do at that point. Totally understand. But it's also like, I would be at a point where I'm not just giving my money each month to somebody that is, you know, keeping it and then paying off the equity. I would be putting my money into something that would then be like, you know, going into my long-term assets. I would eventually, unless I die or people stop Twitch priming, eventually, hopefully own that house. So that's the cool benefit to it. The bad side to it, apparently you got to make a shitload of money to get a home loan as a solo. They were... Ayo. Where'd our cleric go? Bruh? What the fuckington? Somebody was down horrendous. Yo, Fag, what up, dude? Does this game have PvP? This game is very based around PvP, yes. There is an entire open world system. There is an entire world building system, guild wars, town wars. Long term, you'll have 85 player ownable towns for my New World people just coming over, because I know that's going to be a lot of you guys. The New World map fits within the Riverlands. The Riverlands itself has 5 towns. We then have the desert, the Jundark, the tropics, and the anvils. We're going to have 18 of these different areas called biomes, roughly 18 on the full map. We're going to have about 85 player ownable towns on one server. This shit's large. So, towns can declare war against each other. Guilds can declare war against each other. Towns and guilds can siege each other in the long term. There are huge risk and reward elements to the siege. Where am I going off of this? I was yapping, believe it or not. Are we like snaking down here? Wait. Strag. Oh, I see you guys. I see you guys. Bro, tremendous. Can we try the game right now, or is it just an alpha? Yes to both. It is an alpha. Like, the state of everything that you are seeing is alpha and is development. So, essentially, you have the option to buy into the alpha testing. Bear with me on this, because there's an element of like, sacre bleu, and then there's an element of like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So, to get in for the remainder of development, it is 100 USD. The remainder of development is likely going to be 3-ish years minimum, if I had to guess. There's no, like, intended release date or anything. That is all just my guess based on how the current content cadence is going and how much is left. So, I personally think bare minimum, if everything goes ideal, 2.5-ish. But there is going to be a lot of content to be had out of that 3 years. $100 is all you'll have to pay for the remainder of development. When the game launches, there will not be another, like, large box costs. There will not be DLC costs. And the only additional monetization, like, outside of your monthly sub that only starts when the game launches, will be an in-game store that is skins only. No pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience, no anything other than paying to look kind of cool. So, I like that cut through. So essentially, right now, 100 USD gets you in until the game launches, no matter how long that is. Once the game launches, you get your first month of sub time included with your 100 USD pack. That saves you 15 bucks. And then you also get $15 in that in-game store. The thing to balance out the, oh my god, Dusty, it's 100 bucks for an alpha? What the fuck? 90-day refund period with no hours limit. So, if it's something where you guys have heard about Ashes, you've heard about the social systems, it kind of looks like it could be fun. Motherfucker. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. I played myself. Never mind. I actually might have just found the tech. I actually might have just found a fucking shortcut. I just cannoned myself up here. That shit's huge. Yo, Dexter, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. So if you're already in a spot where Ashes is kind of like, oh, these systems seem cool, the game looks cool, combat seems fun, you want to check out PvP. PvP is kind of like a, you know, if it happens type shit. There's not arenas right now. There will be arenas in the long term. Oh god, did I aggro? There will be arenas in the long term. They're just not implemented at this point. From there, you'll have more of that on-rails accessible PvP. But just being completely upfront, you're going to be paying very little on a monthly basis to access the game right now. And essentially over the course of the remainder of development, the way that I break it down is you're paying an extremely discounted sub for an extremely discounted version of the game. If you just take that $100 a month, divide it by how many months you'll be playing the game. 90-day refund period covers you for the November 18th update. And beyond that, for a substantial amount of time. November 18th brings in the Summoner, brings in Sport Fishing, brings in the Harbinger system.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I'm good enough to know it's a good ass deal though. I'm smart enough to know. It's huge. So November 18th, big update coming in. Will be a huge point of hop-in for players. Also doesn't hurt because I don't think there will be a wipe or fresh start servers is the route that I'm in. They've confirmed no wipe. Fresh start servers are more of a speculative thing from some people in the community. Personally, we should wait for Pupper, by the way. Kill Pupper first. Pull over here. Yeah. We'll do taunt. I don't run taunt. The fuck you mean? Who the fuck runs taunt? No resets this November. That is what my money is on. Yeah. My money is on 0 resets this November. They've already said no full wipe. The only thing that the community is like, well, maybe, is like, what if there is a fresh start? But personally, I think because Intrepid has iterated multiple times that their goals are to get long-term economic data, long-term, sustainable data from the server, and the fact that this server has essentially baby levels of progress to it. The Riverlands is somewhat developed. The desert has no leveled towns in it. The Jundark has none, the Tropics has none, and the Anvils has 1. So we have so much progression left to take place on the entirety of this server. I personally think it would be a bit silly to wipe right now and not let the player-driven econ stabilize, sort itself out. I think that's my personal hope, but I'm hoping we learn a little bit more about what to expect with that with the dev stream on Friday. The dev stream on Friday is going to be hopefully massively informational. So that'll have like the Summoner preview, look into the November 18th update. I'm hoping and fucking praying that they give us a little bit of glimpse into like what the fresh start situation is. My personal thought is that if there is population that kind of like, demands it, say there's so many people that come in all at once that the servers are just completely locked up, NA and EU servers are cooked, and they're like, man, we can't possibly handle this mandingo of a player base influx, then maybe freshies come in at that point, but I also think they would want to stress test the servers and just force as much into them as they can. They had 8,100 plus concurrent players come in for phase 2.5, the last phase, with worse server infrastructure and 1 starting area instead of 2, and a smaller map that was less developed. So personally, I think the potential is there to hold a shitload of players on 1 server, and I think that they will probably try to force into that. That's a great deal if you're willing to play when the game is in alpha. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. If you guys are like in a state where you absolutely want to hop in, bug test, play test, and help with that process, and you're willing to accept that things will be a little bit bugged, and you're willing to provide feedback on those things, then I think it's great. If you know that there is more to come with Ashes, and like the thing that I always say with Ashes is don't get too attached to the things you really like. Don't get too upset about the things you don't like, because literally everything's gonna change. Shit's an alpha for a reason. And if you come in with that mentality and you're just like, I want to help improve Ashes in the long term so we don't have to worry about the things that, New World ran into, really good thing to be a part of, especially if you're in a community. Yo, yay, copy paste that bitch. Sorry. Sometimes when chat thooms, things get lost. I am a resident fucking yapper, bro. You take your favorite yapper, you extrapolate that shit times 10. I ain't gotta walk a lot. Crazy walking sim it looks like when flying mounts coming or auto transport. For most players, never, Jumpy. So not having fast travel is a very core element of Ashes of Creation. It's a massive open world where your time investment is your most valuable resource. So if you want to run somewhere to farm something, you've got to plan that out to make sure that you're not running somewhere to farm something just to run somewhere else to farm something else in the long term, and actually plan out your route and your progression according to those things. They're also very communicative that fast travel is a very large Zerg enabler. And what they want to prevent is Zergs being omnipresent on the map in every place at all times. So that travel distance and travel time, there's safety in that. So essentially, you will only see the map get larger you will only see more travel time and shit come in over the course of it. So it gets longer and longer in terms of the walking sim aspect of it. But the thing with the open world that is a very nice element of it is you will also, as you level your gathering, as you understand the gathering, refining, crafting system, which is an integral part of the core gameplay loop, you'll see things while you're out and about in your walking sim in the open world where you're just like, oh, I gotta stop and grab this real quick. This tree is actually worth money. This gatherable's worth money. Like, I will grab this. I'll throw it in my storage along the way. That could make your journey a little bit longer, but that's also a core part of Ashes. It's very non-linearized, and it's very, 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 very built around time investment and time management. Okay, Cub. Considering New World's dying, I'm a little confused on where to go. Don't know if I should just wait for Arc Raiders, but then I want an MMO. See, a lot of people are just way ahead from starting character. Is there a lot of people to play with while leveling up? Are healers needed? Should I play something else to increase my chances of getting a group to grind with? Fairly casual and fairly new to Ashes creation. All right, dope. With New World dying, RIP New World. I also left New World directly to come over to Ashes. Like, I was daily New World content creator. I played New World for 3 years and 7,000 plus hours. 3+ years, honestly, like 3.5. I did every bit of content that there was to do in New World 1,000 times over. I came over here because I stopped having faith in New World back in December. So, I think the transition systems-wise from here to New World is actually a very intriguing transition. I think New World is essentially like, if you took a mobile version of Ashes of Creation and like linearized and streamlined all of the systems to not be like, you know, player to player ingrained, and be more of that just like solo encapsulated experience, like an MMO light is what I called New World all the time. Ashes takes all of the systems that were supposed to be present and like social builders in New World and just goes so much further. So systems wise, it's a really intriguing game. As you can tell, none of that weighty action combat feel. It does have like technically a hybrid combat system to it where you have some action combat elements. You'll notice sometimes I actively block. You'll notice a lot of the time I do my dodge roll into a jump at the end. That's going to cost 50 stam, give me half a second of 100% evasion rating. Then you also have a sprint. Sprint makes you move 30% faster, drains your stamina. Pretty basic like stamina management stuff, but you know, straightforward hybrid combat system, which I think is a really nice transition. In terms of people being ahead from starting characters in Ashes, Ashes is an incredibly long-term grind. So think of Ashes progression not like New Worlds, where everybody is eventually meant to have the same gear. But even the people who have, you know, legendary item level 29, which is like the best gear that you can get right now, there will be different roles to that gear, different quality thresholds on that gear that will impact, you know, how good that piece of gear actually is. The higher the quality, the better it is. Then you have enchanting, which is going to be very expensive and an actual risk to enchanting the gear. Because once you... Oh, shit. Okay, so once you actually get to +8 on enchanting something, you have a chance to lose all of your levels of enchanting and basically rip all the progress, or you can actually end up destroying the item itself. So it's a huge lotto for enchanting. You can also, you know, lose 1 level of enchanting at a time, but it's a +0 up to +20 scale essentially. So once you get +8, you're in like the danger zone where you could RIP the entire thing. So that is a huge element of endgame scaling between like getting the best rolls of the best items, because you can have BIS, but if your BIS item is just like, you know, a green version of your BIS slot, then you're definitely going to want to upgrade that at some point to like your high rarity BIS. So there are a lot of levels of progression. Most people are not even going to be on that level of like multiple legendary pieces in their gear. You'll see the top end holds a lot of wealth. It's like a very bubble economy at the top right now because, you know, top end players do the most stuff to generate the most money. What you're saying is if you get behind or far behind, you're just cooked? Not quite. Not quite. It's all about like essentially what you're looking for, A, but also the community that you're a part of. While that top end is an ever expanding ceiling, the progression to get to legendary gear in the first place is more impactful and quicker than it is to go legendary not enchanted to legendary +20 enchanted. So essentially, you should turn up your settings to show off Forge for the new peeps. My frames. Fine. I'll turn my fucking settings up a little bit. I hope you're happy. Fine. Yo, so in terms of the catch-up mechanics and the separation, the path from like normal gear to legendary gear is going to be much more impactful and much quicker than the path from like I have good legendary piece and I have the best legendary piece. You'll get more out of the initial progression and you'll be able to do that a lot more like accessibly. The post I have really good gear progression is a huge taper and fall off that will increase your power, but it's also going to be a huge investment for much less reward. In terms of catch-up mechanics, you have some things to essentially, you know, catch you up to where those caps are at. Please don't aggro to the bird. It aggro to the bird. So essentially, once people hit, like, not only the soft ceiling of everything, right? But once they hit that eventual hard ceiling of plus 20. By the way, nobody's even close to having one thing plus 20. That is so far out. Ashes is a very long-term grind. But there are also a lot of catch-up mechanics for progression that come online later on in server development that are not originally there. So no gear in Ashes of Creation is bind on pickup or bind on equip, except the very first pieces that you get. For some reason, oh my god, you corner peeked me, you scared the shit out of me. What's a bit of an emergency? Wow, what's up with your mouse? There's chicken juice inside your mouse? Why is there chicken juice inside of your... That's a new brine. Let me see it. How much chicken juice is there? It's still leaking chicken juice. Yes, but it is, I believe, under here, like on your skates. I don't think we can just pry that off. It's a G Pro wireless super light. I want to say it's underneath the skates to actually open it. So you'd have to take the skates off and then have replacement skates. I don't think we can just like pop the top part.
If there was chicken juice inside of it.
No, I think it's raw. If there's chicken juice inside of it.
Oh, but like cooked chicken juice.
Like, does the chicken juice cook the mouse?
No, like yes, but like the chicken juice was cooked chicken juice.
So you cooked chicken?
No, I bought cooked chicken.
You bought cooked chicken?
Yes.
And the cooked chicken leaked into your mouse?
Yes.
Smells good. Probably fine. I say just let it maybe like air out. Put it in rice. Maybe. Yeah, that's what the rice is for. Draws out the chicken juice. Yeah, unironically put it in rice. It draws out the moisture. Be fine, just use some wipes on it. Yeah, I would also Lysol wipe the shit. Do not put it in rice. Okay, don't put it in rice, Ninset. Why no? Oh, because of sensors and shit? Yeah, probably don't put it in rice. Is it bike in chicken juice? Mouse in chicken juice. Like computer mouse. I don't know what the fuck we're marinating. But, okay. It's interesting.
What do you want me to do? I don't want this.
I would say just air it out. I'll be real. I think it'll be fine. I think you just air it out. I think that's the goal. Okay. Okay. Back to the questions.
What am I gonna use to edit with?
I don't know. Take another mouse. I literally have a fucking...
Give me another mouse.
I have 7 mice in this fucking stream room.
Give me another mouse. It doesn't matter.
This is a Final Mouse Ultralight 2 Cape Town. You must respect it properly. Give her a mini? I'm giving her a mini. I'm giving her one of the lightest production mice to ever be put out. Unironically. It is a... This is the Cape Town. Ah! This is the Cape Town. And this is my G Pro wireless super light. We're not going to show the chicken. Alright, there's Cape Town. Have fun. Don't break my Cape Town, please. Because that one has holes in it. It's a lot more susceptible to chicken juice. Alright, so anyways. Yo, Vandy, what up, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Okay. Catch-up mechanics. Chicken juice. Jesus Christ. Catch-up mechanics.
Sometimes I'm just amazed.
As servers level, there is nothing buying on pickup. Hi, Red. There's nothing buying on pickup, nothing buying on equip in terms of the actual, like, gearing. So basically, as the top end of players make their best stuff, right? I have an epic item level 26 greatsword. Eventually, that would become item level 29 and presumably higher rarity than epic because legendary is the highest rarity. Once I make something better that replaces this then enters the economy as a completed piece of gear. Oh, what the fuck? Huh. I mean, that ain't too shabby. And I won it by greeting it. Cool. That replaces my green. Rarity scaling. I had a green before. Now I got a blue. I'm happy as shit. Okay, cool. So, not only will there be gear entering the economy as like a catch-up mechanic facilitator, right? But you also have to remember that people are, because of the crafting recipes, like, it's not necessarily like New World where it's just like, you go up a tier of crafting and then you only use that tier of materials. If you go up a tier of crafting and you're making like, you know, a mid level 20 weapon versus a best level 20 weapon, a lot of the material carryover is still going to be there. You may see the same materials being refined another time. You may see the quantity of those materials go up. But a lot of the time, you see carryovers in materials between, like, bows from the Riverlands, for example. So, people will use essentially like a good enough piece that they crafted, and then they'll craft a better piece, and then they'll sell the old pieces for cheaper than what would, you know, normally be the cost to craft or acquire those pieces. So that can allow people who are newer to catch up to a good enough point of progression where it's not just like, oh my god, there is this insurmountable gear gap. Instead of being 8 tiers behind, you can essentially farm up materials, sell those materials to like econ a little bit, and then from there you can buy things that's like, you know, that are your intro pieces. You'll find those intro pieces exorbitantly cheaper than the initial crafting of them was, way more readily available most of the time, and that's one of the catch-up mechanics. Then, in terms of like, you know, your open world progression, there are points of interest that don't open up for functionality and have mob spawns and shit until towns actually reach certain levels. So if you're looking for Oakenbane Keep, which is a really nice place to level for like Diddy range in Miraleth, so you can do like your 12 to 17 there essentially, that is not going to open up until Miraleth actually has a couple of levels to it. And then it opens up in sections as Miraleth actually continues to level. So it's a cool element of, you know, you're leveling later, you have more options to level, better places to level, more gear available while you're leveling. The econ is already populated a bit. There's gold that exists, so you can actually make some money to get started by very simply gathering like the earliest tier of gatherables and going from there. I think there are a lot of catch-up mechanics that are very understated with Ashes that do a pretty good job of onboarding players, and I think we're also going to get a really good sense of how good or bad the onboarding truly is with November 18th. But you will definitely notice most of the time if you're fighting somebody who has like top gear versus fighting somebody who has very, very new intro gear, but also the people who have top gear, it's going to be a small portion of the player base comparatively to like, you know, your casuals, which are going to have mid gear, but also be your largest bulk of it. So it does have some appropriate catch-up mechanics. Those will also probably continue to be more impactful as level cap increases. There's just a big separation with things, but there's also meant to be. Man, Ted, what up, my friend? What do you think about New World, which is close? What do I think about New World? The same stuff I thought about it, like, when I left it in December, honestly. I didn't believe in it anymore because of the directionality the CEO was taking. It wasn't even on, like, a New World level. I still kind of enjoyed playing New World. But there was a particular interview that came out with the CEO of Amazon where I legitimately lost all of my faith in the title all at once. And as a result, I came over here. Like, unfortunately, I saw it coming. I just didn't expect it like this soon. I think it's very sad that a lot of people are like impacted by it in a very, very harsh way. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason, and there always has been a reason why I left New World and didn't want to like try to long-term sustain in New World, and it was because I didn't think it was long-term sustainable, and I think that Ashes has a much better opportunity of doing just that. So personally, like, my thoughts haven't changed much, man. Like, I've always been for better or worse, very outward on my thoughts on things. Is the 18th a wipe? No. Confirmed no wipe. And I'm sure they will be giving... Oh, we parkour. Okay. I'm sure they'll be giving more context into what to expect for the 18th and like what the onboarding process will be. But I would expect most players to just be kind of like shoved into this server. I think all players, honestly, to see how the catch-up mechanics are functioning, to see how onboarding that new, that new range of players will go and catching people up into the econ. I think that that's something that's going to be very prevalent in the long-term sustainability of a live service MMO. As you guys saw on New World servers, whenever there weren't fresh starts going, you had new players trickling in, and you'd see people leveling, and you'd be like, okay, cool. The only difference is, like here, it's a very long-term leveling process. Right now, I'd say new players look for 100 to 150 hours. If you are waiting until level 50 when the game launches, you're going to be looking at more time than that, boyos. So I really do think Everything Ashes is meant to be a bit more long-term. And that expectation is nice. Did they actually confirm no wipe? Multiple times. Yeah, from official forums. Yeah, or from official channels. Yeah, they, like, this is going to sound really, really roller coasty. A Reddit comment from the actual, like, Intrepid Studios Reddit account. So they confirmed there in replies to multiple, like, threads that there will be no wipe. But the verbiage that was used was specifically no wipe. It was not... no wipe or fresh start, and this same, this same server will be in place. So what I'm hoping for is confirmation on the 18th with the dev stream. Not the 18th, sorry, on Friday with the dev stream. Confirmation for the 18th that there won't be a fresh start. I think that's one thing that's really up in the air right now that kind of has some members of the community up in arms. Let me out! My intercept just fucking threw me in a corner. I'd really like that confirmation, because it's definitely one of those things that's up in the air that a lot of people in the community are just like, do I play now? Do I not play now? Do I wait? Do I not wait? So, what does everyone assume? A large wave of new people will start playing on the 18th. Summoner does have a lot of hype to it. It's also going to bring back a lot of returners. I think anytime there's like a significant update, you do have some new pull in. A lot of people that also like, not necessarily that there will be new key buyers on the 18th in mass, but more so that existing key buyers will be very likely to play, because that's where the final primary class comes in. So at that point, you've got like all 8 of the bases all in place. You've also got like a sport fishing mode, which is pretty wobble up mode from Arcage. They're not like ripping it 1-to-1, but heavily inspired by Arcage's. You've got the Harbinger system, which is now going to be like one of the first like endgame replayable loops that we get. So I think that'll be a big thing that, just kind of gets some momentum if it's done well. On top of that, with the recent, death of New World, with that whole news, not that New World had like 1 million players, but our player base also isn't 1 million players right now. So if there were 50K playing New World on Steam at peak, and then we get a few hundred of that, then that's a pretty impactful, a pretty impactful jump up for us. So it's a smaller community. I don't necessarily think there will be droves of players coming in, but do you think it's likely they'll be able to hold the player base with these changes? I think they will hold player base better than they did this phase and in phase 2.5. I think it's a step in having replayable, like, kind of endgame content loops, but I think they are far from having all of the systems in. I think that it's a step in the right direction, which is, I think, what development is all about. I think that it is far from presenting everything in the world that people are going to be wanting, where it's just like, oh my god, I have so much to do. Why do they still have dupe problems? Why does every MMO post-launch deal with, like, dupe problems and exploits and unintended things? Brother, this is a cat and mouse game. Shit happens. They did just fix the crate dupe today, but keep in mind, this also isn't post-launch where we're dealing with dupe problems. They are putting in brand new systems and then dealing with the ramifications of those brand new systems with limited testing. So this dupe was facilitated by crates. Crates are a brand new system that came in for the launch of phase 3 that had limited testing before coming to, well, the testing environment to be tested. So we aren't playing a fully finished, polished product. We are playing something that is like receiving brand new content and updates in systems that could at any point go astronomically wrong. And we are watching Intrepid in real time try to deal with those things when they do go very wrong, and essentially like corral those issues into a manageable spot, which I think is like the premise of development. It's all about us trying to expose these things and then watching them like respond to it, fix it, and then deal with the economic repercussions after, so to say. We obviously don't want a bunch of people duping, but somebody figuring out a dupe now or an exploit now is substantially better than everything that other titles dealt with on launch that made it through. I'll be real. I think that's a big part of it. Every game always deals with exploits. Every game always deals with dupes at some point in time. It's an inevitability that shit's gonna break at some point in time. But I think it's like that response time and figuring out, you know, isolating where did this come from and how can we actually prevent this in the future. I think that's one of the big things. Do you have a Slagbreaker mining shirt? Me? No. We've seen a couple drops though. I don't know if we saw the mining shirt specifically. I just been clicking greed on shit, but my inventory's full. I got a fucking Colton Love Bomb. We probably have one kicking around somewhere. Why? My mining's not level though. Low-key kind of crafty. What's the additional stat on it? I remember when he said this dungeon's linear. It plays more linear than most. I'll be real, like this is our most linear playing dungeon at this point in time. While it's still like non-linear, there is like a set path that you progress through, which in my opinion has more linearity than something like Carfin, where it's usually a lot of static grinding. So the name mob route, I do think, provides the most linearity that we have. It's like linear by, I guess, by like perspective though. It's more linear than something like a Carfin, less linear than something like a Dead Mines. Part of that is because open world areas also have fast ass respawn cadences, and sometimes it can be oh my god, bro, it's his aura. That shit ticks so hard. I'm actually being aura farmed right now. Dude has his blazing aura and that shit chunks. That was not very fun. That was not very fun at all. I actually just got fucking aura farmed. I got so many dots on me. Jesus Christ. That shit hurts. Did we lose Moon? I think Moon might have died. I'm not quite sure. Health in Epic Craft is like 300 HP. Oh, really? Plus HP isn't bad. You do also have a couple of pieces that give like plus power and stuff like that. But yeah, like, long story short, I think the retention will be better next phase as they're building more into the like accessory systems. Game still has flaws. Game still lacks a lot. That's why it's in an alpha. I don't expect everybody to like it, but at the end of the day, progress is happening. Not everybody's jumping point has to be today. Not everybody's has to be November 18th. Not everybody's has to be a year from now. But personally, I just like to acknowledge the progress that is being made on a very like tangible level. And I think November is going to be a big start of the noticeable from the outside in levels of like, oh shit, they're adding new systems instead of the, you know, implementing on systems that already exist on a baseline level, which isn't necessarily something that somebody that's less familiarized with the game will notice. People start to notice when new shit's in. And I think November is going to be a really good start for that. And I think it's going to add a lot of like noticeable change to Ashes, which is part of what people have had an issue with so far, is just that there's not that like outwardly I'm visually looking at this change. Real elephant in the room, how big do you think the November update, November 18th update will be hard drive space-wise? 2 hard drives. I miss my frame. I'm such a dumb bitch. I fucking played myself. I fucked up. How far out's Moon? I'm gonna let Moon come get to me. That's my bad. That's my bad. I miss my iframe. I blame nobody other than me. Told you I'd get you. Panda was controlling the labor the entire time. I fucking knew it. The distractions. The smash. God damn it. 2 hard drives? Yup. Yup. Also, make sure that you are installing this on an HDD. SSDs are actually very overrated. Who needs read-write speed? You're not reading or writing. You're literally looking at a fucking picture on the screen. So what the fuck do you need read-write for? Like, we're not on a Kindle. We're not doing fucking ebooks in this shit. I'm playing a game. Put it on a hard drive, because that shit's hard as fuck. Solid? Who cares about solid? HDDs are fucking hard. You want to install that shit on something hard that's formidable. Fuck, I just popped food before that. Yo, -1 steak. Nice floppy drives for mine. So I think like one of the most efficient choices you could ever possibly make is actually going to be putting it on an external hard drive. So that way you're able to take ashes with you wherever you want to go. Say you are at a public library and you're there volunteering your time. And you're like, man, I could really go for some ashes right now. You just plug in your external hard drive to a library computer and you start pumping. You're at an airport and you're like, hey, stranger, I'm really struggling to cope with my Ashes of Creation addiction right now, and I think I might crash out on this plane unless I get my fix. Would it be possible that I plug this random USB into your laptop, my good man? Sixten, thank you for the follow. I feel like if you're cordial enough, someone would let you. Who the fuck volunteers their time when they have ashes? Well, because then if you're volunteering your time, it's like a tax deduction or some shit. Putting chicken and chicken juice in mouses over there. The chicken juice helps your aim. The reason for the chicken juice in a mouse is because you'll catch a whiff of it. And essentially when you catch a whiff of it, your hunter-gatherer instinct is activated. And upon that activation, it stimulates your senses. It will allow you to react faster. It puts you in a more predatory state. No Diddy, no Drake, no Dr. Disrespect, no Minecraft, no Roblox. And you will be able to smell things that you never heard before. You'll be able to see things that you've never comprehended. You will detect people's movement before they actually move. It's just a different level of shit. Banned because of logging in from multiple machines? I think as long as in your locality, like, you'd probably be fine. I don't know, like, I've logged in from different machines. My game's been played on a couple different machines, but it's also all been from my house. Now, Intrepid probably knows where I live, but that's fine. That's fine, we're up tremendous. 12 cents? Yes, thanks to the chicken. It's always thanks to the chicken. Still need an explanation on how Carla got chicken juice in her mouth. I think that she bought, if I had to guess, a rotisserie chicken. Because she said she bought cooked chicken. Goddamn, he got the accuracy rating. She said she bought cooked chicken. And I'm not quite sure what else would be cooked. Instead of like, you know, a rotisserie. Costco's bag chicken, but how? That is the question. That is a question. I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna claim to know. I'm not gonna try to figure it out. Girl math is girl math, dog. I was told it was an accident. So I don't know, it's probably one of them ticky-talky trends. The mouse and chicken shouldn't be near each other at all. What do you mean? Talk about the crafting. Is crafting already competitive? Are there hard to obtain recipes like Wild on Her Home? So, in terms of like hard to obtain recipes, definitely recipes that are... What is this? Is it cake bite?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking heat. This is a hard to obtain recipe. Carla silenced me from talking about the chicken. Just grim it in there. I am. I'm trying to not choke. All right, we're up. Whew. Oh no. Crafting. Very simply put, crafters make the best shit. I want to see you do that with a Popeye's biscuit. Did you literally just tell me to kill myself? I feel like you just told me to kill myself with extra steps. Really appreciate you, bud. Love you, by the way. I'm grateful you show up every fucking day. No, that's cool. Really great to hear from a chat. Anyways, we have a saying in Ashes, crafters make the best shit. And it is very much true. So, cool thing with Ashes, while there are some recipes that are harder to obtain, everything in the game, in loot tables, is droppable as both a completed item or a recipe. The advantage to finding a recipe versus a completed item is the replayability, not the replayability, sorry, the reproducibility of the recipe and the controllable rarity. So if something drops as a completed item drop, it is A, going to be rare as a motherfucker to see completed item drops, and B, going to be very, very, very likely to be the lowest available rarity that there is for that item drop. So with crafting, you get the actual recipe, which will then allow your crafter to learn that recipe. Once that recipe is learned, you can produce, same with other recipes, as much as, you know, as much of this as you want. With certain materials, like the ash boards, the weeping willow, the spindle hemp, and the largemouth bass, those are all gatherables out in the open world. So those have variable rarities the same way everything else does. Every one of these recipes can use mixtures of rarity inputs, so you can mix and match rarities, and basically using different rarity things will impact the total quality output of an item. And so you can roll everything from common all the way up to legendary through crafting. Crafters are rewarded and valuable in this process because there is artisan gear that increases your quality rating, which makes you craft better shit. There are also food buffs, consumable buffs, settlement buffs, guild buffs, a lot that can weigh in on being like, you know, Vera's next top crafter type shit. So, crafting is also specialized. Oh, speaking of very rare recipes that are probably going to be expensive as shit, I'm assuming that's going to sell or be very useful in about 20 days. That's a very nice recipe to find. So, in terms of like your quality output, you have your controllables as a crafter, and then you also have the rarities of all of the gatherables. Put all legendary materials in, you get a base legendary item. Put all legendary materials in and also have a really good crafter, then you get a better legendary item up the quality scale. So that determines the rolls on the piece, all of that shit. Really, really worthwhile to invest in good materials and a good crafter to have, you know, the best output on your items. Personally, at least. There is also the element of like, you know, crafting good enough stuff. What's this? Yoink. Oh, it's fucking level 0 cloak. Nice. There is also the element of, you know, crafting good enough stuff to get by. But crafting is the #1 source of everything. The lifestyle loop and the artisan loop is the most important part of Ashes as a whole. It is a player-driven economy that is 1,000,000,000% facilitated by gathering, refining, and crafting as the core basis for all of it. Thought servers were down on Tuesdays? Not since Phase 3 started. So Phase 2.5, servers were down Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but with Phase 3 beginning, that went to 24/7 uptime other than updates. It's Wednesday. It's also Wednesday. Yeah, you bum. Yeah, so now we're up every single day, as close to 24/7 as humanly possible. This guy's not very happy right now. Brother's all bugged and shit. A lot of people saying someone will buy New World. I don't think someone will. I think the most immediate invalidation, Stomps, to support that rationale, why would somebody buy a book that's written in a language that they don't know that isn't a finished book? New World is developed in a completely proprietary engine at this point. The Azoth engine is a modified version of Lumberyard, which is a modified version of O3DX or some bullshit like that. I'm not a game dev, but I know the history. It's a heavily modified version of an engine that's a heavily modified version of an engine that is proprietary to Intrepid Studios, Jesus Christ, Amazon Games. So, why would somebody want that? First things first. Everything else aside, even if it was a healthy player base at this point, that wasn't just a once-a-year player base jump and then an immediate dip, why would somebody want that engine that is notoriously rough when there are just other engines available? Not to mention with a proprietary engine, just like an unspoken language, you're only gonna have so many people that can actually decipher that shit. And it's gonna be very, very tough to actually make stuff on that. So, keeping that in mind, we then look for the history of New World. What is New World's historical performance? October. 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 October and November. October. It's once a year. So, if you're an investor, if you're a day trader, and you extrapolate this, and this is a stock, every month over the last 4 years, would you buy this stock? Not even considering the engine, so to say. Just off of a time to buy in level. Do you think this would be the value that you'd be looking to buy at? No, I don't think anybody would. I think that this is on a cyclical level at this point of a once-a-year content cadence. I think by December, player atrophy would have hit, as it always has. It's a day trade on a cycle. Yeah. Quite literally not a buy and hold. You're gonna try to flip the fuck out of this. So on the AGS side, my theory is that they may be trying to flip the fuck out of the IP. But I also think that Nighthaven was never supposed to drop. I think that, and this is my story that I'm choosing to spread as someone that very much wanted New World to succeed but knew it was destined to not. I very much want to spread the story that maybe, just maybe, the New World development team heard of the news, and instead of saying, fuck it, let's collect our last few checks, they said, let's go out and show the community that we're still passionate about this shit alongside with them. And as someone that has been watching New World from the outside for the last 10 months, I left after it built up my entire stream, and I put a lot of time and effort into that game. I've been hoping it would stabilize, and I saw the route that it was on, and I think this was just one last, like, big bang for them that was never supposed to actually hit. So, I think they willed this shit out, but on the other side of it, it could have also been Amazon saying, hey, we need you to push this. We need you to sell these last copies. Because Nighthaven was free, but you still had to have the base game. So, they may be like, yo, we want you to sell these last copies. We want you to cash out, and then we want to try to sell this IP. I think the IP's cursed. I think there's no shot in that IP selling. But I think that may be the corporate play, if I'm being honest. I don't think this sells. I don't think New World sells. I don't think they have an engine that is, like, accessible enough, but such potential, an amazing idea. I think the thing about it is, like, systems and idea-wise, there are other games that also have the societal structure and, like, those social political systems that New World provided, but New World did it in a very casual, accessible way, and also had a very, like, very simple and satisfying combat system. 3-button MMO. Super simple progression, straightforward, it all makes sense. Yeah, honestly, like, it's talking about the story of the game just in itself, so much they could have done. Oh, yeah. No, totally. New World lore for the longest time was essentially, I got diddied on a boat and don't know how I got to this island, but nothing's dying. That was literally the lore for, like, 2 years. And it's just like, man, now I'm on this mysterious island. I don't know anybody. All I remember is that I got here. Only people I could think who'd want it as a console because of their best MMO. Yeah, that could be fair, but I would also say, like, who's gonna buy this at this point? Favorite lore about the horses and swing? They did have good lore tidbits. Console MMO. It was in that category. Isn't like ESO or BDO or one of those O's? Chat, which of the O's? ESO. I knew it. Worst best case, Microsoft doesn't put it on Game Pass. I feel as though they could also just market it as a, like, packaged here, this is an ARPG that you can also play with your friends type shit. And then cut out a lot of the late game systems like wars and stuff. And then just have it genuinely be that, like, I don't know, pseudo sandboxy ARPG type vibe. I could see that. But also, again, I think the biggest limiting factor, player base aside, IP aside, like appeal aside, why would I buy a book in a language I don't read? I don't know the language that you speak in. What good is that book gonna do to me? Like, what am I gonna be able to get from that? The Azoth engine is essentially like, y'all ever switch over in Microsoft Word to like the Wingdings font? And you're just like, what the fuck is going on here? What the Sam Hellington? Azoth engine is like Wingdings font, but for developers. It is all over the place. It's genuinely fucking cooked. Someone call my phone real quick. What's your phone number and credit card number? We got you. Any idea which longbow is best for mages? Are y'all using Thornstrike? What are you guys rocking? Nid. Longbow. I know you're making a different one. I know a lot of people are going Thornstrike everything. Let me see if it's good for casters. Thornstrike longbow. That's Fizz. I was like, oh wow, that looks really similar to mine. Thornstrike Stonebind longbow. I would assume Thornstrike still fucks. I think it's Thornstrike. Thornstrike Stonebind longbow is your item level 29 longbow. It's very expensive to make, but it does have magic speed and power on it, which are both quite solid attributes. Can't really go wrong. I'm just gonna wisdom roll on it too. But that'll be your item level 29. In terms of item level 26 stuff, I think Glorybound Laurel String, is it? Oh wait, that's a short bow. Glorybound Steady Draw Longbow, is that it? Yeah, that's gonna have max HP on it. So Glorybound Steady Draw Longbow is gonna have some max HP on it for an item level 26. Decent alternative there. A little bit cheaper, well, not even a little bit cheaper, a lot cheaper to craft as well. Like substantially cheaper to craft. There's a reason why I still use item level 26 stuff instead of item level 29 stuff. And it is because it is so goddamn expensive. If AGS is moving more to AI, wouldn't they get rid of an engine that didn't incorporate it? If AGS is moving more to AI, wouldn't they get rid of an engine that didn't incorporate it and design for their MMOs? I mean, AGS is also not just moving like to AI, but AGS is also like scrapping a lot of the, or not AGS, but like Amazon is scrapping a lot of the like AGS support. And they're not going to be focusing on any of their first party titles anymore, and will not be focusing on the MMO community at all. So like, in terms of engine, I'll be real, I don't know what their plans are, but I would expect the most slop shit to be coming out of AI right now. Or out of AGS, sorry. Some other cloud services for gaming now. So, explain that to me as a normie and an idiot. What does a shift in cloud services actually mean? Like, what is the practical noticeability for me as a normie to like, how will I see AGS function differently? Just feels the Azoth engines were scrapped to them. The thing about the Azoth engine though is that they spent so much time forcing the Azoth engine into their titles back when it was Lumberyard, when they were running Crucible and Crucible failed. Like, they always a 1,000,000% of the time have insisted on running their in-house proprietary engine and trying to make it work. And I think that might have been part of the downfall. They were maybe trying to go as like a software sales approach if they got their engine right. Maybe that's like the long-term sustainability and the holy grail for a dev right now is some in-house proprietary tech that they can then license out. Maybe that's the actual appeal of it. But I don't know, man. I genuinely, I have no clue. I don't really know what their emphasis was on it, or like why the emphasis was on it. But it was commonly cited by people who worked on the titles as one of the worst parts of the entire experience working on the titles. The host games in the cloud you can play and don't need to install. It's all through the cloud. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Called New World a tech demo gone wrong? Shit, honestly, I think the thing with New World, like, tech demo stuff is that it didn't go the worst. Like, there was a lot of shit with New World that was actually, like, a result of the proprietary engine that felt quite good. I think the combat system and the weightiness was actually a really unique feel. And then from there, I thought that it actually added some form of, like, just, like, uniqueness to it, right? I always said if they get it right, New World was going to feel like a one-of-one MMO because it was a one-of-one MMO. Everything had a unique feel to it because it was in that proprietary engine. But so many things along the route of, like, New World going right just didn't line up. I think a lot of the actual, like, the systems that they implemented functioned kind of well. I just don't think they knew how to put an MMO together at the time that they started it. Look like you'd be Jensen Ackles' little brother. Yo, I would go hunt some shit. I'd be down. Dude, I appreciate you. Yo, Cielo, hope you're having a beautiful day. Yeah, I think New World systems-wise was actually, like, quite solid. I think they had the right vision, and I think a lot of their actual, like, game feel things and teams that were put together there actually succeeded quite well. Combat felt awesome. Sound design is one of the most beloved things in fucking any MMO that I've heard in a while. And I'm gonna be real, not a lot of people gush over sound design. Are they on the backside? Not many people go gushing grannies over sound design at this, like, day and age, if I'm being real. And I think for people to... Medu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. For people to actually, like, go nuts over the sound design of New World is a very, like... I don't know, a very good thing in today's day and age in gaming, where most systems like that are just overlooked. I think New World had a lot of things that it did exceedingly well. But I just think the core premise of, like, them shifting it from an open world survival to a very socially driven MMO to obliterating the social drive side of things with the MMO and going in favor of more linearized events, more linearized content, instanced off content. It just didn't know what it wanted to be. But even, ooh, that's not too bad. That's also quantity and spoils. Dude, those bags are so fucking good. But yeah, it wasn't sure what it wanted to be. Plus 100 gold. We're up tremendous. No bag for you. That's my bag. Always my bag. And I think that it ended up shifting too much. Like, the good could never be on display because the bad was always so prevalent, if that makes sense. Still find it crazy they pulled the plug as the game has queues the past 2 weeks. Unfortunately, something having queues is not indicative of long-term growth. And I've talked about this a good bit, but this is always kind of like the reality check that most people need. As fun as New World may have been, this actually was not enough of a pop to encourage them to, you know that it was growing long-term. So, last 30 days, October, the update hits peak concurrent of 51,000. Percentage growth of 138%. October of last year, peak concurrent 61k after a peak concurrent the month before of 8.7k, leading to a 374% increase the year before. The year before that, 166% increase with a peak of 77k. Moded, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. The year before that, a total peak by November of 137k. Like, it is very, 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 very... Why'd you run off while I was tanking a mob? I'm tanking a goddamn mob and the whole team runs off. My bad, but y'all didn't tell me.
What? Maybe it just means it needs to dry. Did you put it in rice? Okay, good. I thought you did.
Chicken juice is back. Her mouse has like 2 red lights on it now. It might actually be cooked. But yeah, in terms of like New World player base, this, while it may have been a fun update for the community that was finally looking for a fun update, was actually their worst October performance so far. Even last October was multiplicatively a higher percentage increase and presented a higher peak player base. Unfortunately, New World from a realistic standpoint didn't actually have growth. it was just on its yearly cycle, and this was the lowest bounce back of the yearly cycle so far. I also think that this update didn't have time to properly land to see what the growth facilitation would have been, and they were probably pretty crippled in terms of player numbers by their server infrastructure, I would say the entire time. Pretty much every major update had queues, and there was one weird time where Shroud came back to the game for a bit, and every server had queues even without an update. That was fucking wild. Guilds made so much money at that point on West Coast. So that was really cool, but they haven't really, I don't think, seen any long-term convincing evidence that, like, New World is actually back, so to say. But this has also been the point where it had the most content creator attention and the most public attention. But those that have been there know this is a content cycle of New World. The only thing that's changed is super large streamers are now interested in it. And they weren't before. The entire time I was there, the second we had maybe like even a mid-sized content creator coming in, like, bro, Sequisha's a huge content creator with a huge, beautiful mustache. And when Sequisha came into the directory for the first time, not like the first time, but like when he started streaming it as a daily, I was over there and everybody in the community was so fucking excited that Sequisha was actually over there. It's cooked. Is that what Google says? Did you specifically find, like, I dropped my mouse in chicken juice thread? The mouse wheel is done for. All right. Well, we might be ordering some G Pros. How do you like the replacement mouse? Is that one like good enough for you to use for now? Is that chill? Also, Alexander Louis, my boy, World Refugee here. Welcome in, my boy. Always welcome, always safe, always sound. I appreciate you being here, dog. I hope everything's been treating you well enough, at least. It's been a tough time for many. You're sad? Yeah, but like, how good is that chicken gonna taste? That's the other side of it. You can be sad, or you can be happy because new mouse and chicken. I'd say double benefit there. Mouse has weird lights on. Right, I saw the two red lights. But this mouse wired. Do you not want a wired mouse? Is that the biggest thing? This game just never appealed to me though, so I don't know what I'm gonna play now. Nothing. If Ashes doesn't appeal to you, you have to fuck off and never play video games again. Nah, I mean, honestly, bro, there's a lot of good filler content right now, I'll be real. Battlefield 6 if you like shooters. If you don't like shooters, I would very, very, very much recommend Ball Pit if you're just looking for like an indie fun time killer game for a little bit while you kind of settle in on something you want to play. Ball Pit is so fucking fun. It's so good. Looking at New World's players via Steam charts versus other MMOs, pretty comparable. A lot of MMOs also have independent launchers, keep in mind. New World is one of the few MMOs that is primarily launched through Steam. Others use Steam as a small accessory to their independent launchers at this point. And it is not a majority of their player base. But the content cycle remains the same. But I also think the problem with New World comparatively to other MMOs is you have to look at the monetization structure of that. And with other MMOs, you have the monetization structure, typically, in a lot of MMOs, of some form of ongoing monetization with like a sub, right? Some are box plus sub, some are sub only, some are, you know, whatever. New World is box only. So, once you buy new... Wow. I fucked up. I just got absolutely fucking got. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That hit fucking hard. So once you buy New World, there's no longer, like, incentivization for them to put out content to, you know, bring you in longer because they've already got your money. Once you're outside of that refund period, you're set. So with New World, their incentivization was always selling new boxes. And as a result, their long-term monetization was, in my opinion, a lot more inconsistent than a lot of MMO titles that had long-term sustainability. And I think that towards the end, a lot of people actually got their opinion of New World soured and felt like they were throwing in a few cash grabs from like the corporate side of things. I mean, leading up to the death of New World, keep in mind you can still buy and use in-game currency. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what their intent is there, but you can still buy more in-game currency. So if there are any players that didn't hear about it somehow, you know, you can probably level your battle pass, get that last skin, get that final artifact that you need. But you know, I think the monetization of New World was always as wacky as pretty much every other aspect of New World. And I think that it was one of the things that led to its lack of sustainability and always made the content cycle a little weird. New World has a battle pass. Fortnite battle pass, yes. It has a free track and a paid track. The paid track gives you more rewards. It's more of like a pay for convenience thing. Some pseudo pay for progression type shit. But actually, nah, they're literally items that are locked behind the battle pass. Harbinger on PTR? I haven't been over, honestly. I don't know if the Harbinger system is like fully in on PTR, if it's been tested over there yet. I want to say in the PTR patch notes, they've done it a couple times, at least once. I've heard mention of the Harbinger, but I don't know if they had it fully active for the last setup. I did not go over there because I can't show my screen. Visually NDA'd. Players left already sitting at 9K on Steam. Where am I? The fuck? Am I stuck in the floor? Yeah, the player base essentially halved as soon as the announcement went out. I don't know why it hit me. I think this, like, area is kind of buggy. I'm pretty sure. Wait. Yo, that gives 442 fizz power? Are you shitting me? What the fuck? That has a hidden fizz power roll on it, which is a lot. Wait, and that's journeyman metalworking. God damn it. Do I need to do my metalworking? Bro, that's insane. That is a very, very, very high roll. I'll buy that off you. I did not win it. Glow has it. But if you have metalworking up, legitimately just have Glow give it to you. That's dumb and shouldn't exist. I agree, Nihao Nova. RuneScape 3, pulling the removal of Treasure Hunter. Wait, what's Treasure Hunter? I think we're gonna use their other League 1 and order G Pro Wireless in black. Black G Pros are nice. You can probably find one on sale at some point. Dumb and shouldn't exist. No, I'm happy you're here, Ragnar. I think you belong. I think the world needs most types of people, especially you. What the fuck, Emu? You guys might not think that this is a huge deal, but this legendary starfish is probably hundreds of gold. That's probably multiple hundred gold. Oh, served me well. I took it to work every day for almost 2 years. Oh yeah. No, those mice are fucking juicy. And honestly, yours just got a little too juicy. It's our MTX system. Buy keys, get loot XP. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's really bad. So it's literally like direct pay to progress and pay to win. Okay, yeah, that's lame. That's lame. Yeah, that's a pretty bad system. Journeyman metal work. Okay, yeah, just have Glow send it over to you, because that's a lot of power. That's the thing with trade skill, like, clothes, man. They all have actual power scaling rolls on them. Shit. The other ones went out of the table. But they all have very, 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 like, impactful power scaling rolls on them. Whether it's max health, whether it's power, fizz power, magic power, like, there's always something. How's the combat tab targeting? Tab target base, yes. So tab target as a primary. It's got some action combat elements, so like active block. That's gonna give you like a damage reduction at the cost of stam. A sprint gives you 30% more move speed at the cost of draining stam. And then also gives you dodge. It's like, what am I forgetting? What's the third one? It gives you your dodge, your iframe. So this is a 0.5 second 100% evasion rating buff while you dodge. So really, really, really solid. In terms of the combat systems though, you have like the traditional tab target, and then you also have like the action combat, it's called. So with the action combat cam, it's like a, I don't know, kind of like a soft target acquisition type thing. But it's still not entirely based around like I shoot projectile here, it goes here. It's like a target lock on the target, but essentially gives you a little bit more freedom in terms of like, you know, if you do like that element of, you know, I want to hover here, target there, I want to hover here, target here type shit. Then it's just like a left click attack, right click block. So they do give, you know, a little bit of customizability between the two. It is, in my opinion, a very nice hybrid combat system. Every class also has a melee and a ranged weapon equipped at all times that you can just seamlessly switch between. So that's also another pretty unique aspect of it. So like I as a tank, if I need to hit something from far away, both in PvE or PvP, I can switch over to my longbow. Hiya. And then I can attack it from far away. And then once it gets over to me, I can switch into my melee weapon. And then anytime I'm doing like AoE pulls, I can stay on my melee weapon and then I can just melee cleave shit. So it's pretty cool. Every weapon type in Ashes also has a unique weapon combo. So only exclusive to that weapon, different like damage distributions, attack speeds, and then in your weapon tree, unlike New World where you're like getting actual abilities from your weapon tree, this gives you like passives and things that go essentially on those last two hits of your weapon combo. So really cool to kind of like see those combos through to completion. And certain classes, like Tank, you'll notice I build my class resource on the last two hits of my combo. So I'll do 4 auto attacks, and then on 3 and 4, I'll get that class resource that goes around my icon here, called Courage, and I can use that for a few of my abilities. I use that to upkeep Grit, which is a damage reduction. I use it to cast Slam, which Slam is, you know, an offensive ability that only costs that Courage. So really, I guess imperative as a tank to make sure that you're getting the most out of those combos. Are we just sprinting out? Or are y'all unstucking? What's the path of least resistance up in this hoe? Because I'll make a break for it. I'm leaving normally. Do we go down? I shall follow. I'll literally follow you to the ends of the earth because I am so bad with directions that I would fuck it up no matter how many times I've been down here. Alright, we're good. Mount not dead. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Strugma, where are we going now? Oh, up this way. Alright, we're up tremendous. Carlos said the Shroud edition of the Jupiter Wireless is on sale. I'll say we get that. I mean, that might not be a bad one. For 50 gold, easy buy? Oh, yeah. Definitely buy that. I'm gonna check the marketing because it's worth more than 100 gold. Yeah. Listen. What the fuckington? I personally have no idea where I'm going. I'm willing to admit that I am absolutely terrible with directions in every way, shape, and form. And every corner is truly a surprise. You never know. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm out. I'm just sending it. Stragma, we're down bad. Where are you going? You trying to go up that way? Are you like scaling that shit? Bro, I'm gonna just hit the dip set. I think I got this. Peep. Game. Alright, we're up. At least for now. I'm so assed out, dog. I'm fucking done. I'm one with the force of forces with me. I'm one with the force of forces with me. I regret not having any health pots. Oh wait, I do, but it's not worth. Yeet. The reflect. Oh my god, I'm so up. I'm so safe. Oh my god, I'm so stressed. Holy shit. That was actually an escape and a half. What the fuck? Okay, we're up tremendous. Easiest thing that I've ever fucking done, if I'm being real. Spindle working shirt is equal to journeyman lumberjacking shirt for power. Pants are 110 max HP. Yeah, bro, that shit's juicy. That shit is very, 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 very strong. You missed like 3 of the 4 safe spots there. There were safe spots? I mean, that would have been good to go over like before we fucking ran out. Maybe like, hey, Dusty, hit this corner, take a left, and then jump up here and you're safe. And that's fine, we made it. We made it. Dusty don't need to say spot. Calculated. Simple calculus. Every time. If I didn't call out the Scorp, I was fucking cooked there. All right, I'll be right back, boys. I'm filling up my water, and then I need to go put some stuff in my fucking storage because I'm down bad. What is the plan tonight? Shall we try to get some scrims going? Are we going to try to get a gear raid going? I'm down for literally whatever. I also need to organize all of my storages at a certain point. You guys let me know what the plan is. I will tank that shit. I'll be right back. Also, chat, Twitch Prime.
Apes together.
Share stream.
Boys, good day. I have returned. Brain, thank you for 3 months. Bro, Chair, genuinely the true MVP. Genuinely. Gonna be taking off for a bit, hitting some BF6. Oh, gross. Gross. Battlefield 6 actually looks so fun, though. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. It looks so fun. It looks like actual chaos, which I think is something that's been missing from games for a while. But give me some Planky streams. What the fuck? What the Ellington? Yo, Doink, what up, my boy? Any oil princes? That'd be nice right about now. That'd be very nice. It's fun. BR needs work. Is the battle royale just people going around in helicopters fragging the fuck out? Cause I'm not gonna lie, I kind of predicted that. There was my main game. I'm fucked. A lot of people remaining New World. A lot of people were making New World. 1000%. There were like people that were playing New World as their main, and there were many large content creators that like made New World their main stream. And that's fucking rough. Yo, Bust Down, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Let me borrow $100 to get you back. Bro, your $100 is insured for 90 days. Straight up. Like, I'd say wait until Friday. Watch the developer stream with me here on Friday, because I'll be live for that bitch. And then they'll preview the Summoner. They'll talk about the November 18th update. We'll get a lot of information on that. And you can make your decision from there. The government was shut down right now. I'd buy the alpha. They ain't paying me and making me work. Shit's fucked. Yeah, that's kind of cooked. That's cooked, bro. When I was like at the airport going to TwitchCon and coming back, I was walking through the airport and I was like, how many of these people are here and just not getting compensated at all for their time, but are still showing up because like they don't want everything to fall apart? And I was really fucking grateful for a lot of people that showed up so I could even like fucking fly. My job shut down, my game shut down. Do I need therapy? Maybe you just need something that's not gonna shut down. Actually, honestly, maybe you don't play Ashes. It might be you. It may be you. Maybe you stay far the fuck away. So, you heard of a little game called WoW? I have something I'd like to test. I might have found the true WoW killer. There's only one thing that can stop the titan of the MMO industry, and it's fucking Doink himself. DUPE fix today was the crates? Yes, it was the crate fix today. MechTech over on YouTube. How you doing, my friend? It was the crate fix today, and then what else was it? It was a crash bug related to the guild storage system that was fixed today. So it wasn't like the 0.17 update. It honestly, they said it was going to take them 4 hours. It took them 2 hours. So that's kind of cool. No announcement of bans or removal of gold slash items. So that's kind of lame. My personal guess on that, I'm gonna be real. I think the crate dupe generated so much money into the economy from such a long point in time. Like such an early point in time into the server up until now, that probably the entire server is built on dirty money at this point. And instead of draining the money and just like essentially taking everyone's gold and wiping the gold on the server, I think that what they're going to try to take for an approach, and I hope we get some clarity on this in the dev stream as well in terms of like their long-term versus short-term views, but I hope with a player-driven economy, they lean into saying, hey guys, everything player-driven is relative. If there is 1 million gold in the economy, and there is 100,000 gold in the economy, then the prices of goods should still in a player-driven aspect proportionally be the same. There will be ample ways to make money based on the liquidity and where that liquidity sits, but it will never be the guaranteed same amount of liquidity in the market, the same cost of goods in the market. Like, there will be so many variables in a player-driven economy, but a player-driven economy is also built to sustain those moments of variability in the long term. And personally, I think that with the faucet turned on, right? With things actually draining out of the economy finally, we should see things normalize. Also, chat, who's leveling and needs gear that's in the community? Because I could 1000% get some people some gear. Also, for those that will come in and ask questions, if we've been on yaps, please feel free to always repost your questions. I never mean to miss chats, but sometimes on the busier days, some people will sneak shit in, and like, I'll be on a 5-minute yap, and then chat's just during the 5-minute yap. So if I ever miss your shit, I hate you. No, I'm kidding. Just repost questions or anything like that. Another level 20 gear for a bard. Do I? I might have a martyrs. I have a martyrs. It's a good cape. Fizz power focus. Fizz speed legs. Thornbound focus. Level 10. Necklaces. I got a cape. Personally. Hope they drop crafting fees. Sibrook trying to process. So they're like, I do always hear that as well. Like, not always, but I hear it a good bit of time. I feel as though, in terms of, like, the processing fees and stuff, it's also important to, as a player, try to isolate where the liquidity in the economy is and try to capitalize on that. So, like, with crates, and I'm gonna be real, with crate dupes existing in the capacity that they have, the actual, like, you know, the liquidity in the market is way, way, way higher in terms of existing gold player to player. So it's advantageous, instead of running the crates yourself, to try to farm up raw materials, hope that you hit legendary something, and then you hit one legendary material, you sell it to somebody who has heaps of gold for more than it would normally go for, and then you've got enough to cover a lot of the static refining fees. I think that that's definitely like a bottleneck for players while they figure out the econ. But I also feel as though refining and crafting fees should be substantial bottlenecks. Not necessarily just fees, but some form of bottleneck that isn't just revolving around like, you can only refine so much in this time. I think that there should be a bottleneck to prevent people from essentially, you know, everybody having everything. If every crafter is on the highest level of crafting with all of the recipes and all of the crafting gear, then there's no incentivization for somebody to be the best crafter. There's no way for someone to be the best crafter. Everybody's just one of the crafters. And that incentivization is what drives a lot of people to grind to the point where it will set them apart. So I feel as though, like, also looking at it in terms of like a community focus versus a single player focus, nothing in Ashes is really meant to, I think, like, successfully be done solo. You can do everything solo, but the best form of completion for content in Ashes is always, always, always 1000% of the time going to be in a group, in a community. And with a lot of our crafters early on, like, we would throw a gold their way if we had a gold. Like, we'd throw fucking 50 silver their way. It was genuinely a community trying to raise that. So crafting will be better when they get rid of the static rarity and the dupe crates. I personally think it will. I think the static rarity is one of the largest things that is impacting a lot of people right now that they may not even know, because they're not getting the intended, you know, rarity drop rates, right? So with statics being fixed with the 0.17 patch, if that is a successful deployment of that fix and it just happens to settle in and work, awesome. It'll still take time for these static, like, materials that were generated from the bug, well, not the bug, but just the previous state, to kind of like depopulate, right? You need to turn the faucet off, and then you need to let the sink drain, and then you'll notice that you've got the water level where it's supposed to be. So once the faucet's off with those statics being turned off, it'll take a percentage of time for those actual materials to, like, drain out of the economy. But in the long term, they will drain out of the economy on this server, and then everything will regulate. And we will then see fewer and fewer of the actual, like, the statics. Oh, thank you, love. That looks delicious. Looks like a little chicken croissant. Thank you. We'll see like the static materials actually drain from the economy over time. And once those statics are out, it'll be back to, like, the actual dynamic rarity coming into play. And that dynamic rarity is what's intended. So you will still see a concentration of rarity on the people who are either, you know, gathering the most in force, or the people who are making the best economic plays, because they will just kind of, like, naturally work their way up the ladder, and they'll accumulate the most wealth anyways. The advantage to that is that other players will actually be able to find their, you know, be able to find their kind of, like, eureka moment, so to say. They'll be able to actually have that moment where they stumble upon something that's not just perma-farmed. Yo, Shulk, what up, my boy? Black Blood, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate you, legend. Still the overlay problem, Flanker and Vlad mentioned. I have two pieces of feedback on this. Piece of feedback number 1. That video about 2 months late. That thing was the overlay was a big deal like 2 months ago. Guy told me that shirt was on market in Winstead for 22 gold. Yo, I got 17. I'm going over that way. I can go check for you if you want. I can't necessarily afford it, but I can go check. You bought it? Okay, massive. Good for you. Good for you. That's fucking huge. But yeah, in terms of the overlay problem, The video actually came out like way after the overlay was discovered, but there is, unironically, zero exaggeration, no real confirmation that any guilds are using overlays, nor has anybody actually been like proven to be using one. The only supposed proof of the overlay were screenshots of an overlay that had text over all of the spawns and like the gatherables and stuff like that, which from the primary screenshot that was going around, there wasn't even a rarity denomination on the overlay itself. It was just color coded to have the different spawns in different colors, but people didn't look at that. So I think the overlay problem is a bit of hysteria. I think that much like RMTing, much like exploiting, much like everything else, there are a non-zero amount of people that do participate in those things, and absolutely third-party software does exist. There have been confirmed videos of people GM no-clipping through the world because they turn off their anti-cheat and then they somehow get access to GM console and then just go about it that way. It's an alpha. Fucky shit's gonna happen. But I feel as though the witch hunting of like so many people are using overlays because they play the game 16 hours a day and get really far ahead and get thousands and thousands of gold just from working trades once they have their initial wealth, and then they buy whatever they want and then they sell it for more and then they control the econ. I feel as though it's a hysterical take at this point where so many people will be like, man, look at this group of people that are really far ahead. Cheaters, hackers. It's been a tale as old as time in every MMO. If the game has an RMT problem, everybody accuses the top end that's winning of RMTing instead of accusing the dads that somehow play 3 hours a day and have the best gear but still get shit on of RMTing. I think it's always a very witch hunt driven take when it comes to like accusations of overlay usage and stuff like that. Again, I think there are a non-zero amount of people that absolutely partake in shit like that. It 1000% exists. But I really do not think that many people are actually running overlays. Lieutenant, yeah, of course. Of course. Like, I think it'd be silly of me to say nobody's cheating. But I also think a lot of it, bro, it's the rumor mill. And then the rumor mill spits something out. Somebody catches it, chews it up a little bit, and then spits it into the person's mouth next to them. And then they chew it up a little bit, and then spit it in the mouth next to them. And then by the time it actually, like, gets to the 8th source, it's been chewed up so much that you can't even tell what it is. And I think that's one of the problems with the overlay stuff. And I think that's why stuff like I don't know, stuff like MMO drama is kind of tough to cover. What is this? Am I God? Wait. Am I the richest man in existence? Did I just find the world's first Raven cluster? Tell me they're not bugged. No! No! I know what I must do. I must flag up for PvP. How can I flag up without a player next to me? Fuck. We can't force flag anymore and have it just like flag us up. I gotta flag up somehow, and then I gotta go kill one of those ravens to see if it's bugged. I must. Do you feel vindicated? Oh, because of New World? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it, yeah. I feel bad for the people that stayed, but I also, part of me, like, towards everybody that stayed, looks back to all the people that were like, hey, Dusty, why are you going to stream Ashes instead? Your viewership's gonna drop like crazy. Hey, Dusty, you're making a bad choice. Hey, Dusty, I'd ride it out in New World, dog. And I showed them every source that I had that made me realize that this was going to happen well over a year ago. And I explained very, very thoroughly to them why I was leaving. And I'm glad that I decided to, like, stick through it, if I'm being honest. If another studio picks it up, would he possibly go back? No. No, God, no. So basically, I worked incredibly hard to transition out of New World into a game that has, while it is not a certain future, It is a near certain future where development will continue. They have iterated many times that the game will launch. Development will, you know, reach a point where it's ready to go. There's not a single chance where I would give up the consistency of this, the confidence that I have in this project, and all of the work that I've put in to basically like get to the point that I have while the product is still pre-launch. I think that right now it is the hardest time for anybody to make content for Ashes, the hardest time for anybody to grow a community in Ashes, and the hardest time by far for anybody to make Ashes fun to watch. And I think that personally, the fact that I already enjoy it and I already feel as though my community's in a good spot. I feel as though I'm still having fun and doing what I want to do on stream instead of just being like, man, I got nothing to do. That's really motivating for me because right now, the system that I look forward to the most is very simply arenas. If I have my gear and I can just get with some friends and I can queue up for PvP against other groups of people and we don't have to put in too much organization, we have that replayability. Brother, I can make 20 hours of content a day with this shit. I'll just PvP all day. Like, it's very good. So I'm already having a blast. I already see so much content, like, you know, on my daily. It also helps that I'm a fucking yapper. But there's nothing that I personally would get as someone that's a very passionate, like, community builder. I really like streaming one thing that I really, really, really believe in. And just trying to be here as much as I can, you know? Some people prefer to hop around to, like, more hype titles and try to grow off of that. It's all just a matter of how people prefer to, you know, make their content. But like, I'm a really big community builder. So wherever I'm going, I want to, you know, make a guild, build up that community, get a lot of people access to content, and like use MMOs as what they truly are, which is a very social game. You have a lot of people roles in the community that help the overall community, and I think that's one of the best parts of MMOs. So for me, I feel as though it's incredibly hard to do that, especially in an MMO scale, with many MMOs on your docket, hopping around place to place. Like, when I'm happy somewhere, I tend to just stay and ride it out, really, until I have a very, very defined reason to lose faith, like I did with New World. It just, you know, it's something where I get in a spot where I'm comfortable, and I'm like, all right, this is home now. Hopefully more people decide to hang out. I also don't think another studio would pick it up, if I'm being real. I think it's like the worst time for anybody else to acquire New World. I think that it's also important to remember that New World is made in a proprietary engine that's a modified version of a modified version of a modified version of an engine. And it is incredibly proprietary. Other people don't even understand, like, how to develop on it. And honestly, most people at AGS had to understand how to develop on it through time. It is something that Amazon Games has tried to force for a long time now. And it's also, for a very long time, been a very hated engine to actually develop on. So I don't necessarily think that anybody would see those things collectively and just be like, oh man, that's awesome. That's so great. I think Elon is cooking up something. Brother, that is cope. Oh my god, ow. Oh, you ever eat something really hot and then your chest hurts? Oh my god, I just swallowed something really hot and then my chest hurt. Jesus Christ. You think Elon Musk would be cooking up something to buy New World? Can I ask what this is based on? Is there a logical basis to this? Or is this just like, yeah, somebody tweeted at Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and now they're gonna have a meeting and work it out? What do you mean? Huh. Oh, also, someone asked why I don't have a flyer. Because being a mayor in Ashes is legitimately a full-time job where your primary gameplay loop is not doing what you want to do, but it's doing what you have to do to develop your, you know, your town. So, to be a mayor, like, I was a mayor for a little bit last phase, built up the town, you know, showed all the processes. It was fun. But the first couple of days that I was a mayor, I did a 12-hour stream and a 10-hour stream. And out of those 22 hours in 2 days, I spent about 19 and a half hours on my flying mount, ferrying materials back and forth from people to my settlement, and leveling the settlement with it and trying to coordinate all that. It is genuinely, in every way, shape, and form, a full-time job, and it is meant to be exactly that. It is also something that is a no reward thing. So the reward is not something that you actually benefit from. It is providing for the entirety of the server. So you're essentially sacrificing not only your time, but also trying to get a lot of people in your immediate community to also sacrifice their time to then farm things up, to then give to the settlement, to then level the settlement. Whereas if you're not in, you're not in mayorship as a community at all, you keep all your materials in-house. So Kaltorum is our guild's settlement. So we're all the way up here. It is a town. It's the highest settlement level that there is right now, and we're working as diligently as we can to get more buildings up there. I tell people to go spend money, and that's my work. So the the whole push to get the settlements level takes a lot. Zed, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. How long is Alpha Phase 3? Long time. My guess would be minimum 2 years with how much content's left. By the time they go to betas, it's 2 short closed betas for final polish on everything. No new content in betas. So we'll be in Alpha 2 Phase 3 for a while. And if you're looking at the pack comes with a 90-day refund period, the $100 pack, and then also gets you in all through launch, no matter how long, or all through launch, no matter how long development goes. So really, really safe purchase. Dagger's still trash. Situational. I think the usage for daggers being rogue specific would be the best use case scenario. The thing about daggers is it is a faster attack cadence, in terms of time per hit than a greatsword is. But a greatsword will give you more power scaling and more chunk potential basically. A lot of people prefer the slower weapons for burst in versus group stuff, and then daggers in small scale for poison applications. But you can also just use a short bow if you really want to in small scale for poison applications. So yeah, it's a little bit of preference. But is there coming next month? No wipes. No wipes. Fortunately, they have they've told us multiple times. I think it's probably just static already. I haven't seen anything. I mean, notice games. I could see him doing it just as a fuck you to him. I don't necessarily think Elon Musk is buying New World. I hate to burst the New World cope bubble once and for all. Believe you me, I spent a good amount of time coping for that goddamn IP. I do not think anybody is going to want to buy New World because it is it's written in a language that people don't understand. It's developed on an engine that people don't understand, and it wouldn't be portable to other engines. I've been told that New World could go for 30 mil. What is genuine question? I know he has a lot of connections. I know he's a very well-connected man. But what the hell are his credentials to value IPs? I have no idea what the relative worth is. But I also feel like 30 mil is probably low for most IPs that were AAA in the first place, but again, I don't know. I feel like I have as much credential for that as Asmongold does, though. I don't think there's 30 mil is way too low. For any IP, yeah. The thing about New World as well, and why I don't think anybody would buy it, is again, you have basically one team in the entire world that can work on that title, and it's the New World team. It would have to be Anchorman 2's intro levels of getting the band back together, and also hoping that nobody else has got new jobs at new studios that they're comfortable with. Because if they did, and you're out a lead or you're out one of your game designers, well, guess what? You're kind of fucked. You need every core piece of that team put back together because they are the ones that have the Rosetta Stone to that fucking Azoth atrocity that they call an engine. So, I don't know, man. I don't think anyone will go near it with a 10-foot pole. I've been wrong about things before, but I wasn't wrong about New World getting to this state. And I also feel as though New World will not last through 2026. I feel as though New World will probably make it a few months. It will look at the player drop, and then they will say, hey, there's not enough sustainability for us to keep these servers up. GG, well played. We appreciate you guys. The last day will be this day instead. It's the same shit they did with Crucible. Is gonna happen again, boys. I really, really, really hate to tell you. Warrior Wolf, thank you for the follow. I think they put out the, it'll be up probably through 2026 as a, you know, it's okay, guys. It's not over. And I think they may feel out trying to maybe sell the IP, but I don't think anyone's going to take that. New World tears still flowing? Oh, dude, people are going through the actual, like, grief cycle. Like, we have seen the anger. We have seen the, like, the denial. We've seen the sadness. We've seen the reflective, like, man, Dusty, we had some great memories over there. We're actually seeing every single stage over here, bro. Did they release it now instead of years ago? It would have been fine. I think if it released in this state, it would have been healthy. But I think the thing about New World is, like, as Steven actually said really well in his tweet, New World fell victim to things that were outside of its control. I think even if New World had sustained player base, I think these shifts to AI and, like, their approach to game development were inevitable. And I don't really think that they wanted to be in MMOs in the first place, as New World was kind of an impromptu MMO in the first place. So, I'm gonna be real. I don't ever really think that they wanted to be there. I don't really think they, like, planned to be there. I think it would probably just be in the same state of affairs. I think if it wasn't happening with New World right now after Season 10, it would have been happening with New World shortly after launch. I think it was the directionality that the company was probably going to head regardless. You heard of Arc Raiders? Yeah. A lot of people have been talking about Arc Raiders lately. Arc Raiders looks fun as shit. I'm just such a one-game Andy. Like, Arc Raiders looks fun as fuck. Battlefield Battle Royale seems clunky as shit. Do you like Ashes? No, this game's fucking dog shit and Steven's dumb. Huck Tui. Fucking hate it here. Yeah, no, I like Ashes a lot. I really enjoy Ashes. I stream Ashes every single day for 8+ hours. Like, I'm genuinely here because I want to be. I left New World long before the apocalypse, so I actually had, like, the potential to go back to New World many times and had, you know, enough time to actually consider doing so. I stuck it out over here, and part of the encouraging thing about Ashes for me is that if I already enjoy it right now, why would I not enjoy it when it gets better? Like, what actually, hold on. Like, what physically could cause me to stop enjoying it if it's worse now than it is long term? And I'm already enjoying it. That's about it. Like, I really simply put, enjoy it. How many people do you think the current Ashes server can handle? What's max pop before waiting for queues? Queues are actually really cool in Ashes. So if you hit page up at any point while you're in the world, you'll have this SW. That is server worker. And essentially in the world, since it's a seamless, very large open world, there are, like, regions that you run through. And those regions are server workers. That's like the dedicated resources for running that area of the world. So with queues, those aren't based on Overall server capacity, it's based on each server worker's capacity individually. So, if server worker 30 is in a queue, that means that every other server worker will be able to process its own independent part of the world and not be affected by the queue. So, in terms of like, you know, one server worker crashes, on launches and stuff when it's really populated, we will unironically have people come in and be like, Dusty, server worker 31 is down. Tell everybody to reroute this place to this place instead if they're trying to travel through here. We will have like traffic bulletins on server worker outages during really populated times. Like it's actually a fucking traffic alert. I swear to God. So that's one of the cool parts about the queue system over here. Long term, it's also really nice because of the server workers. You can essentially jam each one of those bad boys as full as possible. Right now, it's just the server worker is where the server worker is. Dynamic gridding is like basically the holy grail of server tech that Intrepid is developing entirely in-house. It's been successfully tested multiple times. It's just not live yet in terms of like us having it over here full time. Dynamic gridding is one of their big emphases for like this part of progression before they move on to a shitload of other stuff. And I would expect to see more tests around that very shortly after November 18th. So with dynamic gridding, if the area that I'm in, server worker 30, say hypothetically it covers like this strip that I'm on, right? If that gets too overwhelmed by players, then the server workers could be like, nope, I need help, reallocate its boundaries, and then call in another server worker next to it to basically run that part of the world smooth. And it'll all do that instantaneously and autonomously. Now, they get to double dip in terms of their server infrastructure because of the combination of like the dynamic gridding and the individual server worker tech itself, allowing them to not only have like more server workers in place when they're needed, but also have stronger server workers in the first place when, you know, when they're not needed. So, in terms of like how many people do I think we could fit on the servers at this point? It's real hard saying. It's real hard saying. In phase 2.5, running out of one starting area with worse server worker infrastructure, they had 8,100 plus concurrent players on one server. Single server, by the way. That was also on Unreal Engine 5.3 instead of Unreal Engine 5.6, which is what we're on now. So, I don't know what it all means, but I'm pretty sure it means we could fit a whole hell of a lot more than 8,100 concurrent players in now, since we have a second starting area. Since server worker infrastructure's probably got a whole hell of a lot better. Kind of optimistic. So I don't want to put out too many predicts, but their original estimate for server worker capacity on launch was 10,000 concurrent players and 50,000 accounts per server. And I'm gonna be real, if they're already at that and dynamic gridding's not even up yet, granted, let me tell you something. Do not think that 8,100 concurrent was all sunshine and rainbows. I'm telling you a war story, not a fairy tale. That 8,100 concurrent was fucking violent. It was laggy. Mobs were non-responsive. It was like a Travis Scott concert. You couldn't go anywhere. Dude, it was bad. So, 8,100 concurrent back in phase 2.5, it's a little rough. In terms of what I think they could handle out of the Riverlands routinely, say everybody was making new characters and like re-leveling. Maybe throw like a 4K, 5K in there, and it would be really, really populated and really competitive and stuff. Can you explain in detail how the Siphon 8-piece bonus is bugged and triggers the 3-piece bonus multiple times? The 8-piece is not triggering the 3-piece. Are you a narc? Because I can explain the tech. I am the tech. Carla's saving her sub money for fucking Arc Raiders tomorrow. That's insanity. Battlefield 6 Battle Royale is not any better than any other Battle Royale. Arc Raiders to me, someone is changing the industry and showing what new game industry can produce. Consider it the best view of the future. So, what separates Arc Raiders, by the way? Genuine question. Thought it spoke that way? No. So basically, do you work for Intrepid by chance? Or are you just inquisitive? This is something that the player QA team's also looking into. So I was curious. But basically, I can show you. Everyone thinks it's gonna kill Tarkov. Isn't Escape from Duckov already killing Tarkov? Didn't Tarkov kill Tarkov? If you play Arc Raiders, you'll feel how cinematic it is and how fluid it feels. Huh. But usually when multiple people are glazing something, it means it's really fucking good. Chad, should I check out Arc Raiders? At some point? Maybe like a little end of night thing? I think that could be cool. Alright. So. Your Siphon bug. Siphon. Grants a 10% chance on hit to siphon your target, dealing 200% spirit damage and healing you for the same amount. This triggers a cooldown for 60 seconds upon activation. 60-second internal cooldown, single target damage. So if I hit one target in that procs, then I will get one proc of that. But there are some abilities in Ashes of Creation that work off of the same tick rate for multiple instances of damage. For example, Intimidating Aura. Emanate an aura around the caster for 8 seconds that does damage every second to everything around me. Now, the thing about that is with things that operate on the same tick rate, they will not trigger the internal cooldown. So what you'll see is if I do get the pop, GG, well played. So, what happened there is I am using my Intim Aura. Intim Aura pulses once a second and does simultaneous instances of damage on the very same tick to everything around me. So, when that does facilitate the proc, what's happening is siphon damage and proc is being duplicated to every single person or entity that's being hit by that simultaneous instance of damage. Thus, it duplicates the damage to every single person or entity that you hit, and the healing from siphon to you for every target that you hit. So that's just with the 3-piece. Essentially, I hit 10 things, I get the proc, all 10 things get hit. Now, that has to be a simultaneous cleave. If it's something like Charge, and I hit this thing and then that thing, that's not going to facilitate multiple procs. But, does it mean if I hit 10 targets with normal auto attacks, this works as well like you mentioned? If you have your melee weapon out and you're cleaving, yes. Because a cleave is a simultaneous instance of damage. So, if I have 2 targets on me, then I can basically shing. Also, Tarbo Moin. And you'll notice that those, like, instances of damage are completely simultaneous. So anything on the same tick rate will get around that actual, like, the internal cooldown and will allow you to basically duplicate your siphon proc to multiple people. So, Intim Aura, Ground Pound, slams if you use slam, shield assault if you shield assault. If you are a mage, Horcock, Horfrost, and Cone of Cold will both trigger that. Let's see, Ball Lightning would be another good one. Chain Lightning would be up to 5 targets. If you are a Ranger, Scattershot. Scattershot really good for proccing that. So it's a really impactful thing. There are multiple bugs with this though right now. So Siphon is supposed to heal you for the same amount of damage done, but the bug with Siphon right now is that it is healing you for 200% of your healing power instead of the equivalent of damage done in a 1-to-1. So this is actually scaling 200% of your Fizz or Magic power, whichever is higher, and healing you for 200% of your healing power. So that's a bug in there. And part of the reason why this is so strong, when Siphon triggers, it also triggers a leech effect that transfers 25% spirit damage as health every second for 8 seconds. So if I proc that on 10 people, I get an 8-second dot times 10 on all those people that is also going to heal me. Yo, Mag, thank you for the 7-day. I appreciate you. Drunk fan tuning in. Listen, I hope you're being safe. No driving. And don't get too sad about New World. We all knew it was going to happen. Everybody that's saying they didn't know is lying to you. I can show you a goddamn article from 2024 where Christoph Hartman, the CEO of AGS, literally says we're leaving the MMO genre, baby, and we're replacing everybody with AI. I wish I was kidding. Word for word, bar for bar. It's our first step out of the MMO genre, and they want to bring in AI so they can fail faster and go on to the next thing. It's tough. It's tough. Yeah, Nin, did you see Emu Starfish? Would still be sad about it, megacore bullshit? Oh, 1000%. I think that it is a sad state of... Oh, a blue carcass. Well, I'm happy again. I think it's a sad state of affairs for the developers that were impacted and the people that were, you know, over there streaming as a full-time thing. Very, 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 very stressful. But it's also something that, unfortunately, with something as soulless as Amazon, it's unfortunately something that everybody kind of saw coming from a mile away. And there were so many indicators, like Tarvo. I could show you an article right now where you're just like, oh wait, I remember this. And then everything clicks in and makes sense. So this IGN interview that Hartman did, right, where they said anything smaller would not be interesting to Amazon. We're a larger than life company. We're not in here to try it out and do some cute game development. He said it was their first step out of the MMO genre. And then get this. So my hope is that AI will help. It's not going to solve it all, but we can shorten the life cycle. Game development takes way too long, 5 years per game. It's us predicting what the zeitgeist is going to be in 5 years. Means basically everything will be lucky shots, and AI will help us streamline processes so hand-done work goes fast. Ideally, we get it down to 3 years so we can iterate more, right? I don't think they're going to get cheaper, but at least you fail faster, and then you can go on and on until you find the right thing. I ain't care. Dude literally said word for word, bar for bar, at least you fail faster, and then you can go on and on until the right thing. Like, dude is literally throwing shit at the wall and hope it sticks. And calling it art. Unfortunately, this interview that came out, bad dad, what up, my boy? This interview that came out in August of 2024 said a lot. And I don't know how this wasn't a larger deal. Like, I'm gonna be real. I thought this interview was gonna get an Asmongold react because of how fucking brain dead this interview actually is and how foretelling it was of everything that happened with New World. The new business strategy of them seems to be make only limited numbers of first-party games or just casual games for Luna. They said they're going out of first-party development. Genuinely. Asmongold's a genius, though. They're never wrong about a single thing. Or bald lord. Jesus fucking Christ. Listen, as much as the bald one is a goober sometimes, he do bring a lot of eyes to shit that he talks about. Like, he do bring a lot of eyes there. His chat was trying to get him to buy the IP rights to New World. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, I don't know if I'd want to work for Asmongold given how the whole OTK content creator group is doing right now. I don't know that that would be any better than fucking Amazon. I'm gonna be real. I think I'd rather have Daddy Bezos buy it than anything associated with OTK. I don't think Asmongold's much of a business builder either, bro. Dude just makes a shitload of money because he grifts people for cash. I respect that shit. Dude's one of the greatest money farmers in history. Thugly. What up, my boy? Hail to the high Thane. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was phenomenal today. Do you know an estimate of how many people have purchased an alpha pack for Ashes? No. I do not have anything that's up to date. There was a figure that was given by Steven at one point, like way back. But A, I don't remember what the fuck that is. So I don't want to lie to you. B, it was a while back. Yo, Jay Gussie, what up, my boy? Bought mine today? Yo, we're happy to have you on the grind, dude. So many people are popping in right now, and it's a fucking blast. What class do you end up going? Because I'm really, really excited. Level 6 Rogue? Dude, Rogue is fluid as fuck. You wait till you get your in-outs and stuff. Bad Dad asked if there was some drama with New World recently. We've reached a point where it's no longer sustainable to continue supporting the game with new content updates. Need to find a guild now? Exclamation guild, brother, we got you. The recently launched Season 10 and Night Haven update will serve as a final content release for New World on PC and console. New World is on life support. New World is in an end-of-life vegetative hospice state. If New World was a dog, it would be put down. If New World was a racehorse, it would be put down. They are going to keep servers up through 2026. Although, keep in mind, they say, our intention is to keep servers up through 2026. Our intention. Intentions can always change. If my intention is to be live at 2 p.m. EST, and I'm live at 2:30, y'all gotta deal with that. Y'all ain't getting those 30 minutes back. First in chat's a fucking battle. I gotta keep you on your toes. Listen, it's 2 something. I was live before 2:30 today. I was live at like 2:27 up in this hoe. I was early. I like playing Ranger, but I feel like I should have rolled Bard. Bard's just so fucking impactful all the time. But yeah, New World is dead. It is gone. The immediate repercussions are also resonating throughout the community, of course, with it being like an end of life cycle. There are 9,000 active players on New World right now. This has gone down drastically. Just yesterday, they were peaking at almost 40K. So, like, you can literally see. Oh, 35K, sorry. You can see the full drop off, bro. Like, it's immediately back to June numbers. It's so fucking rough. So rough. As one Steak was hilarious when he said people who have that sort of money to buy the IP tend to make good business decisions. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've been asking chat a lot when they're like, Dusty, why don't you think somebody else would just buy a New World? It's a really fun game. Listen, my portfolio was filled with weed stocks and lasers and shit. My portfolio's not doing really fucking well. And this looks like my weed stocks and my lasers. And what I've learned is that I need fewer weed stocks and lasers and more actual grown man stocks. This is a weed stock and laser investment. This is not a grown man stock investment that's destined to grow. This is something that is destined to get 1,000,000,000% absolutely cooked. And you will only continue to get burned on it over time. Need more weed while it's still cheap? I've been thinking about that. I really like Planet 13. Not financial advice. For the love of God, I was told I don't make enough money for a house today. Also, Hoofsy, I got a crazy idea for Hoofsy. I exchanged 20% of my name, image, likeness, and legal, parental rights for him to co-sign on a house loan. I feel as though he probably has a great enough credit score that it could carry me. And might be, because I was literally told, they were like, Dusty, your credit score is awesome, but you are fucking broke. They're like, why are you trying to buy a house alone? And I'm like, I really feel ready to make the next step. I feel like an adult. And they're like, how much money did you make on Twitch last year? And I told them, and I literally heard the guy on the other end of the phone sigh. Bro, I never felt more broke in my life. I do well enough to buy food and stuff. My car's paid off. I thought I was crazy in life. I thought I was up tremendous. Bro, I told this man what I made last year. He goes, all right, well. Like, dude, I was like, damn. Buying a house hard as fuck. So I might just do a dono goal. Chat, you guys want to buy a house? I'll let you guys pick out some of the furniture. Curious if you checked out the different seasons and different biomes. Yeah, winter in the Riverlands looks like butt. I don't mean to devalue the winter design team, but I'm a very, like, I consider myself a snow aficionado. No cocaine. Like actual snow. I live in Maine. And like, I would love more snow to the snow in less white spray paint. It looks like one of those dudes is trying to save their hairline like crazy and just has that like sprayed on hairline type shit. I have an extra room here in Ohio and I have 5 gig fiber internet. Wait, Intrepid servers are in Ohio. You're going to be actually playing on like -3 ping. Your game is going to read your thoughts telepathically before you press an input. It's going to respond so fast. Jesus fucking Christ. Specifically in non-Riverlands biomes. Oh yeah. Non-Riverlands biomes all look a little bit unique. I have 21 ping in game right now. Are you looking through like Task Manager or some bullshit, or are you looking at this ping? Because the ping that you get from your Control Shift F is not your network ping. That's your GPU latency. The green ping. Yeah. That's your GPU latency. I don't know how you check your. I want to say it's something through like Task Manager to check your actual ping. They don't have like an in-game ping check for us for network ping. But I'm gonna be real with you. Shit's already voodoo, witchcraft, and wizardry. I'm trying to buy a mountain as their gamer house. You gotta excavate the mountain, become one with a stone. Bro, internet would be so bad in there though. I have an 800 blitz credit score. Had 5% down, make 70k plus a year, and wanted to buy a $125,000 house. They told me I don't make enough. At that point, I said, yeah, I'm renting until I die then. Like, low-key, yeah. That might also be the play, but it's just like all the money then goes into the void, you know? No Fupo. So, I don't know, man. I would love to have, like, a house and a yard and stuff like that, but bro, I gotta run like, I gotta get signed to FaZe Clan, run a subathon, do a crypto pump and dump, and also probably have 2 dramas and 1 slur under my belt before I can afford to buy a house in this economy. You want to know the shittiest thing too, bro? I started streaming full time. Yo, Koi, what up, my friend? How are you? I started streaming full time like start of 2024. And they were like, yeah, so we'll need your Twitch tax returns for 2023 and 2024. And I was like, what if I told you I made substantially less those 2 years than I did this year? They didn't like that response. They did not like that at all. This year is the come up. And it's not a big one. They still think I'm poor as shit. We can build a house in Arizona for 70k. Where the fuck am I gonna get 70k? If I had 70k, they wouldn't have been mad at me for being poor. You let me get a 70k down payment real quick and we're good. What's crazy is the fact that half the time rent's just as much, if not more, than a mortgage would be. Yeah. Yep, especially if it's a multifamily. A multifamily, you can, like, if you have a fucking duplex, bro, you're probably like 40% up on your mortgage. My rent is $495 a month for a 2-bedroom townhouse. What the fuck? Are you fucking your landlord? Do you have 4 different people living with you? No, he's like 95. Yo, Mag. Thank you. I appreciate you. Much love. What month is that? Just me and my Yorkie. Do you make the Yorkie pay rent? What do you mean $495 a month? Sounds like a town of 4 people. Bro, I live in Maine. We have towns of 4 people. And I can tell you even there, it's not $495 a month. Mortgage is like $1150 with taxes like $1550. I pay $1,000 a month in rent and then like internet on top of that. And I'm gonna be real, I know the mortgage of this place, it ain't much more than that. It ain't much more than that. It's a cold world out here. So Icy Bean's promoting the alpha test, so I figured I'd check it out. I still wasn't ready for the $100 price tag. It's a lot of fucking clams. Yeah, it's a lot of clams. The thing about the 100 buckaroo price tag, it is many dollary dues, many clams, a couple doubloons as well. Good news. Good news. 90-day refund period. No hours limit or anything like that. So essentially, you set the $100 bill aside for 3 months. If you reach the 3-month period and you're still playing Ashes, then Steven Sharif just breaks into your house in the middle of the night while you're asleep, and then he takes the $100 bill off your desk. And then you'll never see it again. It's like the Tooth Fairy. So you just get a visit from the Steven Fairy, and then your $100 bill's gone. And then you're committed to Ashes forever. You can never leave at that point. You're legally signed to us. But anytime in that 90-day period, you can get all of your money back no matter how many hours you have played. So I think, like, despite the actual, you know, the upfront cost, you're very likely going to get, I'd say, 2.5+ years of content out of that. I think upwards of 3 is very reasonable before the game launches. You're in the entire time through development, no matter how long or short it goes. So the longer it goes, honestly, the better value for you. Intrepid has said is gonna be a minute. Is gonna be a minute. Save up so you don't need credit. Well, so this is the thing. If I made enough money to save up so I didn't need credit, then they also would have just given me a loan. I don't stream because it makes me a millionaire. I stream because I get to be unemployed, feed pigeons every morning, and my job is playing video games and yapping with a bunch of people who are typically pretty cool. I'm fucked on the actual adulting spectrum, dog. Like, I set aside money as much as I can, but like you gotta make a lot of money to set a lot of money aside. I make a little money and I set a little money aside. It's all relative, and like to a homeless person, oh, I'm fucking loaded. I got bandos. To somebody that works a minimum wage job, they'll look at my payouts each month and they'll be like, Dusty, what are you doing? What are you doing? I thought streamers were rich. No, sirski. Not on this side of things. Not at this size. Maybe when I get up to that like 500 viewers, we'll be up tremendous, but I'm setting pretty cool too, so that checks out. Yeah, it's massive. It's massive. As long as somebody believes in you. That's the biggest fucking thing. You just need somebody to believe in you. You already started at a consistent, okay, you there? I mean, I already saved money, but like, bro, I set aside a good portion of what I make. I just don't make a lot. I'm not a rich man. I don't claim to be. I don't flex like I got money. I don't front like I got money. I don't. Any jewelry that I wear, it's either fake or given to me. And in most instances, probably both. The sound of my ping to the server is between 6 and 16. That's disgusting. That's really gross. What happens if the other partner has a credit registered as deceased? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, so me and my dead girlfriend here are gonna be moving into this house. The IRS happens. Yeah, Carla, don't yell too loud. Someone will hear your yaps. And then you'll get in trouble. They're everywhere. Is Zebra still rents really expensive? I mean, moved in 21 years ago. Wait, you moved in 21 years ago at $550 a month, and he lowered it after a year to $495. But he doesn't believe in upping the rent ever. When you move out, he does a remodel, then raises the rent. So, have you got a remodel in 20 years? Like, or has stuff been done? I'm assuming he upkeeps everything still, like, as landlords have to, but... Wait, so how Time Machine actually... Damn, 21 years ago was 2004, huh? So you probably got, like, Apple wallpaper in the kitchen, and not, like, Apple brand, but actually, like, apples. Like, red apples. If I had to guess. I think that's the aesthetic. Yo, Lil Death. Also, what up, my boy? No PvP tonight? Streg is playing BF6. I'm currently doing a little bit of hunting, and then I need to take a tally of like how many carcasses I actually need, and I need to see how many I actually have. Because if I'm being real, I actually think I'm quite close to being done my hunting loop here. I think I almost have enough. Because I have been doing multiple hours of this loop each day. And I really want to get back to the point where I can just like mindlessly do other shit. If I'm being real. Like, I like mindless hunting. It's satisfying. I get to do big AoE, but I don't know, man. It's tough out here sometimes. I want to be smacking some people up. If I could prefer it. Need Sunhaven to pop? Oh, wait. What's gonna go crazy with Sunhaven? With the fish sales? Because you'll need them for crates? Like the construction crates? What fish do you need for crates? Someone who hasn't seen a second of gameplay until a minute ago, are you skinning for leatherworking at the moment? Yes, yes. It's a little bit different of a system than just like your traditional kill something and then skin something and then get like the leatherworker from the beast mob that you've killed. But essentially with beast mobs, you have a chance to spawn in either like the killable beast or the huntable version of the beast, which are the ones that you'll see that have crosshairs like next to their nameplate, and they register as a neutral mob. So essentially what I'm doing here is killing a bunch of very low level mobs on loop and trying to force the spawns as huntables. So it's not exactly the most riveting stuff, but it is the most efficient way to try to RNG your way to mass huntable spawns. So while I'm running through, I essentially run this circle, let each side of the road repopulate, and then as I'm going through, I'm kind of like looking at nameplates on mobs as they render in. I'm trying to go through and aggro everything and then leash it all together. And then I hope that I get the RNG on the nameplates to be able to go up to them and then hunt them. And then, you know, just get the carcasses. So in my bags, you'll notice I have a lot of Grem carcasses. Those are like the little rat things. I got Raven carcasses. And then I also have a few wolf carcasses. So those are the 3 types of huntables that are going to spawn in this area. The Grems and the Ravens, I need for my next armor set that I'm trying to craft. And then the wolves, I will sell to other people that are using it for a different set. That's going to be like a caster set. So while I'm out here farming for myself, I'm able to make a little bit of money on the side as well with the fewer wolf spawns that are going to be coming in, because those are pretty valuable too. So pretty cool system, albeit not the most like, you know, the most riveting to just run around and like pray for RNG huntable spawns while killing low level stuff. But it's stuff like this in MMOs that, you know, as people very, very, very frequently will notice, the people that actually do stuff like this will have the materials that are going to sell for all of the money, and then they will all of a sudden have the best gear, have the most money. And some MMOs really reward the nitty-gritty stuff like this. Ashes does great at that. I'm actually a PvP-centric player. I would much rather be PvPing 1000% of the time. So this one's a huntable. So it's got the green health bar and then the crosshair. So hunting system will change in the long term. Right now, it's the minimum viable like hunting system that actually works. So you just go up and interact with it, and then you kill it. Very, very simply put, you pet it to death. But yeah, that'll get a lot better. But I'm a PvP-centric player. I love PvP any chance that I can get. And if I could be doing like group versus group PvP stuff right now, I absolutely would be. But this is such an important part of the gameplay loop that I have to just take time to actually do this. You don't have to, of course. You can econ in 1,000 different ways, but getting the gatherables going at this point is way easier than getting it going like once the goods are actually being crafted. So why can't it be crafted right now? Every town can only reach a certain level. Not every town can be the highest level through a system called vassaling. So rank 4 is the highest. In a network, a vassal network it's called, you have a rank 4, 2 rank 3s, and then 2 rank 2s. And that completes your vassal network right now. So your rank 4 obviously going to be the largest and can have the most buildings. Buildings support gathering, refining, and crafting. So basically, the more buildings that you have, the more you can support, but you can't put every building in every town. So you have to work town to town across the server to make sure that every step of the gathering, refining, and crafting route is valid and is in place. So right now we are waiting for the proper tables to come in, like the proper buildings, to be able to craft that next set of gear. And then once that's craftable, I'm gonna try to have a lot of the materials in place to actually make that set, and that's gonna be a huge upgrade versus what I'm wearing right now. So essentially knowing what's going to come and doing the infrastructural work to try to get ahead of the curve there and not have to play catch up is a very, very, very big time saver and money saver. And we also have a lot of people in the guild that have been gathering many different things. So it's not necessarily just everybody's hunting. Some people are hunting. Some people are chopping a shitload of trees. Some people are mining, picking flowers. Some people are just selling shit and buying shit and trying to get rich off of that with the liquid gold. And all of those routes are very beneficial to not only your own progression, but also your community's progression. So it's a really cool setup. I always say, like, every action in Ashes matters, whether it is like killing, you know, the most basic of mobs to try to progress towards a craft for somebody, to hunting, gathering, to PvP. Everything that you're doing at all times is building up your overall community in Ashes. And I think that is one of the most motivating parts of the game right now, especially as someone that's very community centric. So I think that's just a cool incentivization. Selling, buying is either a global market or town economy separate town economies. And taxes are allocated directly to the towns where the spending happens. Taxes are set by the mayors of those towns. There will be 4 different, like, mayoral elections, so to say, in the long term. Right now, there's just one. It's the popular election on the 1st of every month. So we're actually getting ready for re-elections right now. So in terms of the towns, it's just, it's a, you know, localized player market, but then we also have the trade chat. You've got your local sales. So it's a very heavily player-to-player driven economy. There will be ways in the long term for, like, a certain type of town to level to a certain point and then have, like, a larger radius player market, but that's, like, it's called a settlement superpower. That'll be in way longer. Not even worth confusing you with right now. So yeah, every people can be elected to mayors. It's pretty innovative. Not only with election, but I guess I'll confuse you with it, but you did this. There will be 4 different types of settlements or towns in the long term. So the scientific town is the, like, popular vote. So all of these election processes start on the 1st of the month, all at the same time for every single town. So I love people with crates. They're just waddling around. Basically, the scientific settlements or towns, those will be a popular election. The economic towns will be an auction for control of it. The religious towns will be completing a bunch of quests, and whoever completes the most quests during the election window to, like, show your allegiance basically to the settlement will then be mayor. And then you have your military node. Towns, nodes, settlements, whatever. You have your military town. Militaries are determined by a week-long, like, battleground state. And, well, I think it's 5 days. Either way. Battleground state that pops up for, like, hours at a time. And while the settlement will be in the battleground state, you get points for player kills as well as holding objectives. And whoever has the most points cumulatively at the end of the election period will then be the mayor. All of those happen at the 1st of the month, like I said, so you can't, like, you know, be mayor of multiple towns. It's a pretty cool system. Sounds great. It's really unique. And then, like I mentioned, through the Vastling system with that network setup, not every town can reach every, like, the highest level. And as a result, you kind of have your, like, your hubs in, like, a forced regionality sense. And then you have your areas that are more, you know, the outskirts. And then it transitions into another region. So it's a really innovative map design. There are also ways where settlements can basically die and, you know, atrophy over time or all at once. So you'll have a living, evolving tile set within the map that will put every server in a very unique state. Where no 2 servers should ever have, like, the exact same leveling cadence to all their towns, same towns leveled with all the stuff in the same place. It's a really cool system. How can I play this now, or do I have to wait for the new wave? So, Skeeby, you can do exclamation ashes right now, brother. Pop on over. It is the $100 USD Alpha 2 Wave 3 pack. That comes with a 90-day refund period where you can get all of your money back if you play for a bit and you're just like, damn, this is ass, which can always happen. So 90 days, no hours limit. You can play as much as you fucking want. We got the November 18th update coming in. That's going to be a big banger of an update. We got a, bye-bye green banana from the Creepy Bones. Creepy banana over here. Wait, make sure you refresh so you get to share that thing. I appreciate you, Creepy. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, so the November update is going to be huge. Your refund period will protect you way past that. So you've got a lot of time where you can actually hop in and see how, how shit's going to be. So that's great. I think that it's one of the safest purchases that you can possibly make in gaming right now. You know that your money's going to be protected no matter how much you play. Kind of cool. Pull up to a cargo. The DB got all 4 crates. First time ever making a clutch play like that. Ayo. Ayo. Got all 4 crates. Big Rust gamers out here. Somewhere Nin is proud of you. Somewhere Nin is proud of you. You know, if it's crates you like, we like crates and ashes too. You pull up on a caravan with your entire squad. Then you beat the shit out of that caravan and then you can get a whole lot of crates, Mr. Hayes. You can. Oh god, there are many hazes in here now. We got Leon Haze. We got RPK Haze. We got all the Haze family up in this bitch. Skip it? Will not skip it. Will not skip it. You must refresh. The noti goes hard. I'll be questing that in the religious settlement, finding the Holy Grail and whatnot. So, funny enough, even though I'm a very PvP-driven player, the religious settlement is, in my opinion, the most impactful for server progression. So, as I mentioned before with, like, the increased player market area with economic nodes, certain, like, settlements, those will have superpowers once they hit a certain level. Religious ones get a procedurally generated dungeon underneath them that players can access, which will have exclusive mob tables, boss tables, loot tables, all that shit. So the second a server has a religious settlement that is, you know, the high enough level to attain its superpower, that will give you a completely unique meta that only your server even has access to. And in theory, since it is procedurally generated, no two should be the same. So even if you have two religious settlements on your server, both with the superpower unlocked, different dungeons. What I'm wondering is, if we level 1, if we get the procedurally generated dungeon, and then the settlement dies, and then we level it again, is it the same dungeon? That's what I'm wondering. I need to do science. Religion has a dungeon, scientific gets a limited teleport. Yeah, so scientific is a one-way portal to its vassal nodes. So the ones within its network. You won't be able to bring any materials or anything like that through the portal with you. And it's only a one-way, so very limited functionality. Essentially just like a hop, skip, and a jump next door. The economic settlement, that's going to have like increased player shop capacity. And it's also going to have a player market that goes within its vassal network as well. So that's going to be built around more like econ stuff. And then military nodes, they haven't said what the superpower directly is with militaries. As the last that I heard, there's still an ideation with what the military superpower could be. No, I don't think launching nukes is a valid option. But they're still trying to figure that one out. It's been said that the military settlement is going to like tie into class progression and possibly arenas. But arenas are also supposed to be accessible via like a building that's placed in settlements. So just tiny warhead. Like maybe a teeny one, but also really long cooldown. It would have to have a long cooldown. Can't be too OP. We cannot be leading with intercontinental ballistic missiles when everybody else is fighting with swords and bows. It's a little unfair. So, I understand it's a militaristic structure. Maybe like a chariot. Who knows? Maybe the mayor of a military node just has poor people carry him around in a chariot all day and that's a superpower. That could kind of fuck. Might get me back into mayoring. Actually get treated like a streamer up in this bitch. Be kind of nice. No ICBMs in my MMO. No ICBMs that you're allowed to have. Now, technically, you're not allowed to drive 56 in a 55. I'll have you know, I'm sometimes a bit of a bad boy. Sometimes a bit of a loose cannon. Don't let Twitch hear that. But, sometimes I drive a little fast. You sneak an ICBM in. It's yours. It's just a matter of where are you putting it to get it through security. Boy, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. That's like your text-based adventure begin. It's like, I have this pocket-sized intercontinental ballistic missile, but I have no pockets in my pants. What do I use as a pocket? Balls in your court, missiles in your butt. It's your choice, soldier. No pockets? Okay, well, I would definitely put something in a pockets to sneak it through security, as long as you're that pockets. But if I'm not wearing pants, actually, I guess that helps achieve the goal. You ever play Find the Saltine? It's where you hide a saltine cracker and then somebody else has to find it. I got some cool hiding spot ideas, Mr. Pot. A rogue's just like one-shotting in PvP? Like, if rogues can get combos off undisturbed, yeah, rogue's a bitch. it can 1000% just give people and lock them down in PvP. The thing with Rogue that's really annoying in small scale is that it's like the reset master as well. It is so hard to actually lock a Rogue down because they have multiple CC breaks, they have crazy movement, they have CCs that they can drop on a person, then go out, move out, Diddy Dart's a big thing. There's so much life play that a Rogue has. The thing that counters a Rogue is unironically multiple people. Because while the Rogue is dropping its combo, as long as the Rogue doesn't have anybody hitting the Rogue's great. But the second a Rogue is trying to drop its combo and all in one target, it becomes a little bit of an element of like, oh shit, who's hitting me in the back? I need to be a little more cognizant. My health is low, now I have to reset before this trade is complete. I'm getting CC'd, so I can't get everything off as fluidly. Like, that's kind of the big thing with melees in Ashes right now. Even as a tank player, the second we try to go in, you'll try to step up to get one ability off, and you tank 14 abilities as a result. Looks like I'm almost too many rogues. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I'm a big believer. Too many rogues. Too many rogues, too many fighters, man. If we're all a little bit more peaceful and less selfish, it'd be a better place. More clerics, more bards. Your title indicates that hyperinflation ended. Hyperinflation may have started to end for now. So we can change the dupe counter back to it has been 1 day since last game breaking dupe. That's great progress. That's awesome progress. Now it is going to be hard to keep up with New Worlds. That's something that we won't be able to quite catch, but you know, maybe in the long term we stabilize. That we know of, yes. Yes, there could always be a dupe in somebody's ass somewhere. Could always be dupe and missiles. You never really know what's gonna come from that shit. It's a fucking wild world, bro. We got lithium. Who's to say we don't have uranium? What if it was just data mined early? But yes, crate dupe fixed. Economy saved. 0.17 coming soon, TM. 0.17 fixes the rest of the gathering issues, hopefully, that we were having. My fingers and my peanut are both crossed. That's what Alpha 2 Wave 3, thank you so much. Dude, of course, welcome in. If you're looking for a guild to play with, please, !guild, feel free to hop into our guild Discord. We do PvP, we do PvE, we have competitive-minded players, we have casual players, we have multiple guilds, so everybody can get the experience that they want. Pull up, join the boys, we're more than happy to have anybody. Do we have numbers on how many people are playing the alpha? Unfortunately, no. No API pull or anything. And as much as I have tried to overhear their conversations in Intrepid Studios, for whatever reason, they keep finding the walkie-talkies that I put in the break room. I'm gonna try to get better at hiding them, though. I have a few places in mind. So I'll get the fucking data for you guys. I promise you I'll get that shit at some point. It's just a matter of like my Suterfuge. I need a rogue. I never thought I'd say this. Never in my fucking life. If you pay for the alpha now, do you have to pay it all again as the game progresses? No. If you pay for the alpha now with a $100 USD pack, you are in until the game launches. And then the next thing you'll have to worry about in terms of monetization, other than your tier 3 sub to DustyWhy each month, is going to be the launch of the game. No box cost, no DLC cost. It is a $15 a month sub. I just spit. It is a $15 a month sub when the game launches. Not right now, not until the game launches. No more money other than $100 until the launch of the game. When the game launches, $15 a month sub, no box cost, no DLC cost. So just transitions at that point to sub-based. $100 USD. All of development, 90-day refund period as well. Super safe purchase. If you like it and you stay until launch, the value speaks for itself. $100 for multiple years of a live service mimicking environment. So DLCs and expansions. Yeah. So Steven has iterated their monetization will never include like the big upfronts, any expansions, any further DLCs, like anything that comes in with Ashes post-launch will be just under the bundle of that $15 a month sub. The additional monetization for the game long-term, because you know every game's gotta have it, is the best form of monetization in my opinion that can exist. $15 a month sub to play, in-game store that's completely optional, that is only for skins. Skins impact your character none other than visual. They basically present no advantage. On top of that, Steven has said there will be no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience ever in Ashes. He is a gamer first and foremost and started this company to make this game out of his passion for gaming and his hatred for seeing Arcage end up in the spot that it was in, because Arcage was like his game of choice. He really, really, really wants to see this do well. And in-game achievable skins will be the cooler ones? Yes! Cool is always relative. Swag is always, you know, swag is always on a person-to-person basis. But the most incentivized, drippiest skins will be the play-to-earn instead of the pay-to-earn. Will they do a server wipe when they officially launch? Yes! They will nuke everything related to, like, playtesting progress before launch, except your memory. So you just become more familiar with things over now and then. And the systems are going to continue to evolve and continue to change. So even if you're getting in now, you're still going to have to learn so much. And you're still going to be learning the entire time through development. So it's not like you hop in now and you're just like, man, I know everything I need to know about everything in Ashes. Bro, I stream this game full time. I have streamed this game every single day for over 10 months. 8+ hours a day. I still learn shit every single day. I still ask my crafters in my guild because I'm not a crafter by trade. I ask them a lot. The game's not intuitive. Very valid. Very valid. You said you can get the 100 refunded within 90 days? Absolutely. Anytime within 90 days, no hours limit. You can play as much as you want to within 90. It is fucking awesome in terms of the refund. And coolest thing, if you refund, they let you hop back in at a later date. Obviously, don't spam the refund. They can deny multiple refunds. But your first refund is 1,000% guaranteed. And you are not barred from rebuying. You're not barred from re-entering. You are legitimately... You get a refund twice, that's it. John Shi, what do you do? After that, they send you a warning. I haven't refunded? Oh, you know somebody who has? Was it GM Lorraine? My homie showed me his email. What's the warning say? Does it just say like, we're not going to give you your money back again, you dumb bitch, stop refunding? Cause like, that's along the lines of what I'd say. Like, if I were Intrepid customer support, when somebody refunded a second time, I would send them an email, and the email content, the body of it would just be a question mark. It's a big thing. Even a small thing like your mount staying where you dismounted is such cool detail. Yes, yes. So your mount is essentially another player character. So you can desummon it to play it safe, or you can call it. So essentially it'll desummon on like a certain aggro range, of course. But like in PvP, somebody can hit my mount and kill it if we're flagged up. So if they do that, it goes on a 10-minute respawn where I can't call in this mount anymore. Mounts have different characteristics about them. So my Flail Runner, which is one of the higher level mounts, has 170% ground speed. Very fast, very cool looking, very HP, 4,145. My starting horse, which is a level 1, has 135% movement speed. 10 minutes. Did I say something other than 10 minutes? I meant to say 10 minutes, my bad. I thought I said 10 minutes. I'm yapping. I meant to say 10 minutes. I know it's 10 minutes. My bad if I fucked up. Yeah, it's 10 minutes on the respawn. But yeah, so this... You do? Okay, cool. Cool. Anyways, so the time on the horse is... Well, not the time. The speed on the horse is 135, substantially slower. HP on the horse, 818. So anybody that has played Ashes a lot knows that you will want multiple mounts. There are also ground mounts, aquatic mounts, which the shoal skipper is very, 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 very slow on land. But it's going to be your fastest water mount. It's also going to give you, underwater breathing. What are some of the major selling points that aren't implemented yet? 99% of the game. So while the animal husbandry system is responsible for the mounts right now, something as simple as like animal husbandry's depth. Right now, I go through, I AFK hunt and pet the animals, and they go into my inventory. Long term, there will be multiple different types of hunting that are in the game, and that will take use of the, not only the bow that we have right now, but also the bait and the trap in the hunting category for your tools. Likewise, you'll have 3 logging tools, 3 fishing tools, you'll have 3 herbalism tools, 3 mining tools, and your apprentice clothes, all of that stuff. So a lot of the development process for Ashes so far has been, let's establish a very strong functional core with what they call the MVPs, the minimum viable products. So they're trying to get the systems in and alive and floating however they can, and then build on those systems once the core is done. So you're building a house, you're not just slapping walls and siding on before you have the foundation built. They're pouring the foundation and they're getting the framing done right now. And then once the framing's done in a very solid way, then they're gonna start building the rest of the house. Whereas so many game development journeys right now are like, we slap some framing up on this side, we wall this side completely, and then we do framing over here, and then we go back here to do the siding, and then we put a couch down on this side, and then we go to the back side of the house and we do half the framing, cut open a window spot, and then we're good on that side. Then we go to the front. It makes sense over here. So essentially, a lot of the systems that we have are going to continue to get deeper. The world right now, large playable world, we have the Riverlands, the desert, the June Dark, the tropics, and the anvils. The full map, I keep this pulled up just in case I'm in a sad mood and want a goon. Right now, we have the Riverlands, the desert, the June Dark, the tropics, and the anvils. It's a big-ass motherfucking map. It's a real big map. We got a lot of playability still to come to the map. Right now, the Riverlands is by and large the best area. It's got the most development. It's the OG. Naturally, it makes the most sense that that's going to be the furthest progressed. So we've got much more to come with the actual playable area in terms of expansion and, you know, playability. Right now, the level cap is 25. Level cap on launch is going to be 50. Right now, we have primary classes. Long term, there will be a primary and a secondary class that you combine to get your total class output. Primary determines your active abilities. So I am tank. I have tank abilities. Secondary will augment my tank abilities with elements of that secondary class. There will be 4 different fields that you can choose from basically for your augments. So every class will be crossable with every class. Freehold system and the housing system. It is an entire deed-based real estate system. Different types of housing have different benefits. There are some that are instant standalones on the map. There will be guild housing, individual housing, competed for housing, more accessible housing. You'll have guild castles like Havoc said. So in the long term, over the course of this entire world, actually, hold on, I'm taking a bong rip. You got me on a good yap. You asked the good questions. Hold on, because I still have food on my plate. I'm gonna take 30 seconds real quick. I'm gonna stuff my face. I'm gonna take a bong rip, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna answer all of your questions, chat. Twitch Prime real quick for me. I will be right back. One sec. Good day. We're up. All right. So. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. Played for a day, and now I really hate the fucking chat. How many times have you hit enter and then just like SD, 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 SD? I just wish I could turn on color code so I can see / turn off on everything. Oh, yeah. So over on this end of things, like I have a social tab that's set up. So you can go into the options and then under your tabs here, you can go to your chat tabs and then you can customize everything that's in each tab. You can add or delete tabs as well. And then they have like general, so you can customize all of your colors for all of your text, all the way down to like damage received, damage taken, crit stuff. So yeah, they actually do have a good amount of customizability with it. Sometimes it's just a little bit out there. Yeah. I actually think like all things considered for something that's an accessory system like that, that's not like a really core thing. I think they actually do quite well with giving us a lot of really cool UI stuff. 1000%. Yo, Dave, what up, my boy? How are you going? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Much love. What do you get up to today, brother? Hope you had a phenomenal stream, Raiders. Welcome in. Appreciate y'all being here. If you guys are new to the channel, please drop the follow so you don't want to go live daily. My name's Dusty. I've streamed 850 something days in a row. It's a lot of fucking days. I've streamed over 850 days in a row. I am all ashes all the time over here. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to let me know. Check out Guild Wars 2 since New World Stows. Bro, just come over to ashes. It's better. I'm gonna be real. If you're playing an MMO that is already launched and is still just doing its best to go along at a constant pace, I would encourage you to take a chance on an MMO that is going to, instead of trying to just maintain what it's doing and not die, find an MMO or a game that is going to have the ambition to succeed and not just to survive. Kind of want to wait for Ashes till November. That's smart. November 18th update is going to be a big like player jumping point. Absolutely, 1000%. I think November 18th is going to be huge, not only for like new players jumping in, but also like the long-term player retention. 1000%. Okay, more selling points that are not implemented yet. In terms of like the map scale and everything like that. What you've got over here. Also, Midsleep, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, in terms of the, the scale of the map, there are going to be 85 player ownable towns across this entire map, and there will be 5 guild castles. So, there's a pretty basic structure with everything. What do I have up for a paint diagram right now? Okay, cool. Well, this is all just rambling about PvP modes. But essentially, with your tax structure, okay? Let me kill these mobs. Player will give taxes to a town. Okay? Players give taxes to towns. Towns will then have taxes go out. It's just like a fish in a torpedo. To guild castles. I don't really know how to draw a castle, so we're just doing this. This is gonna look like kind of a cock. I think this is kind of like a castle rampart type beat. That's supposed to be a castle, chat. That's supposed to be a castle. So, essentially, players generate taxes for towns through existing. Literally existing. Buying shit, spending money, crafting, all that stuff. Tax rate is set by the town itself. Once a week, the towns that are under the guild castle's purview. So again, there will be 85 player ownable towns. There will be 5 guild castles. So presumably like a 5 on a die. This is confirmed to be the guild castle like out here that's just accessible by like naval combat because there are boats and shit up in this hole. We're gonna have 2 different types of boats for the November 18th update. So you've got a guild castle here. I think guild castle here, guild castle somewhere up here, guild castle presumably somewhere over here, and then maybe somewhere down here or somewhere down here. So each of the guild castles will oversee 1/5 of the world. Once a week, automated caravans. So caravans are basically these slowly moving carriages that you typically drive place to place with shit on the carriage. Also, Chips, what up, my boy? I don't know what to do now. Just come play Ashes. Brother, it's so much better. So once a week, those automated caravans will go from the towns to the guild castles from each of the towns. And the caravans need to be escorted by people, either to, you know, successfully defend them and get the goods out to the guild castles, or to try to nuke the caravans and steal the tax money from the caravans before they get to the guild castles. So there is going to be a lot that is on the line there. It's going to be a very intriguing system because that's going to be a lot of fucking money just floating out in the world. So that entire interaction is going to be huge. I mentioned earlier that once a month there will be the elections that happen with all the settlements. There will also be sieges that happen with each of the guild castles on the same monthly basis. So right now, your most competitive communities are all basically like, let me get mayor of a town and let me fly around on a flying mount, right? Cool to be the mayor, cool to have a flying mount. Flyers aren't going to be the shit in the long term. They're actually not going to. So, flyers are meant to be a force multiplier, and it's going to be a really big deal when you see one of those bad boys up in the sky. But in the long term, only the mayors of the highest tier settlements, the tier 5 ones, will have a flying mount. And then only the guild castle owners on the guild castle side, and that's all you'll have from the like elected ownership of flyers, so to say. Your guild castle owners, 5 of those, and then your tier 5 settlement owners as well. Now, what if I don't want to be a mayor or a guild castle owner? There will be drops from very, 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 like, sought-after content. Choxy, what am I, boy? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. There will be drops from, like, very, very endgame content that's like the egg or the adolescent version of the mounts. Those have to be basically grown through animal husbandry, which is one of the many trade skills. 22 of those bitches. So then that turns into a flying mount, which has a lifespan of 15 to 30 days probably, to correlate with the 30-day re-election process for all of your mayors to keep that in line with like the temporary flyers. On top of that, flying mounts will need to be launched from a specific building that needs to be put up in settlements. Every guild castle will come with one, but every town will have to have their own royal stable for their flying mount. So you can't launch them just from anywhere like you can now. Last but not least, once a flying mount is launched, it will have like a gas tank, I call it. It'll be the stamina bar. And you can only fly that mount for so long before it no longer has any flying range and has to go on cooldown. So flying mounts right now are like, they're a godsend. They are everything that you could ever want in a system and more. But is going to get a lot harder for people with their flyers, and they're actually going to have to think about when they use them. Because long term, if I see a guild that I know has a flyer, then I will keep track of what their GM is doing, right? And if we see that their GM is using their flyer for something and they've expended that, then we might be at a better spot to declare on them because they won't have their eyes in the sky. And if we have a flyer of our own, then we can use flying mount advantage. And we can get eyes in the sky and have our collar up in the sky, and they won't have theirs. What the fuck is going on over here, Delirium? What the hell is this? Gurn, hello, my friend. How are you? Made the mistake of checking Reddit. Why the negativity? Is it justified? Excited to start the game personally. Might join this week or wait till Harbingers. I got a couple takes on this. Strap in, buddy, because you're in for a long one. If you got a primer, you're going to want to pop it, or you're probably going to get an ad during this. So, first things first, as Keep said, Reddit's a terrible place, but that's also a cop-out answer. Very easy to say Reddit's a terrible place. It is, but I'll elaborate more. Essentially, something to keep in mind is that people who are enjoying something are much less likely to take time out of their gameplay to talk about how much they enjoy it on an outside source, and are a lot more likely to just enjoy it, right? If I'm playing Ashes and I like Ashes, I'm gonna just play Ashes. If I get a meal from a restaurant and everything goes right, I'm gonna just eat my meal, right? If it goes above and beyond, or if I'm one of the people who has the time, I might fill out a positive review, might give them a 5-star on Yelp, whatever it may be. But it's gonna take a lot, and you're gonna be a lot lower percentage of people that are enjoying it that convert to third-party platforms to discuss their experiences. With Reddit and Discord, your most vocal people are not going to be the ones who are actively playing the game. They're going to be the ones who are not playing the game that have the time to be in Discord, on Reddit, all those things. On top of that, Discord and Reddit are a no verification method of information acquisition. Discord and Reddit for information acquisition and opinions is the same as when you would try to cite Wikipedia as an article when you were in school and your teacher would say, no Wikipedia. You gotta find an actual source. So with Discord and Reddit, I always implore people to remember that there is no verification that anybody in Discord or on Reddit is actively playing the game whatsoever and is providing their feedback from any point of like, I have played this many hours, I am qualified to give this opinion because I've directly interacted with these systems. And the number of people that have no interaction with the game whatsoever and don't even have their pack yet, but say, oh, I've watched this game a good bit, let me tell you how to completely redefine the economy because it's all dog shit. Those people are ones who very, very, very much give us a bad name. On top of that, you have the YouTube side of things. YouTube is its own beast. I multi-stream Twitch and YouTube, but I'm not much of a YouTube poster. Part of the thing with YouTube and why you'll see a lot of interesting opinions over there is partially because YouTube rewards not necessarily good content, but intriguing content. If you have a super clickbaity headline, if you have a super edgy hook, and you have a nice enough thumbnail, people will click on your video to watch it. And then with YouTube, you gain credibility the more views you have. People see a video with more views and they assume better video because more views. But those views accumulate over time, and whether people like your video or they don't like your video, views are views. That total number still shows. So with YouTube, their incentivization is to make content that is eye-popping. You scroll by that content and it's like, is Ashes of Creation actually dead? Did Steven Sharif burn down an orphanage in a past life? And then people will click on that and then +1 view. And if you go in and it's even AI generated slop, congratulations, +1 view to that video, can't unsuck that dick. So, Discord and Reddit, no verification that people are actively playing, no verification that the people are essentially who they say they are. Other than that, though, I don't just want to shit directly on, like, the people having bad opinions, so to say, because that's also not valid, and that just sounds like me being a bitch. Personally, I think expectations are one of the biggest things that people lack in modern gaming. And not their own expectations, but proper expectations that align with the very well communicated points made by the development teams of the game that you're playing. What I mean by that is at 0 point has Intrepid Studios said, this system is final, it's all said and done, it's not changing again about anything. They're very communicative. If you're playing something right now, it's gonna be ass compared to the final version of it. They're working on multiple things simultaneously, developing from the ground up while also building proprietary in-house server technology that has never been done before. They are developing things that didn't fucking exist before they were a company, and those things are pretty goddamn close to actually being used in a live environment, which is really cool. So while all of that's going on, they're taking on one of the most system ambitious MMOs that really any modern developer has taken on, and it's not like there's some warranted like AAA developer with millions of titles under their belt walking into a room with aura. It's some nerdy dude that really likes video games and a bunch of developers that he managed to convince to come along for this fucking project out of nowhere. It is legitimately their first title. So they don't have that like proven track record, okay? So you combine those things with people coming in. They know Intrepid is not a proven developer. They know that there is no reason to believe that they are capable of executing in any way, shape, and form. Absolutely agree there. But at the same time, people come in expecting this to be a fully finished, fully polished product, and they hold Ashes to the same standard of World of Warcraft, of Guild Wars 2, of fucking Arcade, of Lineage, of Final Fantasy. Of all of these finished, polished products that have had so long to go through proper playtesting, iteration, community feedback, patch after patch after patch, and live service, people's point of comparison is very high for Ashes. And I think that that is something that fuels a lot of the negative sentiment, is people are not necessarily looking at this as, okay, we're testing the system as is, and then our feedback shapes the next step. Can they go to another system? Can they put another layer on this? Or do they need to double back because something fucked up? And if they need to double back, then they do. And I think that is, I think that's a big part of it, is that people's expectations are sometimes flawed as well. We talk to a lot of people as, you know, this community, even though I'm in a small corner of the internet with everything, that are like, man, I really fucking hate how the environment looks. This snow is dog shit. I hate how the UI looks. This fucking experience bar, man. This world has no life to it. Like, people genuinely will crash out over things that, in an alpha state, I think are not worth the crash out. I think there are plenty of things that are worth crash outs, but I think a lot of what people are crashing out about is not worth the crash out when it's been very well communicated, like what the immediate goals are. Are they on low settings? Motherfucker, I'm on low settings. And a lot of people come in and go, damn, Dusty, this shit looks good. I play low. Just the movement from phase 1 to phase 3 has been crazy. Yes, absolutely, I agree. Also, Capo, what up, my boy? Any other tips and tricks to get the game to launch other than the known issues tab? Do you just download? And what is your game installed in for, or installed on for a drive? Make sure it's installed on an SSD. Make sure that, I would say, like, once you download, just do a hard restart of your PC. I think you're still on higher settings for Forge. I just changed my global. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Global illumination has such large differences from medium to high. Really, the biggest thing is like the play on shadows. So I can see if it illustrates it like here a little bit. But with global illum, the second it goes on high, I don't think it'll show. Yeah, not as much. With global illum on high, if you're like in a cave or something, or somewhere that's supposed to be very shadowy, global illumination on high projects shadows a lot more. So if this was like a closed off room, I wouldn't be able to see into this with global illumination on high, because it would project the shadows into the room and kind of like close it off. If I have my global illumination on medium or lower, then I will be able to see into the rooms a lot easier. So I usually play on medium. But yeah, check the drive it's installed on. Restart your PC after downloading. Make sure it's on an SSD, preferably your best SSD with the most room and like the highest speed read-write. Throw a restart in, let me know if it's still fucked up. Also, depends on what your specs are. Is there much PvP right now? The thing with PvP, and like the question has been asked, like what I think Ashes is lacking. Very simply put, a lot systems wise. But the core of the game is more or less resemblant of the core of the game, right? At the end of the day, the power creep is supposed to be through a player-driven economy where you are doing exactly what I'm doing right now. Like, I am not just killing these mobs for the fun of killing level 6 mobs. Every one of these huntables that I get is helping me get one step closer to being able to actually craft my endgame armor set. So I'm putting in the time to PvE to make sure that I can PvP at the highest level in the long term with the best gear. And personally, I like that in an MMO loop. I like that it encourages people to do every aspect of the game, and we wouldn't be able to craft this stuff in the first place if the server wasn't progressed, which is what we're waiting on right now. You have to have the right buildings in the right places. And then you also need to mob grind and PvE to get the recipes and to get what are called emblems and essences, which are used in those crafting recipes for each region. So you've immediately got every aspect of PvE covered. Mob grinding, gathering, refining, crafting. That's huge. Then comes the PvP. Right now, there are not a lot of on-rails PvP systems. And what I mean by that is, like, long-term, we're going to have arenas, right? The second you want PvP in the long term, you'll just fucking run arenas if you can't find anything else. So essentially, a lot of the PvP in the open world is spur of the moment, can be caused by, you know, spur of the moment friction, or it can be long-term things boiling over. There are a few different avenues for PvP, which, as I'm gathering these ravens, I can actually break them down. Fortunately, I have this other graphic. So, you have a few methods for PvP in the current branching of things. You have your open world PvP. Open world has a few different avenues. Flagging for PvP, which then has a couple sub avenues. Flagging up for PvP. I hit you, I turn purple, I am flagged up because I'm purple. You hit me back, you flag up, you're purple, we consensually fight, we duke it out. On any normal death, when you are unflagged or purple, you will not lose any gear, you will not lose any equipped items. The only thing you drop is your materials tab, a portion of that. So if someone were to kill me right now, if I were to die to these mobs, I would drop some of my materials that I have on my body, and then some of them would go into the abyss. So, could be profitable for someone to kill me. Could make them a couple of bucks. So, here comes the dilemma though. Say they walk up to me and they start hitting me and they have more people or something, right? You flag up on me. You turn purple. I don't hit you back. I stay unflagged. You then proceed to kill me. Instead of being purple, you would then turn red, which is corrupt. Corruption is very bad. Corruption, you cannot unequip gear, trade with players, go into towns. You are very heavily debuffed, and you show for players on your minimap. So, corruption's bad. You are an outlaw. Other people do not have to flag up for PvP to hit you, but they can still hit you. The only ways to get your corruption off of you are either dying or farming up mobs as of right now. More systems to support that will come in the future. But corruption is meant to be a net negative in terms of a gameplay mode. It's meant to be like a last resort. There are other systems that can kind of like opt people into PvP that we'll talk about in a sec. So, flagging. That's your normal flagging system. There are many areas of the world that are force flag lawless PvP zones. Anywhere in the ocean. Off the coast, not in the range of a settlement.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I knew you'd be here. I'm smart enough to know you'd come right back here. Hello, brother. How are you? Is it time to come to Ashes? Because let me tell you, I could use a whole lot of help with this super engaging gathering route, dude. We need a whole lot of gatherers.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, my boy. We need a whole lot of gatherers, refiners, and crafters up in Cats right now. I'm just saying, it might be time, brother. It might genuinely be time for the return. Bro, they even got me gathering, Envy. They got me gathering. Do you realize how big of a deal that is? People give me shit because they're like, Dusty, you're still in this spot? I'm like, yeah, bro, I gotta make my armor set. Gathering? Yes. I have multiple gathering skills at the highest current usable thing. Like, last time I hit a note, I just started New World. No, bro. I'm out here. I'm going crazy on it. What was your comeuppance in New World? Did you play Econ really well, or did you just swipe? Cause motherfucker, you had every piece of gear that I ever needed. Just miraculously. It's okay to be honest. It's okay. It's a safe place. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate, my friend. I know what you're talking about. Oh no. The weekly Dusty budget was crazy. Bro, I thought you were crafting that entire time. The fuck do you mean? I thought you were crafting everything. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways. I mean, what are they gonna do, ban you? So I'm still trying to retrain myself. I'm actually
What are they gonna do?
Shock collar, but I have it wrapped around my balls. So I'm really trying to retrain very quickly, as efficiently as I can, to get out of the whole saying no's. That thing hits me a few times a day still. That shit always reminds me it's there. You can't time me out. I'm inevitable. I'm unstoppable. Did you hear New World's dead? I did hear. Yes. We mourn the lost jobs and the people who are gonna be struggling as a result. But I'm low-key, like, you ever seen Stomp the Yard? So, the way that I can describe it best is when I found out the news yesterday, it was before stream. I was playing music on a Bluetooth speaker and I was cleaning the apartment. Upon hearing the news, I immediately put on Squabble Up and I started crip walking in my kitchen. Brother, I was fucking ecstatic. Like, I didn't even know I could piece together a whole crip walk. I previously only had the two-step, like, confident. But I got the other pieces. I don't even know if I could bust it out again, but it was like a one-time for the one-time type shit. Like, I didn't even know I had that in me, but I did yesterday. So, that was a wild news for me. Dusty New World isn't gonna fail? Everybody that told me that I was wrong, despite me showing them a literal article from 2024 where their CEO said it's their first step out of the MMO genre, and telling the community about this so much that Amazon Games got mad at me, and my own chat was like, Dusty, we have this article memorized, please. Yeah, no, he said everything here, by the way. First step out of the MMO genre. Really wants to bring in AI so they can shorten the life cycle of development, and so they can fail faster and go on until they can find the right thing. And if y'all haven't seen, real quick, before we get into the breakdown of the PvP systems, if y'all haven't seen what New World died for, I'll show you. So this is, again, this is learn how Judge Snoop Dogg keeps order in his court, then summon your friends to play Courtroom Chaos now on Amazon Luna. This is Courtroom Chaos.
Step right up. Judge Snoop presiding. Around here, we mix a little style with our substance.
This is what it died for.
100. Let's get into the details and see where this road leads.
This is what New World died for. That is the direction that Amazon Games wants to go. So, first of all, you asked for a breakdown on Ashes. It's not that. It's not that. Basically, a full breakdown. We'll just start from the top for everybody. Chat, get your Twitch primes out, please. I'm not gonna stop if there's an ad in the middle of this. If you guys don't have your subby wubbies in place, check your primers, get your T1s, T2s, T3s checked at the door, or you're probably gonna miss part of the breakdown. So, we'll get ready. Basically, Ashes is an open world PvX MMO. PvX essentially means that every action matters, from PvE, PvP, gathering, refining, crafting, all of that. It plays into a gameplay loop. We'll get into that in a second. So, what a lot of people think PvX means is always PvP on all the time. That is not what Ashes is about. There are a lot of PvP systems. I'll get through those in just a sec for you guys. Essentially, the very, very baseline of it is we have a very massive playable world. Banana for scale. This is the Riverlands. Okay? This is the desert. This is the June Dark. This is the tropics. This is the anvils. I am here. And soon I will run to Jova to deposit my stuff. So you'll be able to see me run here to here. It's going to be probably a 20-30 minute run. We're going to be talking a lot during that. So, the entire playable world on launch is this. Very, very, very large boy. For perspective, the New World map equivalent is this. The New World map is the size of the Riverlands. With that in mind, New World also has more fast travels than a city does Starbucks. Ashes has no fast travels. Your fast travel is your mount. Watch, we'll head out on this discussion right now. Time it up. We're starting on one of the fastest ground mounts in the game, over to Jova so I can store some shit. And then we'll get into something else. So, basically, these systems take all of the social structure of New World, but put it a million meters deeper. You have a total of 85 player ownable towns that will be present in the full map. Right now, you've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 26. 26! Now, out of these 26, not all of them will be governable. And we'll get into the ownership of them in a minute. But through a system called vassaling, not every town can be the highest level. As a town expands, it takes up, oh my fucking god. The fish goes crazy. As the town expands and levels, it takes up more of a footprint. This is a tier 4 town. This is a tier 3 town. No big walls, very small relative to. There you go. Huge towns. We're gonna run over to Jova, which is a tier 3 town. So you guys will be able to see that. Basically, PvE is going to level these towns. Player action in the areas, gathering, finding, crafting, killing mobs, running crates to the towns, all that shit. Through leveling your towns, you expand the footprint, and you also unlock more building plots. Unlike New World, not every town can reach the highest level, and not every town can have every crafting station all in the same place. multiple towns have to work together to accomplish the gathering, refining, and crafting for the entire server. There are upgrades to tables as well. So in the long term, no two, like if you have a Grandmaster armor smithy table in 2 different towns, there will be different specializations that they can put into those tables to make them different. So the town leveling and like the playable like world is a very core element of everything. Call them settlements over here. There are some systems with settlements that'll keep them evolving as well in the long term, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Ooh, wolf. So with the towns, you've got to have cooperation to actually get the gathering, refining, crafting in place. Takes a lot of player input, takes tax money revenue, takes material input to complete buy orders and generate mats for the actual town itself. And then you put up the buildings, and then you have to make crates, run the crates over on your back, literally put them on your character's back, and bring them over, and then contribute the crates to the construction of the building, and the mayor has to manage all of that. Meanwhile, in your towns, you can put out buffs through commissions, which are little quests that you can do from the town. You can set new buy orders for your people to contribute materials to, and you can build towards those actual buildings and shit. Right now, on this server, we still do not have accessibility to every craftable in the game. We're still waiting on the highest item level bracket for certain craftables. So, pretty solid. Gather relics for your town? Yes. So, relics are an accessory system. Ooh, Weeping Willow. So, relics are an accessory system where basically certain things in the world, whether it's bosses, in the long term, whether it's like, you know, world puzzle or something like that, there will be many forms of like acquiring a relic, but relics are super powerful things that can be controlled by towns and like put in the reliquary in a town and give towns unique benefits. So, this Befallen Anvil drops from the final boss of Befallen Forge, which is a dungeon that is pretty long and pretty difficult to get through for most people. If you kill the final boss of it, keep in mind everything's open world, then it has a very, 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 very small chance to drop an orb that you then put in a statue outside of the dungeon, and then that statue then generates the relic. When a relic is brought into the world, it puts out an announcement globally so everybody knows where it's at. Huge PvP can break out. So more or less, it is it's an MMO PvX world builder fucking extravaganza. It is all of the, like, I guess, player, like, socio-political structure that New World and many other social-driven MMOs wanted to have, but way deeper. It is a very player-driven economy with all of the best gear and pretty much everything in the game being player-made and player-driven. It is all player-to-player economy. There's like vendor fees and stuff like that, but you're not getting much from vendors outside of like processing mats. What about classes? Exclamation classes. So right now, sip of water. Right now, we are on the verge of a massive update on November 18th, bringing in multiple systems as well as the summoner. The summoner is the primary archetype that we are still missing. Basically, I'll take you through this because it's going to scare you. For now, just look at the base class. All of this is exempt, okay? Don't get intimidated by this. Just look at the base class. So right now we have everything base except for summoner. We have fighter, tank, rogue, ranger, mage, cleric, and bard. Summoner is coming on November 18th. We have a dev stream on Friday that's going to preview the summoner and some other systems for us for the November 18th patch. We're going to be watching that here. Every class has a unique class ability tree. So kind of like WoW in terms of the ability allocations. You've got a lot of ability econ. Long term, you'll have ranks in the abilities instead of just like I select or deselect. For playtesting, everything's free respecs. Won't be free respecs long term, on launch. So you can test as much as you want. But your primary class is binding. You create your character as your primary class. Gearing wise, it's very sandboxy. Every class can use every weapon in the game. And there is a melee, there's a fizz and a magic version of every weapon in the game as well. So there are long bows and long spell bows. There are short bows and short spell bows. There are wands and physical wands. So there is a, counterpart to literally every single weapon in the entire game. On the armor front, I am a tank. I'm actually going to medium armor. So heavy armor is all fizz defense. Medium armor is fizz defense and magic defense as a split, and then light armor is all magic defense. So you can put on 5 pieces of the same armor weight to then get a set bonus that increases your mitigation by that type even more. Then they have more set bonuses with force, fortitude, or finesse. You can put on 5 pieces of the same set to get a bonus to your main stats. Then they have the actual set bonuses themselves, with the best sets in the game having active proc set bonuses. So, in terms of the class structure, you can wear whatever armor you want, you can wear whatever weapons you want. Every class also has a melee and a ranged weapon equipped at all times, and you can switch between those seamlessly. Tab target base with some action combat elements in the combat system. So you've got like a sprint that drains your stamina. You've got a dodge that costs 50 stamina and gives you half a second of 100% evasion rating. You've got an active block that is basically like a percentage of damage blocked, and then the rest goes through. So that's nice. That's very nice. To show your infomercial magic weapons. Yeah, so I have a great sword right now, and this is a Gloomfang great sword that Havoc has. So his is magic power and int, mine is fizz power and strength, and then they can have some different rolls on them. But more or less very similar weapons. It's just casters use that version, I use my version. So you have the counterparts to everything. Cool thing about the gearing as well is that everything in the game is findable as not only a drop, but also as a recipe with like the crafted counterpart. So you could find this out in the open world. If you were to find one of these in the right spot in the loot table and get super duper lucky in the first place, it would probably be low rarity as fuck. A lot of loot tables right now are buggy, but basically like crafters make the best shit and crafters make the high rarity shit. So this stuff is dropped. This stuff is all crafted. So the rarity scale is green, gray, green, blue, and then it goes like heroic, which is this color, and then it goes purple, and then it goes orange. Don't ask me the fuck why. But that orangish legendary is the highest rarity right now. Anything epic or above, that's going to be crafted. Heroic drops are exceedingly rare. Most completed like drops in general are exceedingly rare. On this side of things, with the classes, back to those. I play a tank. I will always have my tank abilities. Long term, I will be able to augment my tank abilities and my tankliness, my tankdom, with properties of a secondary archetype. So say I'm playing a tank and I'm like, man, I PvE a lot. I'd really love some self-heals to get through these dungeons and stuff in a pretty smooth way. I can go tank cleric and I can get some self-heals. If I'm a tank that wants to maybe buff a little bit more, I can go tank bard. And tank bard would give me the output of like Argent. Tank cleric's gonna be that paladin. What I'll be looking for is probably like tank fighter, because with the augments, I'm expecting that tank fighter is going to do more damage. Very bruiser-like. I like the concept of that a lot. So this is going to add a lot of customization into what people want to play that complements not only their playstyle, but also their micro metas within their guild, their specific builds, and how everybody plays to complement each other. So it's a very like anti-metagame. If you're somebody who likes to theory craft and cook up shit and not just play the same thing as everybody else, welcome. These systems will enable that very, very, very heavily. So that's your class system in a nutshell. Weapons also have their unique traits, their unique trees, stuff like that. We don't need to get into that yet. On the PvP structure, so now we've got like the basis of PvE. Mob grind to find recipes, give the recipes to your crafters, gather, refine, craft, get the mats to your crafters. Gatherables have different rarities, the higher rarity input and the better crafting gear on your crafters, the better output of material, of crafted good. So, typical route there. In terms of the PvP, important to note, DOS, buongiorno, my boy. Trophy fishing coming then, dude. Yeah, sport fishing is coming in November as well. So sport fishing, another type of boat, and a repass to the current boats. So that way they'll get like interactable ladders and shit like that. So November 18th is going to be a huge update. In terms of, they're going to let us reroll secondaries. Yes, they confirmed that secondaries will be completely free to reroll throughout testing. And then on launch, fuck you, not going to be free. But yes, free through testing. So in terms of like the PvP systems and everything and how they intertwine, right? Everything is open world in Ashes. Everything is no fast travel. 10.5 minutes to reach the town. That's actually not bad. And I have 170% move speed mount, so that's a zoomer. Yeah, we took a pretty direct route. So 10 minutes to go from here to here, which I can show you on the big map exactly where that was. So on the second fastest ground mount in the game right now, I went here to here. So just about here in a direct beeline. And that was 10 minutes of time. So it's a really big world, man. And there are no fast travels. What do you mean there's no fast travel? There's no fast travel. Your mount's your fast travel. You want a faster travel? Get a faster mount. There's no fast travel. Now, you can fast travel once if you die and respawn at your home. But that has a cooldown. No fast travel. So, where do I get mounts? Animal husbandry. So what I was doing was hunting. When I stopped to pet the wolf, I got like, you know, trainable wolves, some carcasses, stuff like that. Trainables can be given to animal husbandress, which is a processing profession. Animal husbandry trains mounts and can either have them come out as a mount that's actually usable or what's called a beast of burden, which then pulls caravans. Husbandry, you're not fucking the mounts. Mount breeding is going to be a thing, but you're not breeding with the mounts. I'm just saying. You're not doing that part of it. But animal husbandry is unironically going to be one of the deepest systems. Fuck me. I gotta reconsider phrasing. Animal husbandry is going to be one of the most complex systems that any MMO has ever had. It's going to go Insano style. How deep? About 6 inches. Copium Clinic has a really good video on animal husbandry. I'd highly recommend checking it out. It's basically an infinite ceiling trade skill that is based on Mendelian genetics, where even if there is like a horse in the Riverlands and a horse in Frostgrave Fells, those two horses, while being horses, will be completely different genetically and will have different traits. Then animals will have different, you know, roles for those traits, like Pokemon, and then you can breed the animals together. But every animal, Outlet, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Every animal will only have a finite number of breeds before it becomes sterile, and then you can no longer pursue that bloodline. It's going to be an absolutely insane, forever evolving profession where the most sought after mounts will always be getting better and better and better. Just when you think you got the best mount, somebody says, yo, I got a faster mount that can jump a little bit higher. Right now, animal husbandry is like more basic than the full Mendelian genetic system, but animal husbandry will handle combat pets as well. Yes, combat pets will be in as well for animal husbandry. So it's not that full like Mendelian genetic system right now. It's just I hunt animal, I train animal. Chance for it to come out as set stat mount or beast of burden to pull caravans. We'll get into caravans in a sec. But yes, so animal husbandry goes crazy. Mounts your fast travel. Big reason for that. With a world this large and all of your objectives and your friction and everything like that, being in the open world, fast travel is a Zerg enabler. And Zergs are going to happen. But what really makes Zergs bad is when Zergs are able to not just have their headquarters here, but also an FOB here, in an FOB here, in an FOB here, and then have group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, all operating at the same strength because they can just boop, and then they can get over there. So with Ashes, they're looking at, we're going to have Zergs. It's going to happen. But those Zergs will stay contained to their predominant area. You'll go into a neighborhood and you'll be like, damn, I think I'm in the wrong neighborhood. They got a lot of liquor stores on this street. So, highest tier scientific settlements will have a form of fast travel. Very basic. So with the scientific settlements, if they reach the highest tier, they will have a one-way portal to its vassal settlements. So the vassal network right now for Winstead covers this area, and then it'll be slightly larger in the long term. So if you did have a scientific city, that would have a one-way portal that nothing can be brought through on your character or like, you know, materials-wise, that can get you to your vassals, but does not get you back. So a light form of fast travel, but not the craziest form of fast travel. So that's like going to be the one that people have to worry about in the long term, but that's very predicated on if this, you know, if this settlement type gets leveled. So it's more of a, you know, travel and time being one of your resources more than just being an inconvenience. So, will they do any P3 wipes? Their goal is no. Their goal is to have as few wipes and fresh start scenarios through phase 3 as possible. The thing with Ashes is, I'll be real, no matter how much you play, somebody will play more and somebody will always have better gear along the way. And I think that keeping that in mind, like, it's important to be like, to not just be like, oh, I'm behind the players that have played hundreds of hours, but realize that there are soft and hard ceilings that people will hit in progression. So your journey to 1 to 25 and getting a baseline set of gear, That would be quicker than somebody going from 360 power to 410 power, which is going to be 50 more power. Like, it's not a lot of scaling. So, with that, even if you come in behind right now, the thing about being behind right now, it's alpha, it's playtesting, doesn't really matter. You're gearing towards launch more than you are gearing towards right now. There are a lot of catch-up mechanics that come in. The ceilings that hit right now will keep people from progressing too untouchably Omega ahead, even on the top end. And we are due for many soft resets, even without wipes. So if you're level 25 now, you have to realize we have level 50 as our intended max level before the end of phase 3. So we'll have level 35. We'll probably have a level 40 increase, and then we'll probably have a level 50 increase. We have multiple of those like soft resets where it's like, even if you're behind now, you catch up and you learn what you can now, and then level expansion comes in, and then you're like, oh shit, this is my chance. Let's get on the ball now. And believe me, there is a lot to learn. So in terms of resets, very minimal. They want this to be all long-term, all the time with their emphasis. So moving on, we have the PvP systems of Ashes. You have your 3 primary facilitators. You have your open world systems, you have your towns, and then you have your guilds. In the open world system, you have your flagging system. In a normal area, if you come up to me and you hit me, and I hit you back, we both flag up for PvP. We are combatants. We're duking it out. On a normal death, the only thing you drop is materials from your materials tab. If you hit me and I don't hit you back, and you proceed to kill me, you turn red instead of purple. Red is corruption. Red is bad. You show on the minimap for players with an icon. Players do not have to flag up to hit you. You're substantially debuffed. You cannot take off gear. You cannot trade with players. You cannot go into towns. You cannot interact with storages. You're exiled. The only way to farm off corruption right now is either grinding a shitload of mobs or dying. There will be more ways to deal with it in the long term, but corruption is meant to be a punishment, not a gameplay loop. So, corruption is a non-consensual player killing punishment. If you die while you are corrupted, as Havoc said, that is the only time in the game that you will drop your equipped gear pieces, but you will drop equipped gear pieces. Corruption is bad. You don't want to corrupt, but you may always do it if you have to. On top of that, there are a lot of force flag, not a lot, but there's some force flag lawless PvP areas. Internet went down while downloading Ashes. I'll have to rewind and hear what you were saying earlier. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll catch you up. So, well, yeah, rewind later. So right now we're on the PvP stuff. We went through a lot of like the social systems and stuff like that and just like the world building. You only missed the husbandry stuff. So it was more so just the animal husbandry stuff. Flanky Wanky, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. So we're on the PvP stuff now. So essentially with the open world system, 2 people hit each other consensually. They're flagged up. They die. Only materials drop. You hit me. You kill me without me flagging up. You then turn red, which is corrupt, which is very bad. When you're corrupt, that is the only time that you will drop pieces of your equipped gear on death. Other than that, it was safe. I was complaining on how I have to train how to walk to do anything in this game. It's okay. It's okay. There's a lot to fucking learn. Like, there's a goddamn lot. As like something as simple as planning out your like routine throughout the day where you're not going like zigzag place to place and spending a lot of unnecessary travel time, but you're making like a nice holistic loop. Something like that can just be so fucking rewarding. It's a really cool game in that aspect. So with the open world system, you got the flagging system, then you've got some lawless areas throughout the world. If you are in the ocean, because our water is swimmable, we got boats and shit, it's fully traversable. If you're out in these areas, you're flagged up for PvP. This is a force flag lawless area. On top of that, this is also a lawless PvP battleground that is rotating throughout the biome. Every biome will have their own like lawless areas that rotate throughout different points of interest. So, with that, you have a couple of forms of like rotating flagging, some of which are more consistent. You have caravans in the open world. Caravans, you take materials to make crates, to put crates either one on your person and not be flagged up for PvP, or put multiple crates on a caravan, and then you drive the caravan place to place, sell the goods in the other place if you make it safely, because people can attack your caravan along the way and then can attack you. So protect your crates, but you can bring multiple crates on a caravan, opt in for PvP along the way, make it there, sell your shit, get a payout. Very simple. Then you have your corrupted zones. Corrupted zones are coming in on November 18th. This is going to be what's called a harbinger in the area. So basically, harbingers or these corrupted zones will start out basically like in an area like this. And you'll have a small corrupted area that's actually in the open world, not instance off or anything like that. Apito, how are you, my boy? Quake, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So in these corrupted areas, you will start out with a smaller corrupted area. Events will pop up in the corrupted area that have to be dealt with in real time. The thing about it is this is a force flag lawless PvP area when it's corrupted. So the corruption is, you know, persistent. It stays there all the time. During the event, if you succeed in defending it, the corruption area stays the size that it is, or could possibly shrink if it's at the spot where it could shrink, sorry. If you fail to defend it, then the corruption expands. It can take permanent foothold spots within the settlement itself. The players can take forward operating bases against the corruption in the open world. But players can also try to sabotage and make sure that the corruption wins, so that corruption does expand. And as that corruption expands, more and more of this settlement area would then become lawless and flagged up for PvP, all the way leading up to the gates of the settlement. So it's a pretty cool system that's coming in there. We'll presumably bring in a lot of friction. Some pretty cool gatherables coming in, some things that we don't have access to yet in terms of like current craftables. So that'll be dope. Outside of that, those are your primary open world facilitators. You've also got boats and shit. That's more an accessory. Towns and guilds operate in parallels. So within each, you'll have wars. Town wars, if you are a citizen of a town, you can only, yo, Westy, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. With towns, town wars, citizens of each town are involved in these. You basically declare your citizenship to one town. There are citizenship reputation levels, not like New Worlds, they're actually meaningful, where you can even get like global town buffs instead of just being in that zone of influence. So, citizens of the towns can be put into settlement wars. If my settlement declares on your settlement, citizens of our two settlements will be able to fight within the boundaries of those two areas. So, hypothetically, if Kaltorum, our settlement, all the way up here in the corner, were to deck on, like, Winstead, Kaltorum and Winstead citizens could fight each other within the boundaries of those two settlements, open world enabled, with, you know, all the flagging already enabled. Outside of those areas, no PvP enabled. So, what if you got someone that's being really pesky? You're competing over an area and you really want to push them off. Guild Wars. Guild Wars are facilitated by a scroll. I keep a scroll in my inventory as a guild lead, and if your guild's pissing my guild off, then I have the capability to say, let's deck on this guild and fight them in the open world. Enables open world PvP. Wars are spontaneous open world events. Then you have sieges. Sieges are going to be your highest risk, highest reward. About 3 nights ago, I think, we had a siege defense, and it was very, very, very fucking fun. It was a blast. So with town sieges, this is going to be most akin to your New World Wars. So when the town siege happens, very expensive to declare. It's meant to be a very rare occurrence in the long term. Right now, they've got the cost tuned to where it's actually quite accessible and there are no negative repercussions for it. So we're trying to deck sieges as much as we can and get practice with them, or at least be involved in them. But in the long term, sieges will be incredibly expensive to declare. If the attacker wins a siege, the defending settlement is killed. It is wiped out, down to rubble, down to level 0, loses experience, loses his buildings. Player storage becomes lootable, player shops, gone. Everything's gone. It doesn't change hands in terms of mayorship because there's no fucking mayor anymore because there's no town anymore. That's the implication of town sieges. It is that big of a deal. And this loops in earlier to how we said you need buildings in your towns to support the gathering, refining, crafting of a server. Well, what happens if a town gets sieged and loses pivotal buildings and you can't craft shit anymore? We'll find out at some point. I guarantee we will. We'll see social sabotage in sieges. We will see throne sieges. We will see everything controversial that you can with sieges come out. Grapply hid in a motherfucking rock one time. And we got 2 bonus days of playtesting for that. That was dope as shit. Thanks, Grapply. So, town sieges. Those can happen at any point. Those have a spin-up period where people sign up for attack or defense. Already in testing. The death part of it is not in for the towns, but the siege mode itself is being tested. Sieges already 100 versus 100. Double the size of New World Wars, and I'd be willing to bet that they run smoother, if I'm being completely real. I think they run smoother and function better than New World Wars did on launch. So, then you have your guild sieges. There will be 85 player ownable towns, 5 guild castles on the map. Daddy's lips. Thank you for the follow. Are you the guy that was at TwitchCon that kissed? We're gonna move on. Guild sieges. There will be 5 guild castles on the map. Those guild castles will be, believe it or not, controlled by guilds. Once a month, guild castles will be sieged the same way that every settlement, every town will have its re-election for its mayor once a month. So, guild castles will have to be defended. It is a massive PvX mode. That's not in yet. Guild castles are not in yet. But when they do come in, it's going to be fucking hype. There is a siege video from way back in the fucking ancient days that was like Alpha 1 footage, I think. A castle siege video, but that looks nothing like the game does now, but it's a nice indicator of like what the siege will be like. Very hype mode. So this is a round out of most of your PvP modes. And again, a lot of these can happen at any point in time, whenever, wherever. Some of them are more organized. In the long term, we'll have arenas. I can't wait. 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s, 8v8s. Multiplayer, PvP, arenas. I can't wait. Yo, Karax, what up, my boy? Have an important question. If I buy the Alpha 2 third-way bundle, will you get access to the base game when it launches, or is it only test the Alpha and Beta? The base game when it launches is no box cost, no DLC cost. It's only a $15 a month sub on full launch. The sub doesn't start until the game actually fully launches. So if you pick up the third wave bundle, that 100 USD bundle, you get a 90-day refund period. Been working on something, which I'd love your feedback on. The fuck is this? Speaking of arenas, you got my dick appealed. Yeah, I'm in. What the fuck you mean talking about arenas? So it is no box cost, no DLC cost on launch. The sub doesn't start until the game actually launches. You get a 90-day refund period with no hours limit on your pack purchase. Exclamation ashes if you haven't made your account yet. So no hours limit on that 90-day period. You can get a refund at any point. All 100 of your clams, every single doubloon, every single coin. If you like it, you're in until launch. No matter how long that goes with your $100 purchase, if you stay till launch. First month of your sub is covered, as Nin said, and you also get $15 a month in the in-game store when that's added. That is going to be skins only, transmog only. That'll be no pay to win, no pay to progress, no DLC. No pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience. You'll never have to pay for expansions, DLC, anything like that in Ashes. There will never be any pay to win, no box costs. Pretty ethical fucking monetization. And the best refund policy in gaming right now. So, big update coming on November 18th. Dev stream on Friday, covering the big update on the 18th and showing us the Summoner preview. So, I'm gonna be real, y'all kind of making the best out of a bad scenario here, pulling up and checking this out in the wake of New World dying. Because Ashes is about to go through a period where it starts to get a lot of improvement and a lot of outward improvement that's noticeable from the outside looking in. A lot of systems that present some replayability along the way. And I'm really fucking excited to see those things all come alive. So, created an online matchmaking for 3v3 arena server based on Ashes. Arenas at the moment are intended to be caravans fight, but it helps to find out enemy groups of 3 people. Ooh. Wait, that's kind of cool. So, how do you do that? Just kind of like a basic matchmaking algorithm? And you kind of have people sign up? Because that could be really cool from like a tournament organizer standpoint. So if you did a separate functionality of like pubs versus tournaments, where you could have people put into a pool and then it would RNG the brackets and then host it right through there, that could be really fucking cool. Almost like a challenge, but like Ashes specific. Huh. That's neat. That could really help if you're like, because I think of it from that standpoint too, as like outside of everybody just like randomly going into the pool, using it as like a tournament thing, or using it for like, you know, our guild scrims. Instead of splitting up into 2 teams, we could then have people split up into 10 teams, and then we could just say these are our teams, RNG it. And we could use that on kind of like a private measure too. One of the randoms to be able to fight with 3s from my server. Yeah. No, I think both functionalities are fucking sick. I think that's really cool. Yo, Telewalk, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Much love. Welcome in. Time to MMR abuse. Nin, you losing every single match that you will play does not mean that you're MMR abusing unless you're abusing your own MMR. I hate to break it to you, but I think you're using that term in the wrong fucking way, buddy. We're gonna suggest this on. I appreciate you, dog. Yeah, I think that's a cool idea. In the meantime, like, while we're waiting for arenas as like the formal system, bro, anything that helps take the like the pain out of actually finding new people outside of your immediate circle to fight against. Like, I'll be real. I have a community that I can say, chat, it's scrim night. Everybody pull up. Who's coming through? Let's run it. Not everybody's going to have that. And even with me having that, there is still many a time where I'm just like, all right, I wish we had some more people up in this bitch. It gets tough. Yo, Westy, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. Much love. Boys, if anybody else out there is new, make sure you guys drop the follow so you know when I go live daily. I'm a daily Ashes content creator. I usually stream 8+ hours of Ashes every single day. I've streamed over 850 days in a row. So unlike New World, I'm not going anywhere. I will be here forever as long as you guys keep me here. I'm a full-time content creator, which means I am unemployed. So Twitch Primes, T1s, T2s, T3s, the follows, the lurks, all of it, greatly appreciated. I want to thank you guys for being here. I want to thank you guys for checking out Ashes. If you have any questions, please fire them off. If it's something that I've answered 500 times before, man, then that just means I'm better at answering it now than I was before. More than happy to help you guys understand literally anything about this crazy-ass, convoluted-ass playtesting environment. There is a lot of bad info out there. There's a lot of clickbait info out there. There's a lot of straight-up false info out there. The only info that you guys need to worry about is that I'm out of fucking space in my storage, bro. I'm down horrendous over here. I need somebody to take some of this shit. Who is trying to level animal husbandry or maybe just make some mounts for low players? Cause it's a chunky frog. Yeah, he got a big carcass. Instead of over one thing, you get under another. Fuck New World just bought Ashes. Yo, happy to have you, dog. Make sure if you guys are popping in, exclamation guild. Pop into the Cats with Abs guild Discord. Get your perms there. We have a huge wave of players coming in from New World and everywhere else. You will find leveling groups. You will have accessibility to all of our people who can give you class information. You will have accessibility to nightly guild events and weekly, multiple times weekly, guild scrims. We do PvP, we do PvE, we help new players learn, we support casuals. We do a lot. Guild's gonna be massive with New World refugees. I don't want to know what it looks like on Nin's plate right now, because Nin is the one that does all of the new player tickets, or Meta also helps, and then some other people also help when it gets overwhelmed. But Nin's been in a chill spot with tickets for too long, and I feel as though we need to put Nin through the ringer again. Nin's getting too comfortable and too complacent. It's 25 max level. Yes, 25 is max level right now. There is a level expansion started. Mercabees 2. True, the whole squad. There is a level expansion, obviously multiple at some point. I think probably like mid 2026-ish level expansion to 35 probably, because we're still gonna have to test the economic impacts of like the Harbinger system, of the sport fishing, of all of that. That's gonna be a months-long testing period to get that all shored up. And then after that, I think we'll be a couple months away from another milestone update. And I think there we'll probably get the level expansion, if I had to guess. I think that when secondaries come in, level expansion comes in, because secondaries are going to begin at level 25, and as you level, you'll receive points to then put in your secondary to develop your class with. So it wouldn't really make sense to be like, here's a secondary that you have no points for. So I think secondaries and level cap expansion is going to be big. Da, what up? How do I get the game? Exclamation Ashes, my friend. It's time to come through. It's good to see you, man. Happy to have you back. Happy to have you back. I'm glad you're freed from the clutches. It took a lot, but the gang's getting back together, boys. It's the whole New World crew coming over here. I'm so fucking glad to see so many of my my New World laddies back. Which starting region? Get ready for a clip. Everybody that's leveling, you're probably going to want to clip this. You're going to want to spawn in at the Aelin Divine Gate. When you spawn in at that Aelin Divine Gate, you're going to be in the Riverlands. You will spawn in this castle. You will grab Welcome to Vero, which is your first quest. Along the ground, you will see weapons. Grab a weapon that is either Fizz or Magic Power, depending on what your class needs. Make sure you have 2 weapons equipped before proceeding. Proceed down this path toward Lionhold. Over on your west side, From there, do not spawn in the anvils. Do not spawn in the anvils. From there, work down this path. As you're coming in, there will be somebody here that is ready to receive your welcome to Vera quest. You'll get a completion. Adjacent to that across the road, you will see 2 commission boards that have an NPC by them. The commission boards will then give you, commissions are like little quests at the start. You'll interact with both of them, take all the quests that you can. You will then speak to the NPC who will give you a quest to complete a commission. So after you have that, you'll work your way, you'll grab the Ember Spring while you're right here. And then you'll work your way down this way. At the corner of this building, you will see the Trades Manager. Trades Manager will give you a quest called Sweat of Your Brow. With Sweat of Your Brow, you'll go here, you'll chop trees. You'll go here, refine them, turn in. Then you'll go here, you'll mine rocks. You'll go here, you'll refine them, you'll turn in. And then you'll go pick flowers. And then you'll go here, you'll refine them, and you'll turn in. Once you have the flowers picked and refined and turned in, you'll get a quest to go over to this building where you will then get your first mount, completing this step of Sweat of Your Brow. After you have your mount, you're going to go south. You're going to look at the corner of this building where there will be an NPC that's leaning on the building. That's going to give you a quest for your stockade sack, which is another bag that will start you out with just another quest, just another bag. Once you have that all completed, congratulations, you're on the road. Go north. And then you're going to find Darlata on the left side of the road right here. You're going to talk to Darlata. Darlata is going to give you Safe, Fast, Sure. Safe, Fast, Sure is going to have you pick up 6 parcels along the side of the road. Once you have those picked up, you'll turn them in on the road going into any one of the towns. The major roads going in will have a little bit of a... We got a big speech to text coming up, boys.
Hey, Dusty. I respect your optimistic approach when Ashes pop.
I appreciate you, Igor.
I hope
thank you, brother.
Now so we can go back to Prime.
Oh, there's no fresh start.
A lot of things community hates.
There's no need for fresh start. You stop that. Don't abuse your TTS for propaganda. I didn't know it spoke out loud. No, that's perfectly okay. That's perfectly okay. Thank you for the 4 months, dude. I appreciate you. I don't think there'll be a fresh, because I'm so sorry. Ban that guy. Yo, that's okay, dude. It's so fucking okay. It's so fucking okay. When you have all your parcels, you'll turn that in on one of the roads going into like the major towns. There will be a tent outside, and then there will be a person standing on their tent. That gets you 3 pieces of green starter gear. So, nice armor. Don't go all the way to turn that in immediately, of course. That's really out of your way. But on your way through, as you're collecting those parcels and shit like that, go to Second Sword Outpost. Second Sword Outpost is going to be your next questing hub. So make your way through, turn in your Sweat of Your Brow, complete that. You're like level 3-ish, level 4 maybe if you're stopping to kill shit. Don't be afraid to stop and kill and gather. You will need XP. You will need glint. You will need materials. You'll need all of it. Nothing that you're doing in Ashes is a waste of time. And you got a long time until you're 25. A long time. So don't be afraid to explore and do shit along the way, especially in this early intro, okay? You will have to go back to do it at some point. Second Sword Outpost is your next questing hub. Grab every quest that you can near Second Sword. If you want to check out combat a little bit, check out killing the goblins and stuff around the area. Nice early XP bump. From there, complete the quests. Road to Jova and everything like that is a very big quest to complete. Once you've done all of the quests in Second Sword, that'll probably take you up to like level 9, level 10-ish, depending on how much you're doing on the side. Once you complete all of those quests and you're kind of at a point of like, where go next? That's when you start looking for groups. So I would recommend at level 10-ish, start looking for either a group for church or maybe even an Oakenbane group if you can get in. But I would do church until like 12 and then do Oakenbane at 12 to 17. Once you're 17, you can do like, it kind of opens up a little bit. You can get into Steel Bloom, you can do Ceph, you can do Crabs, you can do a lot. So there's a lot more accessibility there, but do that early questing experience, get yourself squared away. Early on, if you want even more quests, you can start out in Lionhold, and then you can also come over to this side. This side is Samia's Hope. This is like the other questing hub early. So if you want more quests, you can go Lionhold, and then you can go Samia's. On the upside, I think Twitch income is going to be tax exempt in the future. Wait, what? All income on Twitch? That'd be nice. Because let me tell you, I've never been bent over and fucked before, but I'm pretty sure I know what it feels like from the US government come tax season. I don't make a lot, but I pay a lot in taxes. I know a lot of people that make a whole hell of a lot more than me that pay less in taxes, and I'm like, you fucking voodoo wizard scammer. Downloading Ashes tonight, again tonight while I sleep, so tomorrow I'll be on and ask you to repeat all this again, just heads up. Motherfucker, clip it! I don't mind. I got it down. But essentially, these are your first 2 questing hubs. Samia's Lionhold. Just do everything there if you want to with questing. Run over to Second Sword, explore, find things in the environment. The biggest thing about Ashes is it's a big fucking world. And no matter what you are doing, everything that you are doing contributes to something, right? You get experience for your character in addition to your gathering experience for cutting trees or for hitting rocks or picking flowers or anything like that. You get progression for literally just existing, basically. So as long as you are doing something in the world, you are being productive and you are benefiting from it. Do I get the Alpha 2 third wave bundle? Yes, you will want that. You will also want to make sure that you keep in mind you have a 90-day refund period where you can play as many hours as you want to before you lose that refund period. No hour limit whatsoever. If you think it sucks, if you think, Dusty, there's not enough to do, the community is boring, you're stupid, what do you mean? You get all your money back. Which is the only reason why I tell so many people, like, man, definitely worth checking out. How to make the camera turn with me? Hit comma. No, ask me literally everything, dude. You know how it was with New World. I will answer things 1,000 times. So yeah, if you want the action camera, hit comma. And then what this will give you is like New World with target lock, essentially. It's not like I shoot my bow here, it goes here. But if I have this person as my target and on lock, then I can, like, you know, have them as the primary target, right? So projectiles will still go over there, but it's a little bit more of that just like I move camera with mouse, left click to attack, right click to block type thing. That will be a big help. Also, if anything feels overly clunky, check your settings. Check your settings. Auto attacking. I am a manual attacker, so I hold my attack bind down whenever I'm attacking in game. But gameplay, combat, you have auto attack settings. If you want auto attack and you just want to chill to start out, turn auto attack on. It will save you so much like clicking a button and mashing a button. I like the control of manual attack. I'm mentally unstable. But auto attack, I would enable that. Under your accessibility and visuals, disable motion blur and turn all of your camera shake and blur and shit like that down. Camera shake is a bitch. Ready? 100 camera shake. Okay, well, I guess that didn't actually do anything. Maybe it's only in combat when I hit stuff. God damn it. I wanted to display this. I've had auto attack on since phase 1. Will not turn it off no matter how many times Blah tries to make me. Listen, I'm gonna just reflect your shit whenever you're looking at me. Bro, I haven't played with camera shake on in so long, I'm gonna have a fucking seizure. I don't even want to do it. I'm thankful there are no mobs. I'm turning my camera shake back off. But yes. So like, camera shake, stuff like that, turn all of that off.
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao,
Yo,
ni hao,
Win,
ni hao.
how are you, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day, ni hao. Definitely fuck with your systems. Can you do the settings for me again? Dismiss it. In terms of auto attack, go in and then combat, auto attack enabled. And then I would recommend going accessibility, visuals, turning all of this shit off. In terms of your camera and movement, it's pretty normal, nothing too crazy. Targeting stuff, that's more in depth if you want that. Party and raid stuff, don't have to worry about that a little bit. At least for a little bit. In terms of binds, those are all here. Interface settings, general HUD stuff. It's a completely customizable HUD as well. You can go to HUD editor. You move everything around. If you want your bars vertical instead of horizontal, then you can change like the widget anchor. You can change the orientation to vertical instead of horizontal. You can customize your display as much as you would like to. You can save multiple different layouts. Pretty cool already. So from there, I would just say like explore the settings a little bit, take a few, and just check out everything in here. When you're actually out and about and you are in the world, okay? When you are in the world, you will want to have your settings like this for PvP under combat. Check, check, uncheck is what we call PvE settings. Essentially, this stops you from cleaving anybody that's flagged up for PvP near you that you don't intend to cleave. This is PvP on. Uncheck, check, check. PvP enabled. When you are out in the world, you want that if you're mob grinding. if your settings are wrong, people will settings check you. Settings check is when I run up to somebody, I flag up for PvP, and I see if they hit me back and flag, and then I kill them. It is fair game. It'll happen to you. And somebody in your group will have the wrong settings, but at least now you know how to fix it. You will 1000% want those. Other than that, bro, it's really customizable. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. For the like sub-optimization that exists, I think it's really customizable. Also, big recommendation, just personal word from the wise that I think should be a default bind. Check, uncheck for PvP. Yep, you got it. General, just personal recommendation. You will have 4 interacts. So if I'm being completely real, you should set up your interacts like this. Base interact key. Control F, I don't really know what that's for. Interact 3 is for your mount. So if I'm interacting with an NPC, I use F. If I'm getting on my mount, it's Shift F. So you will have 4 different interacts. I would recommend F, Control F, Shift F, Alt F for your modifiers on that. What's your dodge button? I use E because they're rat bastards that haven't given me scroll wheel binds yet. Yep. No, believe me, I advocate for 2 things in this world, scroll wheel binds and arenas. And those rat fucks haven't hit it for me yet. Yeah, it's tragic. Also, really cool thing here. Informationally, they give you a lot of information through like the tooltips as well. So with your dodge, it'll say exactly like what it does for how long. If there's ever anything highlighted, then you can roll over that and that'll tell you what that does as well through all of your abilities. Like if you have an ability that puts out a status effect, anything along those lines, you'll be able to see every single element of what you are getting for buffs. It's really, 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 really well done. Never not a mount bound to shift space. That's intriguing. Shift space is very intriguing. I'd never thought of that one. Is there a way to enable FPS? Alt, Shift, and F as in Frank. Yeah. So that'll show green number on the bottom left of your screen. If you are ever in a long session and your FPS is a little chunky, I'll show you a trick. Got your choice. So, what I did there was a little bit of tech called going to smoke a bowl. And upon coming back, you'll notice that instead of the 60 frames that I had previously, I will log back in and I will have you take your time. You take your time. 150 frames. We're up tremendous. So yeah, if you ever have like frame issues or if anything's ever wacky, you just restart that shit. Does he have me locked in the bedroom? Nuts on the windows, locks on the doors. Yeah, you're not getting out. See, personally, I feel like that's also part of the problem with modern game dev, is that, like, CEOs, they're too soft. If Steven subjected the Intrepid Studios employees and devs to 12-hour workdays instead of an 8-hour expected workday, then we would essentially be 1.5 times more progressed than we are right now. Now, would human life be lost as a byproduct of the longer days? Yeah, a lot of humans in the world. That's fine. What if we just move progression along faster? What if we just take the progression and push it somewhere else? I gotta do some running of fucking materials. I gotta get over to New Ayla with this. I got a big old load for New Ayla. And it's about to blow. God fucking damn it, I hate it here. All I do is hunt. I'm fucking like DJ Khaled, except I don't win. I pet animals, dude. Fucking Maya Higa type shit, except I'm murdering them. Jesus. 20-hour workdays, think of the progress. Like, so I'm gonna be real. Steven has hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm sure Neuralinks for a few people, especially as a wholesale order, would not be hundreds of millions of dollars. And if we got all of the devs chained down to their chairs with Neuralinks, game dev would go really fast. Fuck AI. Like, I feel like fair labor practices are holding game development back. It's the reason Western MMOs can't keep up. It's because Steve is not kicking the shit out of somebody if they mess up an update. Fear is a motivator. You want to see a man fight, make him fear for his life. Jesus Christ, Snake. Jesus! That's not where I was going. I was just saying maybe Steven should lead with an iron fist. Not like a fucking Django Unchained, but Steven scenario. My fucking god. Maya equals R. Jane Goodall. Didn't Jane Goodall just die recently? Because I was in that weird, like, that weird age group where it was like, Jane Goodall was my Jane Goodall, but also Maya Higa was also kind of a Jane Goodall. But like Jane Goodall had that one animal that like threw up the one monkey that like threw up gang signs and shit, right? So that was kind of fire. Yeah, R.I.P. Jane. Any Jane Goodalls in the chat, just know you're appreciated. We're all big fans of you. Not a high chance, but I've always believed that you never really know who's in your chat. So I always try to give people shout outs because like you never really know when you're not gonna have a chance to give somebody a shout out anymore. So like chat, shout out all you guys. All you guys. Thank you guys for being here. You never know who's out there. If anybody's famous, please feel free to say hello. Any super famous content creators or anything that are checking out Ashes. And bring your entire community into Cats with Abs as well. I'll throw that one out sometimes just to keep people on their toes. Because, like, odds are, eventually somebody will be looking at Ashes that's important. And they'll be like, oh, me? I don't even look at my viewers or anything. I'm just taking a wild stab out there. Somebody could be out there. Odds are somebody kind of famous. Kinda. Do it tomorrow, please. What? Tomorrow? What? Are you, like, paying fucking Asmongold to look at my stream? What are you doing? Why do it tomorrow? Am I showing my Minecraft? No! You get in the ticket grind. If Carla's got to edit, you've got to do tickets. Asmon. Listen, the advantage to Asmongold coming to play Ashes is that not only would it bring a lot of exposure to the playtesting environment, but it would also make it so I would never be the most griefed person on this game. I would be so fucking safe. Dude, I could walk around and punch people in the nuts, and I still could never be the most hated person. I would be so safe. I would love it. I'm famous, just not a single other person knows it yet. Wait, but I feel like that just means you're a VTuber. Yo, Nash Smash, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Steven would still smite you. He's soft in his old age. He wouldn't fucking do it. He wouldn't do it. He doesn't have the balls anymore. I swear to God, he's got soft, bro. He hasn't shown his face in a while, and he got skittish the last one. He knows that I know how to play the game now, and that despite him literally making the world, I run it. And I think he's learned that he's got one coming his way. He won't show his face. Even the last time he killed me, he didn't come down. He stayed in Viz and he smited me. After spawning in a lot of ducks on me. He hasn't done it in a while. He's gonna smite your ass again? Listen, if he shows face, he shows face. I ain't seen the man in months, though. I ain't seen him in goddamn months. The last time that he killed me, I feel like he actually might have got in trouble. Not that he can, like, get in trouble. It's literally his fucking company. But, like, I feel like Maggie kind of like yells at Steven sometimes, and Steven may or may not have got like convinced, because Steven hasn't done this in a while, but he used to throw up streams, not on the Ashes Twitch for dev streams, but just on his personal Twitch, and he would just stream and hang out. The dude that literally is making the game would just throw up streams and just hang out and like answer questions for people, which is really cool. But there was one stream that he did a while ago where he was just roaming around, just yapping, and I was on my way to the desert. And I turned a corner and I just see this motherfucker floating, like dead in front of me. Like I was like this, and I turned the corner onto the road and I just see like right here, Steven. And I'm like, oh God. Oh fuck. And at this point, I'd already died to him twice. And basically, I type in Airy chat, and I'm like, man, I'm just trying to go farm. And he goes, on his end, he goes, oh, Dusty. And I'm like, all right, fuck, we're in. So at that time, I had a mount that was a one-of-one mount. I was the only person in the game that had it. And it was a very, like, cool-looking mount, very recognizable. So Steven comes down, and he's like, hey, Dusty. Also, Bose, what up, my boy? Parse, I hope you guys are doing well. He's like, hey, Dusty, well, let me spawn in a Snorse, and we'll go for a little journey together. So the Snorse was really cool because you can, like, have your run speed, or you can have your walk speed. The Snorse is a snail-horse combination. I mean that in every way, shape, and form. It's drippy as fuck. When it's in its run form, it's in horse form. If you go to walk, it goes down onto the ground into snail form, and, like, the legs fold up underneath it. So we're slithering along on our Snorses, and we go down to the desert, and he's just yapping with his chat. I'm yapping with my chat. We're shooting the shit, hanging out. And the spear was the next rumored weapon to be released. Lo and behold, they released 5 weapons all at the same fucking time. But the spear was the next weapon to be released, and his chat was like, yo, Steven, show us the spear, show us the spear. And Steven's like, wait, I think I actually have one that's, like, functional. And he's like, don't judge it because it's basically a stick with an animation on it. But he spawns in a spear and equips it. And everybody's asking him to actually use the attack and stuff. And we're strolling along. And he just, like, he stops moving. And he gets off his mount. And I instantly go, oh, fuck me. So I get off my mount. And I instantly start blocking like this. And he goes, I'm gonna test it on Dusty. And I was blocking before he even said it. I knew it. So he goes to hit me. And has all of his GM perms turned on. One-shots me through my block. Forgets he had his GM perms turned on. So didn't intend to one-shot me. Starts fucking dying hysterically. Just laughing his ass off. I get a res from a kindred spirit nearby. And I look over and Steven's mount is being hit by a mob. So I go over and I, like, you know, I go over and I get the mob pulled off of the mount. And I kill it. As a hero does. Mob dies. And Steven comes over and he's like, I gotta save the mount. But he runs over as the mob is dying, swings the spear, and cleaves me again. Didn't even hit the mob, hit the me. 2 instantaneous deaths to the sandaled one back to back with a weapon that didn't even fucking exist yet. And that was the last time I saw him. So I'm convinced he probably got in trouble for leaking a weapon and also, not leaking a weapon, but using the weapon early and also probably, I don't know, maybe somebody yelled at him. But I haven't seen him in a minute. RIP New World and RIP my skins that I bought on that game. Yeah, I mean, like, I do feel bad. I'm down a few grand in gold. Bruh. Wait, alright, hold on. Hold on. Safe place. I'm not judging y'all because now you guys are very welcome here as whales. But how many of y'all swiped in New World? Honest to God, honest truth, as someone that did not swipe in New World. Everyone bought gold? I did not. I can say 10 toes down and my penis erect that I did not buy gold in that game once. What I can say is that my naivety as a person and my golden retriever-like behavior may have led to me accepting a shitload of items that were funded by blood money. Most of my characters were probably geared with bought gold. Because I'm gonna be real. I saw Nova, you swiped? How many people swiped? What the fuck do you mean? Many times, me 100%. Did all of you guys swipe? I swiped 3 days ago. No! Wait, that's crazy. I also swiped 3 days ago. There's no way. I was going to today? What the fuck? I bought Rise of the Anger Earth a month ago. No, we're not even talking about buying the game, Merlot. So, swiping on New World is a term for RMTing. So everybody that is saying I swiped on New World was buying gold on New World. Because, like, New World enforced nothing. Ashes enforces a lot, by the way. I would not recommend swiping in Ashes. The capability is there, but it's A, very expensive, and B, they have an actual response to it, and people do get banned for RMT over here. I personally wouldn't recommend it, and I also think it's a lot more fun to engage in the gameplay loop organically. They will have active, full-time GMs that will be in the game all the time. Yeah. So I wouldn't recommend swiping over here. You can gift subs to a small independent Ashes streamer, though, that was told today that I am too poor to be able to get a house loan without a cosigner that makes substantially more than me. So if anybody has good credit, a wonderful debt-to-income ratio, and an even better income, and you trust me with the next 20 years of your credit score, I got a VIP badge for a cosigner. If you're already a VIP, then I was paying for your invasions on Isabella with my swipe gold. Wait, what? Bro, there's no shot. There's no shot that everybody was swiping that hard. What the fuck do you mean? You guys are all swiping? Oh my god, bro, I understand how people have so many subs over there now. Wait. How did I not have more subs? Oh my god, I should have farmed you guys. What the fuck? Holy shit. Make my streamer house, we aren't too far apart. Yo, if you got the house, I'm a streamer. I'm just saying, I'm a poor streamer, but I'm a streamer. I'm technically full-time. I am unemployed. I make just enough to stress about paying rent every month. There are governors swiping to pay their members. Fuck. Fupo! How are you, friend? We have a lot of our New World refugees in, and we just did a little poll on, like, how many people swiped in New World, so, like, RMT'd. Bro, it was way worse than even I thought. I knew a lot of people swiped, but holy shit. I did not think it was going to be that bad. Do an actual poll? All right, hold on. Slash poll Did you swipe in New World? Duration 2 minutes. Oh, wait, I didn't put yes or no. Yes, no. RMT. Yes. $1 to $1,000. I should put the dollar sign at the start. $1 to $1,000. Yes. 1K to 3K. Yes. 3K plus. No. All right. 98% of major companies all did. Brother, hold on, look. Whoops, that's at. Like, this is my company list. Don't mind cats, that's my own little, like, back before I quit for the Eternum launch. But, like, that's my legacy company list as well. Like, I'm gonna be real, bro. I showed up for wars. I collected my payouts each week. And I didn't really ask questions. I'm gonna be honest. I played that shit like 8 to 10 hours a day. And I showed up. I was given gear. My characters were leveled and taken care of. Who the fuck is 3K? I don't know, but somebody got some gifties to get given. God fucking damn. Oh my god. All right, I'm throwing my vote in as well. So far, it is 11 votes for no and 12 votes for yes, just at different variations. 3K is crazy. Okay, so I'm not gonna name any names, but I have a story for you. My character slots were full, and I was being asked to war on a server that I didn't have a geared out setup character. And one of my viewers literally just bought me an account that had all of the gear and stuff necessary, and then gave me the account login for the Steam, and then it became my Steam. And that was my second West Coast account. Someone literally just bought an entire account with gear and everything leveled that needed to be leveled and then gave it to me. People have spreadsheets of accounts? Yes. Yes. I voted 1 to 1,000, but change it to 3K. Jesus fucking Christ. I had 7 tunes all swiped to bis. How was I cooking everybody in wars if y'all were swiping like crazy? Oh my god. Dude, it was 14 to 12. Dude, it was 14 yes and 12 no. What do you mean, bro? More people literally said they swiped than didn't. Oh my god. How was I shitting on everybody? How was everybody losing to me? Now I understand why people didn't like me. Because people spent thousands of dollars to lose to me.
Is absolutely S tier.
Hi Sarah, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Oh my god. We're buying fake gold in a game we all admit we were bad? Bro, I just remember Fuerza, everyone swiped. Fuerza sucked! Sorry. Sorry. My bad. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. My bad. That wasn't me. What do you mean Fuerza swiped? Oh no. Oh dude, it's cooked. Okay, so as Fupo said, just full disclosure. Full disclosure. Intrepid very heavily polices RMTs. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. My most recent interaction with an RMTer getting actually Thanos'd, I came over to town and there was somebody standing like up in this area that was spamming their like, buy gold on this website, blah, 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 blah. And I got a bunch of people in chat to report it. And a GM came over, like popped over into the town, a GM, waited for him to pop his spam, and then typed in chat and did /wave buy Like literally typed /wave buy into chat and then disappear. Gone. No more RM tier. Silent. No character. Evaporated live. Like, it's kind of fucking crazy how involved the GMs are. Also, for any of my New World players, one really cool thing that I always try to reiterate with just how involved Intrepid is, the developers of Ashes, there was always a big thing around like AGS doesn't actually play New World, right? A lot of people thought that they were not involved in the game whatsoever. Thought that they were zero actually like, you know, familiar with things, right? Debating on snagging a key for this tomorrow, we able to play it as much as we want, or is it just on the weekend? It is 24/7 other than like updates. Today there was a projected 4-hour downtime for an update, but it was only 2 hours. So they communicate all downtimes, discord.gg/ashes of creation. That's where they communicate all like the patches and stuff as they're coming in, but it is up every single day as close to 24/7 as possible, barring any, you know, either unforeseen outages, which are few and far between, or any scheduled uptimes. We do get multiple patches a week. Typically downtimes are going to be pretty quick though. Typically pretty quick. So yeah, in terms of like uptime, you're looking at near 24/7, honestly. No weekend restrictions, anything like that. You also get a 90-day period where you can play as much as you want and still get all of your money back. So that's cool. Announcements for the NDA server through me. I'm like, why is it down? Oh, yeah. So the NDA server is the private test realm, and everybody also has access to that. Just from a, you know, you have access to the playtesting standpoint. So once you get your actual, once you get your playtesting pack, you also get access to live and the PTR, which is huge. PTR is visually NDA'd. You can talk about everything over there. It's basically focus testing for early things. Summoner was tested over there ahead of time. They opened that up for like basically bursts of testing. That's very focused. So pretty cool. But yeah, I would recommend definitely not sharing anything. Characters is going to reset when it is fully released. Yes. The only thing that is retained now through release is the knowledge that you get along the way. Maybe the community that you're in, discord.gg/catswithabs, perhaps. And, you know, all of that you gain along the way is on your side. In terms of, like, along the way, there could be wipes at any point, but Intrepid's goal at this point in development is to try to mimic a live service environment as much as they can with the growth in terms of their economy growth, in terms of monitoring the economy and like having the economy basically sustained through a lot of shit. So every indicator that we have is that this is going to be a very, very long-term testing phase. My guess is probably 2 years with how much is left. What quality are you going for in your Blood Runner? Bro, I'm gonna be real. I just be gathering shit and then hoping for the best. If I'm being honest. Not even a release date yet. Yeah, no release date yet. They tried to avoid too long term in terms of like our goal is here because they don't want to. They've done that in the past, and every time that they hit a date, something pops up, and you know it's game dev. Shit can pop up from literally anywhere. So it seems like at this point they're trying to avoid hard dates unless they are certain on these things. And from there, we have the November 18th update that's coming in. That's going to be absolutely massive. We have a dev stream on Friday. Other than that, like, no real hard dates or anything. So it's kind of one of those, you know, when it's done type scenarios. Don't play the trial and have a character deleted again. Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to face any character deletions, then playtesting is definitely not going to be the time to hop in. That would very likely be waiting until the full launch, which is going to be a few years down the road. I think we're probably 3-ish years out from a launch, just in terms of my personal guess. But it could always go faster, could always go slower. But if the, you know, if the grinding and losing the progression isn't your thing, then playtesting will be a bitch. That would be something that would just result in you probably burning out. Figured 2026? Nah, there's still so much to come. There is so much to come. I know that, like, this looks like an MMO environment, but we have half of our like level still to come. We have secondary archetypes. We have arenas. We have another tier with the towns. We have guild castles. We have more of the naval combat system. We have more world bosses. We have more grand dungeons. We have story arcs that are coming. We have a religion system. We have a familial system. We have 3 different types of settlements. We have settlement superpowers. We have mayoral powers. We have, fuck, you name it, still to come. Intrepid's hiring right now. Yeah, any of my old New World devs that may be lurking, you could also be working. Intrepid's hiring a lot of talented people. It's a very ambitious title, and it needs a very ambitious team. Can't they just release it and then these things enter later? They could, but they don't want to. So, like, they could determine that this is a releasable product, but one of the things that has me personally so invested in the long term of Ashes is actually the fact that they're not saying, hey, we're super close to release, bear with us for another couple of weeks, right? They're saying, hey, you want a really good game, we're going to do our best to give you a really good game, but it's going to take time, and you need to give us that time, and it'll be done when it's done. And I think that mentality is something that if more developers actually took that mentality instead of we need to push this title so we have income, so we get boxes sold, so we get new subs, so we hit this bottom line, so we don't miss this investor period, I think it gets detrimental. So with Intrepid, it's like your mom's cooking something that smells really good and you're like, Mom, when's dinner done? And she's like, until it's done, shut the fuck up, get out of my kitchen. That's Intrepid. And I like that a lot, if I'm being real. I like that they're willing to say, you, playtester, consumer. Them, developer. Me, playtester and consumer that has microphone and camera. We're one and the same, I just talk more. But they are the developers. They are the people that are the decision makers. They give us a sandbox to play in. And we provide feedback on what we are playing in. Some people misunderstand that, and they think that Intrepid wants people to say, here's how I'd completely redo the economy and the progression curve of this game from step one. Step one, make mobs drop legendary gear. Thank you. And I'm like, damn, you were cooked. You were cooked. So, what we're looking at is our job is to have Intrepid say, hey, this is the current focus of testing. These are the new things. Also, give us feedback on any bugs you encounter, anything that feels wacky, any exploits, any potential dupes. There was just a dupe fix today. It's playtesting. That's what it's for. The more of that shit that we break and find right now, and don't abuse, by the way, because you'll get banned. Don't abuse any dupes that you find, you stupid fucks. Thank you. Report it and stop abusing it, by the way. You recreate it. You report it with recreation steps, with video if you can. And then you report it and nothing bad will ever happen to your account. If you are somebody who is partaking in shit that is deemed not okay, your account can and probably will get actioned. Do we get any bans confirmed? For today, not yet. But I wouldn't be shocked if they weighed in on it like during the dev stream potentially. I think could be a potential time. Outside of that, maybe just another post in the Discord at some point. I think either one is potential though. Let's see. I need to go get this wood from Mira and then deposit all of my stone in Mira. Bro, this is the grind. This is the biggest loop with Ashes. It's called organization. We need bans? Oh yeah. No, I agree. I want blood. I want people that were very bad actors on the economy to get bent over, punished, and made an example of. Like, legitimately plant a stake in the ground outside of Winstead and then fucking Vlad the Impaler, the banned characters. I don't care. Make an example out of them at this point, man. They have been trying their best to... I feel like, yo, Secto, thank you for the follow. They've been trying their best to iterate as development continues. Exploiting will be treated harsher and harsher. And there have been some inconsistencies with it in terms of like what's been regarded as an exploit, what's been not regarded as an exploit. But I hope with obvious things like this, they're able to swiftly say, hey, we know that you guys know there was a dupe. This dupe, we estimate, could have generated this percentage of economic impact or anything like that. And we have dealt with the people who were the bad actors in this dupe, and this many accounts were actioned for participating in it. I think that'd be cool. I think that would be some nice clarity around things. But they could also be going through the premise of like, they fix it, they turn it off, and they're still investigating where everything went. Because they're essentially trying to navigate, like, when fucking Voidzilla, CoffeeZilla, when he does, like, a crypto wallet chase and figures out all the connections. Intrepid's probably doing that with a shitload of money in the economy right now, if I had to guess, to figure out who was duping, who wasn't duping, who was just getting the gold from the duped people, who looks like they were associated with the dupes and maybe marked as sus. They have a lot of investigation to still do. So I don't necessarily think that the accounts would be actioned right now, but I sure as fuck think that they have accounts that are flagged already, that are very actionable accounts, that they will then look at as, okay, this is sus that this account that duped a lot traded all of these mats and, you know, gold and items to this account that's relatively new. Weird, let's flag this one as well and then monitor it in the future. The dupe gold is 100% made it into people's banks, haven't done anything wrong. Oh yeah, absolutely. So identifying the sources of, like, these people were duping, this person was just selling and econing as a result. Oh god, yeah. Now, the thing that is good about a player-driven economy is that if dupes exist and mysterious benefactors globally have a shitload of gold, that gold will enter the economy because... Yo, Ligma, my goat, thank you for the follow. Those dupes will enter the economy and have an impact on the economy because... Was Rug here? Yeah, why? Rug loves me. Rug loves Ashes. What up, dude? How are you? In terms of, like, a player-driven economy, if there is some source that is generating a shitload of gold, that will then give the people who are generating that gold the incentivization to spend more money on more mats, thus driving up the, you know, the cost on that good. So, if you're someone where you're like, damn, how are people generating this much raw gold? I have no fucking idea. Well, I'm gonna gather the thing that they're buying, and then I'm gonna sell it to them. And I'm going to get more of that gold to proportionally get myself into the econ. That's nice. The thing about a long-term player-based econ is that once that dupe is stopped, that gold then starts to dry up. The sink actually comes into effect at that point. So a player-driven economy is very resilient because right now, Braidwood may be going at, hypothetically, we'll say, what, 15 gold or some bullshit like that? As the money dries up, you could see a Braidwood going for 9 gold instead. And as that money starts to dry, the high end of materials will then be a more conscientious purchase, and it's not going to be a week over week thing. It's going to be like a few months down the road when we'll start to see the correction. But again, this is a long-term economy in an MMO that they're trying to build. This isn't something where when the game launches, they want freshies every 3 months like New World and then server merges every month and a half. They want an economy that can sustain stuff. So, what they're looking at, in my opinion, shutting off the faucets and then letting the faucets drain, right? Once that economy corrects, and ooh, Willow. I will always stop for a Weeping Willow, boys. Second most expensive tree in the Riverlands. Pray for a legendary for me. Once that faucet starts to actually drain, economy corrects. No need for fresh starts in an ideal scenario. So, watch my New World for PvP, and I've been lurking here for a few streams. Oh, dude, Rug the big homie. So, fun little story about Rug. He tried to stream his wars and shit for the longest time and was just lagging his fucking peen off. And he messaged me one day and he was like, Dusty, what the fuck? What are your stream settings? Like, I'm having a lot of problems. I sent him my stream settings. He messaged me the next day and was like, hey, yo, I'm good to go. I'm gonna start streaming my wars. The rest is history. I love Ruggington, dude. He's a fucking grinder. Great player as well. I always loved, like, being able to game with him, but he's been inquiring a little bit. I'm not sold that he's gonna be, not over here in Ashes at some point. Because while it's a tab target base, there is also, like, the action combat camera, so to say. It's, like, action combat. Also, Citadel of the Steel Bloom gang, one of the open world dungeons. So, that's kind of cool. It's a massive area. In terms of current endgame loop, I'll address that real quick because a few people have asked. There are multiple endgame dungeons that are in, I say, 2 major endgame dungeons, some that are more pseudo endgame dungeons called pocket dungeons. So essentially what we have right now in terms of an endgame loop, you've got the power acquisition at level 25, gather, refine, craft to get the best gear, hit mobs to get the recipes, to give to your crafters so they can craft the best gear. You have different rarities in your gatherables that correspond to the quality of the craftables that you're putting out. So crafters make the best shit. So you've got the traditional MMO like power gain curve, where the like end game stuff to do falls off for players that aren't a part of active communities tends to be the like on rails content of, okay, I've got gear that I'm comfortable in. Where do I use it? Right? I'm leveled. I've got like a baseline set of gear. I want a PvP. There's not an arena in the game yet. Arenas will be in the game in the long term, just not in yet. But within communities, you have the capabilities to run in-house scrims. There are guild versus guild wars, settlement versus settlement wars, settlement versus settlement sieges, guild versus guild sieges that'll be coming into the long term. There's an open world flagging system. There are caravans, which you can push it on caravans and drive the shit town to town. The further you drive it, the more you make off of that. And people can attack your caravans along the way. You defend your caravan. If you make it town to town successfully, you're good to go. People will almost definitely attack your solo vans, 1000%. So, in terms of end game systems, what there is right now, you've got your obvious, like your power gain curve, like I mentioned, you've got your PvP systems, and then you've also got the bonus of what I call the settlement loop, or the citizen loop. Either way, but basically with the citizen loop, you are looking at actually partaking in, you know, buy order requests, the requisitions, fulfilling those, completing commissions for the settlement, bringing the crates over to the towns to actually put up the buildings, fundraising gold for the town through generating tax money into the town, and all of those things help build up the town, not only for the direct people in that town, but also the entire server, because not every town can have everything. I'm pitching 100 gold for a deck. I can probably come up with some gold for a siege. I'd be so down. Yeah, if we want to get an offensive one, it's just a matter of when Zombie has a mental capacity. We'll talk about it on Saturday, and then we'll probably go down. We're planning one this weekend. Yeah. Because OCE is down. Sunday is their best day. So if we decked on Saturday, they'd be good for Sunday. So that'd be huge. Wish I played US to join you guys on Cats. Just play on NA. Brother, the NA server is always going to be better. You should work in marketing. I mean, I kind of do in a certain extent. Like, I'm unemployed, but I stream. So essentially, I'm trying to convince people that my content is good enough and, you know, worthwhile enough to A, keep watching, and B, maybe be generous enough to throw a couple clams my way through a sub. So, like, in a sense. Let's talk to Nin. Nin, also great marketer. Nin, massive marketer, too. Huge fucking marketer. Everybody here. We all market cats. We all market ashes in our own little ways. It's fucking massive. But yeah, we'll probably have a siege going here soon. Yo, Jax, thank you for the primer. Nader, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you guys. Much love, much love, much love. So we'll probably have a siege going this weekend. But essentially, everything in Ashes can present as shallow or as complex as a gameplay loop as you'd like to get into. Community increases your capability for just about everything in Ashes. You can do more, you can experience more, you can have access to more. It's just based around community. If you came in previously, because what I've said playing, owning the game for 8 months, issues always down to leveling alone is rough. Depending on when the last time you played, in addition to like join Cats with Abs, of course, we're getting a huge push of players from the New World gang that's coming over. It's timed up really well with the November 18th hype around Summoner and everything there. So, in terms of like, you have 5 previous New World players here trying to make a decision. Is it ready? You get a 90-day refund period where you can determine for yourself if it is. Personally, I think if you join an established community, you'll have a shitload of fun. If you embrace like the PvX loop, the open world of it, and the non-linearity of it, it's a lot of fun. You'll have a lot more hours of Ashes before you reach the same point in New World where you're like, oh, well, I've done everything. So, personally, exclamation guild, discord.gg/catswithabs. Exclamation Ashes, send that link to everybody, have them make their account using that link. You guys all get a 90-day period where you can get all of your money back. If you want to play anything other than Summoner, you can start leveling literally right now with the gang. You can get yourselves all squared away. November 18th, we got a big fat update coming in. That's bringing in the Summoner, which is the last primary class. It's bringing in a few other systems that are going to be very fun that I'm not going to bloat you with right now. Is there a wipe on the 18th? No wipe confirmed by Intrepid. The one thing that is even considerable as a maybe is the possibility of a fresh start server, which they haven't directly said no fresh, but they've also said indirectly many times that their goal is to keep this server going as much as possible and as long as possible. Hope they announce that Friday on the live stream. Same. Yep. I really hope that they announce that Friday on the live stream. What I think it is going to be is the general response of like, we want to see how the econ goes in the long term over here. We want to try to correct the state of the player-driven economy, and the player-driven economy is resilient enough to bounce back. We want to see how new player onboarding goes in terms of catching up to the power ceiling, using the new gear that's generated into the economy already, using the new POIs to level that exist through server progression, having crafting available. We want to see how new players integrate into the economy. That's what I would like to see as well. Check catch-up mechanics, check power discrepancies, vertical scaling, all of that. Huge data. So, if population exceeds what can comfortably be held on the server infrastructure that is here for a prolonged period of time, then leave it open to the possibility of freshies. But I think I would, obviously, I would love it if they just shut down the idea of freshies and just straight up said, we're putting everybody over here. You're catching up. You will catch up. Especially if you have a community to play with. You will catch up quite quickly. You will be integrated into the economy in a very smooth, meaningful way. And you will be able to play and understand the game much quicker. Catching up with this game shit? Are you trying to catch up solo? I would be willing to wager that Ashes of Creation already has more catch-up mechanics than your standard MMO. And I'm going to start my argument with the fact that Ashes of Creation has no binder pickup or bind on pickup or bind on equip gear. And I could take off this legendary bow and I could give it to you right now. And then you have a legendary bow the second I replace this. If you're a part of a community that is community-based and people are not selling all of their goods outside of community, but instead are selling them in community to keep things in-house at a discount, then that's going to open up, you know, avenues for you to catch up that would not be available to you as a solo player. So if you're a solo player that's trying to catch up to communities, keep in mind you're one person that's trying to do the work of an entire community. Our community has gatherers, refiners, crafters, mob grinders, PvEers, PvPers, you name it. People that if I say, chat, I need this. I need to buy it off one of you right now. I need this mat. I need spindle. Somebody will have a spindle that I can buy because we have specific people in the community that craft the things that we need. We have our set community crafters. We have our gatherers. We have our crafting lead. We have a lot of that. Do a community outside of your stream. Never be hardcore, but just trying to find a decent guild. Our guild is actually not built on my stream alone. The fact that I am a streamer is actually just like a side thing to it. It's not about funneling people in here. There are actually people in cats that have no fucking idea that I stream. I'll be completely honest. There are people in cats that come into stream and they're like, wait, Dusty, you stream? Unironically. So, Elder Wish, thank you for the raid, my friend. I hope your stream was phenomenal. Thank you for showing love. Raiders, welcome in. I appreciate you guys coming through. If you haven't been here before, my name is Dusty. I've streamed over 850 days in a row. All Ashes, all the time over here, 8+ hours a day. We're yapping about a whole fucking lot, and we got a whole lot of new players coming in with the New World Death. Another door opens, and that door is Ashes. Bringing a bunch of WoW nerds trying to quietly and subtly convert. Oh, boys, Esteban, thank you for the follow. If you guys have questions about Ashes, you're coming into the right time. I was a New World streamer before I was an Ashes streamer, so we are getting all of the Inquisition right now from, like, my New Worlders who are like, Dusty, I see you over here. I see that you've been over here. You left New World for this long ago. How can I get over here with you? Tell me about it. What's it about? So, if you guys are wondering anything about Ashes whatsoever, please, for the love of God, feel free to ask. Number one thing that I've been telling people, there's a huge update on November 18th. There's a dev stream on Friday. I'll be watching the dev stream over here and breaking down everything that they're talking about in an understandable way. So that's this Friday. Update is November 18th, and any of the Ashes packs, they are $100 USD. They get you in for the remainder of development. My guess is 3-ish years. Could be more, could be less. But they also come with a 90-day refund period with no hours limit. Anytime within 90 days, you get all of your money back. So if you guys have any questions, please feel free to let me know. But we're yapping like crazy right now. Trying to honestly keep up. So in terms of our guild is formatted not just to operate as like a streamer guild. I just happen to be a streamer who runs a guild, so to say. But in terms of my actual like administrative duties, our leadership core is large and dedicated. And we're always looking for more people to help run it because our community is structured to not just be around me and I am the streamer. We have multiple guilds within our communities, or within our community, from Cats with Abs, Cats, large compared to most Nin. You'd be shocked. You'd be shocked. We have more of an infrastructure than a lot. We just also care a lot more than a lot of other guilds, and we're trying to future-proof more than a lot of other guilds, if I'm being real. We need it to be larger, but it's large compared to a lot. It's like somebody saying Intrepid isn't large. They're small compared to a lot of very large developers, but they're a very large indie developer. I think that's a big thing. Yo, hold up. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, in terms of our community, again, it is built to function the exact same whether I'm here or whether I am not here. There are people in leadership that have the exact same perms that I do. We have Cats with Abs, our primary guild, built around the top end PvP that we can get access to. We fight with and against the best of the best communities in the entire game. So, we have Cats with Abs at the top end. We have Cats, our more casual, PvP-oriented guild as well. We have Cats with Crafts, our crafting guild. Right now, things have been condensed as player base shrinks. It'll expand again when player base expands. Then we have our EU guild on the NA server, Cats UA. They will also kick up again once the November update rolls around. We'll see them more active. Then we have our alliance guilds as well. So we have multiple guilds formatted specifically in our community to take every type of player, put the sorting hat on them, and be like, House Cats with Crafts. And then you just go over there and you find your place. You find your group of people. Hello, Cielo. You find your group of people that you want to play with, and we try to provide people that core group that they, that they really vibe with and that share the same goals, while also providing the overarching community aspect of like, you're a gatherer, refiner, crafter that wants to, do your thing a few hours a week. Awesome. If we need mats, we'll hit you up and our people will pay you for your mats that you gather and contribute to the guild. And you're contributing to something that is, a larger picture. In addition to that, if you're in even our most casual guild, but we're doing one of our multiple night weekly guild scrims, you can show up to that and just be like, hey, I want to learn some PvP. You'll have callers that are communicating for you. You'll have teams that are just drafted up. We just pick the teams and try to make it as fun as possible for everybody. And we try to get everybody access to the content that they would want from an enjoyability standpoint, regardless of how much time they actually have to put in and allocate to, to their goals. Because not everybody is going to be able to grind 72 fucking hours a day. We do not expect that. But what we try to do is build our community in a manner where we are able to... I need to deposit this. I don't know, my mining bag's up. We're trying to build the community in a manner where we're able to provide a lot of content for many people who are not able to, normally otherwise get that content on their own. And I think that's a really encouraging thing for us to try to shoot for, if I'm being honest. Cuts of crafts from deadweight, but I am one. Nobody's deadweight. Nobody's deadweight. Listen, if you have ever gathered a single thing that has been contributed to a guild craft, then you are far from deadweight and you're integral to the success of the community. If you have ever been in a guild group that has killed a singular mob that has generated experience for somebody, you contribute to the guild. There are going to be a lot of people that go on breaks here and there. Development be a bitch. It really do be. But again, the community's here. We're not planning for 3 to 5 months in the future. We plan out 3 to 5 years in the future. And we're trying to build something, Steez. We're trying to build something that is going to be omnipresent, if I'm being real. We have very long-term plans, and all of those plans consist of growing our entire Cats community for the entire community of Ashes. We're going to have a whole hell of a lot of people coming in the next month. We're going to get a lot of people in Cats. Our numbers are going to explode, and you guys are going to want to be here for it because you will have levelers in guild. You will have people to learn the game with. You will have people to teach you the game. Every aspect of the game. It will help a lot. Always been hardcore PvP, but I literally know zero and I'm older, so can't be consistent. Got real life shit that pops up. Want to still PvP when it's available? We got room for that. We can help you get to the endgame state where you can actually PvP in a meaningful way. We will help you understand PvP. We will help you get reps in PvP. And while our top guild does have that emphasis of like, we want you to degen, we want you to be here as much as possible, That's what the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th guild are for. Play as much as you want, show up to what you can, and help out the community however you feel is best for you. I'm someone that's not typically a large gatherer, refiner, or crafter. I hate crafting. It's too many numbers for my dumb brain. I don't like numbers. I don't like math. I don't fuck with math. Also, the Tower of Carfin. This shit's dope as fuck. It is another one of the open world dungeons. The more levels you go up in the tower, the higher you go. The harder the mobs get, the higher level. And there's like different reward scaling for each one. Then there's an event that can take you up to the top of the tower. Really fucking beautiful out there. Really cool area. Steven has killed me up there before. I got teleported up there one time and it was very scary. Very scary. So yeah, it's very scenic up there. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's also massive. Like, the scale of the world is not something that should be lost upon anybody. And you'll understand once you start playing, but bro, this shit's huge. In the time that we've been yapping, I ran from Winstead to here since I was in the last town. It's a big ass world. But yeah, genuinely, like, Ashes is a PvX game. That means that player versus anything matters. PvE, PvP, PvTree. Whatever you want to do, you can find a spot in this community where you will contribute to the larger picture, and you will also see increased gain and accessibility to content for yourself just by being a part of the community. It's a really cool feeling where, like, if you've played Ashes as a solo at any point in time, you're gonna know it's tough as fuck. Now, solo play will continue to improve, and it has got a lot better since, say, back in December for Phase 2. It's never going to be as good as a group. Never. Ashes is meant to be a massive multiplayer game that is best served in a multiplayer standpoint. And if you really fuck with that, then our guild's got you, our community's got you, and you're going to have a lot of fun over here. If you're someone that wants to play solo, enjoy. This is PvP V8. Groups are 8-person groups. Arenas will come in that are an equitable numbers match, like, at some point, but we don't have arenas in right now. Open world PvP is whoever the fuck shows up, if I'm being real. So, a couple of things with Ashes. It's strength in numbers, but your numbers also gotta be strong as shit. Because there will always be a group of people who have really good gear and are really organized that will fuck up your group of 4x their numbers, because they will hit you at the right time, at the right place. They'll pull back, they'll reset, you'll go to get reses off, they'll get your clerics while they're casting their reses, interrupt the reses, and then out of nowhere you got no clerics, you got 2 waves of people dead, and you're even numbers. Elite players in elite guilds move like elite players in elite guilds, and there are so many fucking levels to this shit, which is what makes it really fun. I'm personally someone where you'll notice I stream with no delay. I stream with my map showing. I've probably been stream sniped many times. If I get stream sniped and I die in PvP, I say, man, I probably shouldn't have died. If we lose a guild engagement, and the guild's like, it's because Dusty's getting stream sniped. Be better. If we're good enough, then we can stream with every single one of our players POV, publicly, all the time, everywhere, and we can handle anything thrown our way. And that is the mentality that we have. And because of how many levels there are with Ashes, we're better than a whole hell of a lot of communities in PvP, but we will still get smacked around by some communities as well. We fight against the communities that'll smack us around even more than we fight against the ones underneath us, because we strive to be on that higher level. And every day we get closer to it. We take a lot of effort to get our new players onboarded, and we're one of the few communities that does fight on the level that we fight on that is also extremely new player friendly and accessible. There's not a guild application that asks how many hours you can play a week, how dedicated are you, welcome to the salty fucking spittoon, how tough are you, pussy. It's not that. You join up, you post in public, you get your perms, you make your guild ticket, we get you invited to the guild. You feel out where you want to be, you communicate with leadership through your ticket, and you're in. We are so accessible for the amount of content that we offer to people. If you're not in this guild, I'm promising you there are a lot of guilds in Ashes. We are a very... Oh, who's running scrims? We are a very unique guild. Very unique guild. Huh? Who's running scrims? Where are the scrims? I can't see. I can't see shit. Over this way, maybe? Where are you running scrims if not right here? I saw ready in 3, 2, 1. Where the fuck? Huh. What the beef Hellington? They got ghosts screaming up in this bitch. They got straight up ghosts. Hellington Lashes hires you to promote because you sell the fuck out of it? Bro, I'm gonna be real. I make $0.00 off of every copy of the game that gets sold using my link. Exclamation Ashes. You can kick me back some in-game currency for the in-game store when that comes in. That'll make sure I don't have to pay for skins. But I receive $0 reduce for every copy of the game sold. I'm gonna be completely real. I don't give a shit if more people come in and play right now or not, in the most, like, nice way possible, because I'm very confident that Ashes, in the long term, will attract people in due time when the systems are in that are meant to be in to attract someone. You can't force someone into something too early and still have them enjoy it. So I tell people the way it is right now, I tell people the way it's meant to be, and then I let people decide if they want to hop in now or if they want to hop in later. And if somebody says, oh, it seems like some systems are lacking, I'd really love arenas, so it's not just all open world, you know, potential large numbers. I would love to see more dungeon content. I'd love to see this. I don't say, oh, you're fucking stupid. I say, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's really bare bones right now. It's really straightforward. I just tell people how it is, and if people like the concept of it, I say, hey, we got a place for you. That's the promotion that I do. Realistically, I'm promoting our guild more than anything else. And that's part of the cool thing about Ashes, is if you have a good community, right? That's promotion in and of itself, dog. Having a community is a core gameplay loop in Ashes. If you hate your community, if you don't complete content with your community, if you don't like playing with them, if your community is not active, if your community doesn't do shit, you will notice and you will have a bad time. You will have substantially less access to content. You will feel like you are missing out on a lot. And I think that the simple aspect for me of having this community in place where we are very active, we have so many new players coming in all the time, and we're very outwardly communicative of like, hey, no matter what you're doing, you're valuable here. That is something that I think is a huge step for people to kind of like take the initial leap into the game environment in the first place. And I think our mentality towards like, you want to play right now? Awesome. You want to take a break right now? Awesome. We'll be here when you come back. Is a big part of the reason why our community has been consistently growing at the rate that it has been. And I also think it's part of the reason why Ashes will continue to grow as it has been. Even on the developer side, Steven, the creative director, gets shit from people because he says, if you don't want to play the game, you don't have to. He encourages people to take breaks if they're not happy with shit. If someone is crashing out, Steven will literally say, brother, if you don't want to play the game, then don't. And people will be like, Steven doesn't care about the player base. Steven, sorry. Steven doesn't care about the player base. When in all actuality, that's the most based fucking response a developer could ever say, showing that they have confidence that their product will appeal to you eventually, even if it doesn't right now, and that if it's not for you, it's not for you. Steven says the product's not going to appeal to everybody. He says he doesn't expect it to. They're not chasing a zeitgeist. They're executing on Steven's dream and Steven's vision. So I think that's a big part of it. Dusty, can you take a quick break so I can work on the thumbnail? Yeah. All right, chat. Quick bong rip. Hold on. Nin, you're the streamer now. Nin, you got this. One sec. Chat, ask Nin all of your questions. I'll be right back. Also, Twitch Prime. right, good day. Sorry. Carla's working on a thumbnail. And, I had to take pictures for the thumbnail. So we're just in the hallway, and she was just like snapping pictures of me, photo shoot style, real quick. We can't tell you what the thumbnail's for. Actually, yes, I can. I'm the boss here. It's for a YouTube video. I know I shouldn't have spoiled that. Now, you guys may know, my last YouTube video was 7 months ago. That shit slaps. When I make a YouTube video, it's a big deal. And it's a good-ass video. So, make sure you guys do exclamation socials. Pop over to YouTube if you're on the Twitch side. Drop the sub over there. If you're on the YouTube side, pop over to my Twitch side and drop the follow over here. Because I multi-stream every single day on both platforms. I don't miss a day unless my multi-stream software is cooked. That happened like a couple weeks ago. But we got that all sorted out. Now we don't miss a day on the multi-stream. But I'm live quite literally every day. So make sure you guys pop over to show the love to each side. Sib's taking a break. Sib is taking a break, but part of what Sib was like not vibing with was the econ stuff. So static fixes, crate dupe, probably a big thing for Sib's mental. And then just the general, like, what do I do with my gear? Which I think is a question that a lot of people will have answered as soon as the Harbinger system comes about. I think the Harbinger system is going to be something that leads to a lot of communities fighting in those corrupted areas, whether they want to sabotage it or they want to ensure the protection of it. Like, I think that the Harbinger system is going to be a fucking slapper of a repeatable gameplay system, if I'm being real. I'm very excited. So I think that, like, I'm gonna be real, a lot of people are on break right now. Not only in our community, but in multiple other communities too. It's just a general thing. It's the ebb and flow of the content cycle. And we are in the prep period for a very large patch. So naturally, people will be taking their time to not burn out before the patch so they can come in fresh. There are also a couple absolute slapper games that are getting ready to drop. Battlefield 6, obviously a huge thing. Arc Raiders tomorrow. Also a massive deal. Ball Pit, sleeper pick for game of the year. Shit fucks. It's really fun. There's a good amount of like just general stuff to do right now, I feel. And I'm sure that it'll kick back up for Ashes in due time. It's just the content cycle, so playing Outer Worlds as well right now. Fupo the Betrayer. Oh my goodness gracious. Goodness freaking gracious. What are we gonna do with you, Foop? I'm gonna have to get a long range spray bottle to get you all the way out there. Do those, but they're trees to chop. You must chop trees. You must yop. The yopper chopper is the most important thing in existence. And I'm gonna be real, if you're not chopping, you're not fucking trying, baby. You've gotta chop to survive, and you've gotta survive to chop. Some people are screaming west of Miraleth. Just fucking left Miraleth. I couldn't find him. Literally couldn't find him. They asked if any cats want to come. Oh, how long are they running scrims for? Yeah, I gotta drop these mats. Yeah. Who is it? Like, what guild is it? Because I'd pull up. I haven't seen Fupo in game for a while. He's a fucking scaredy cat. When the going gets rough, the cats get going, I guess, man. I don't know, Phoenix. I don't know, it's tough out here. DM Sooth / Whisper Soothe. I was told scrims. What is happening over here? And how long are they running for? Because I like scrims. Scrims! Boys, you might get to see some PvP tonight after all. I fucking got y'all. Also, welcome to Winstead. Winstead is the capital of the Riverlands, as of right now. So while I mentioned the player base is very low, this is what we have in one of the more populated towns just in terms of players at this point in time. Keep in mind, not everybody's going to be sitting in a town. This is our player market, so like the trading post. Right now, it's just this one dude. He's trying his best, so please be patient with the marketplace manager right now. We've got our vendor over here in the marketplace district as well. And then you've got all of your placeable buildings in the settlement that you can fill out. You want to talk about the vassal system? Shit, any of my New World guys. Unlike New World, holy fuck. Hillary Clinton playing this bitch? Bro, we got everybody on Ashes. What the fuck? That's kind of crazy, bro. Ashes got motion. I did not know I'd be seeing her ass over here, bro. That's a surprise. I was confident, but goddamn. That's crazy. All right. So vassaling. Unlike New World. Yo, Chase, what up, my boy? New World Refugee, exclamation guild. You're gonna want to come through. I've already told you 1,000 times, but this time I actually mean it and you have no other choice. Exclamation guild, discord.gg/catswithabs, exclamation ashes, make your account, start leveling. We have a lot of people that are hopping in and leveling literally tonight. Servers are up as close to 24/7 as possible, only down for updates and shit like that. Brother, it's time. It's a beautiful, wonderful time. And I am about to make my way back down to these scrims. I just had to deposit my gatherables that I had in my inventory. And we're gonna get a few PvP reps in for you guys, which is gonna be a fucking blast. So I've been running around. I just did a little bit of like an organizational pass to my storages and tried to essentially go wood, metals, huntables, and then I guess just bullshit for right now because I was kind of a panic store. So my Winstead one's a fucking mess. But I'm in the process of getting all my storages sorted out, and we stumbled upon some scrimsy whimsies. So now I'll be able to go over and smack the shit out of some people. Oh, on the way, I broke 4 journeyman axes since I logged on today. You broke 4 journeyman axes? What the fuck do you mean? That's a lot of goddamn trees. That's like well over 5,000 wood, brother. What the fuck do you mean? Okay, the vassaling system, before I get distracted again. The vassaling system. Not every settlement can reach the highest level. Not every town can have all of the buildings that are available for crafting, gathering, and refining. You need to specialize your town, and there can only be so many of the highest level. The system that is called vassaling is what's responsible for ensuring the differences in town level. So, you'll notice if I hover over Winstead, it highlights... God damn it. So anyways... It's fucking rude. It's rude as shit. So anyways, we're back. That was weird. Yeah, my bad, my bad. I got a internet boo-boo for a second. My OBS studio was just like, hey, nope, no more stream for you. Fuck your viewership. So now RIP to all of the lurkers that aren't here to refresh. Anytime that happens, it cooks so many lurkers. Thoughts and prayers. All right. So through vassaling, you basically have a network of settlements that cannot all be the highest level. The current vassal network looks like this. A tier 4 as your capital. The tier 4 has 2 tier 3s underneath it. And then your tier 3s each have a tier 2 underneath that. So you got the T4 at the top, 2 T3s, and 2 T2s as your full vassal network. The vassal system kind of like works as a kind of a region to a certain extent, but there is Ultra. Hi, what up? But there is no guarantee that the vassals will like who they have to work with. There is no guarantee that you will like the people that are, you know, your parent node, so to say. It's always a risk you run. That's part of the social structure of Ashes, which is pretty cool. So multiple towns have to work together. Multiple vassal network regions have to work together. You could have your vassal region extending into multiple different biomes, multiple parts of the world. Every system with Ashes just goes to another level of deep where it's like, fuck me, why have other games not thought of this in terms of implementing all of these things? You see the same social structure in New World with like owning towns, but it's a completely deeper level where the owning, so to say, being a mayor of a town is truly a public service position where you're actively sacrificing a lot of your time and your effort to build up that town. And then you have the guild castles to strive for on the elite guild side of things. Like, they take every system that we thought we knew and add a whole lot of shit to it in a very good way. Add a lot of replayability with it in the long term, of course. And I already feel like there's a good amount of replayability now. I may be a little crazy because I enjoy the very small things in Ashes. But does your apartment use AT&T? No. Spectrum. I think it's a Spectrum branch off company. Cause like fiber through them. Fidium? I think Fidium is a Spectrum sub company though, right? I think. You're gonna be in the next weekend siege? We're decking that, right? If we're decking it, then I'm gonna be in it. If it's being decked on an area that's not us, and we're not the decker, I will still sign up for it. I know we have a siege coming up. I don't know if that's this weekend or next weekend. But yes, if it's our siege, I shall be there. If it is not our siege, I shall also try to be there. I know all the guild leaders are talking. Oh, massive. Well then, yes, I would like to be there. I would love to. That would be a fucking slapper. Oh, they're over here. What do we have on this side? Are there fights? What's going on with the... Is this a 1v? I am confusion. Or should I kill the fighter? What the fuck is happening over here? Game's down tomorrow? No, why? No, game's up tomorrow. Yeah, game's up every day. Single day. Looks like duels. Yeah. I thought it was 1v1s. I think they might be running 1vs. I don't know if it's... Wait. Oh my god, it's Soothe and Seethe. Oh, that fucked with me. Fucked up starting the download when I was at work. Oh yeah, no. The good news is Ashes is up as close to 24/7 as possible now. There are updates that come in that kind of like do give us some downtime, but most of the time it's up. Oh fuck, excuse me. Like, we don't have any dedicated downtime days. Like, it used to be Tuesday, Wednesday back in the day, but we haven't had to deal with that in a while. And let me tell you, dude, there's a reason why I'm so happy all the time. It's because I can just stream as much as I want to every single day and actually have it be gameplay. For the longest time, I was legitimately just... I was yapping on Tuesdays and Wednesdays with no gameplay. That shit was rough. That shit was real rough. So I'm just thankful that we actually, you know, finally have 7 days of content. Fucked up starting the download at work is crazy though. Hopefully you guys get in. Tuesday, Wednesday were brutal me. Some say I should go back to that, but I'm freed. Nah, fuck that. Don't put it back to that. Oh my god. Do we have more coming over? Excuse me. Because I may eat. I might try to run scrims tomorrow, maybe. What are y'all's plans for tomorrow? Around like 8 p.m. EST. I don't know what tomorrow is. Tomorrow's Thursday. Tomorrow 5 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. EST is our normal start. Would you wanna bring everyone to Stacked Stones and get a big scrim orgy tomorrow? And get my guys and more guilds as well. I'd like to be able to stream you guys, but it's hard to line up time zones. Officer on both sides have tried. Oh, you're in EBC, right? EBC and EBC or Amnesty? Yeah. You guys are like the friends that we don't get to play with because we go to different schools. And like, yeah, it's rough. It's rough. It started as such a rivalry, and then it became such a bromance over time. Yeah, our friends from down under, man. I'm glad that the weekend sieges at least work well for the time being. But yeah, the time zone fucking sucks, dude. It's a good rivalry. Oh yeah. And the thing that I like about it, I'll be completely honest, like some people take like in-game rivalries and stuff way too seriously. I like that a lot of the people that we interact with are able to realize that the yap is yap. They yap back. It's all in good fun. And then everybody says GG's, we slap ass and we go our separate ways. And like, that's a really fun part of it for me. I think that having the element of like, we are all playing, you know, just video games and we're all just shooting the shit is cool. Is cool.
All day tomorrow. Hit me up when you have people around. Gonna try to run them early plus often.
All right, cool. We're up tremendous. So I let them know that we're running tomorrow. I will 1000% help organize scrims tomorrow. They said their normal start time is 9 p.m., but we will get them over to Stack Stones, and we can run some Stack Stone scrims tomorrow, probably around like 8, I'd say. Glad to see content other than people literally shedding tears over New World. I'm dancing on the grave of New World, if that's like a good contrast. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, like, I feel bad for the game devs and the people that were impacted by it, but I left New World under my own power in December because I saw the direction of it. And there was legitimately an interview where the CEO of Amazon Games in 2024, by the way, August of 2024, the CEO talked about how it was Amazon's first step out of the MMO genre, publishing a game that was not an MMO. And then he talked about, again, it makes a lot more sense now, how they want AI to help to shorten the life cycle of games because game development takes way too long at 5 years per game. They're trying to predict what the zeitgeist is, and it's going to be a lucky shot, and AI is going to help them streamline processes so it goes fast. Ideally, they want to get game dev down to 3 years per game, which then won't make game dev any cheaper, but at least you'll fail faster and you can go on and on until you find the right thing. I'm not shedding tears because I already shedded my tears. This is my I told you so era. Like, I'll be over here like Fortnite taking the L and shit. Like, it's somewhat insensitive. It's crazy. Yes. Yes, I have a YouTube video that's going like in-depth breaking down this article and the correlation with everything and how I saw it coming. That's going to be dropping tomorrow. We're getting that all finished up tonight. That'll drop tomorrow, probably midday. But yes, unfortunately, the reason why I'm in a spot where I am like dancing on the grave, so to say, is because I tried to tell so many people, guys, this shit's going down. This shit's going to blow up. John, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. This shit's going down. It's going to blow up. I put in 7,000 hours in New World. I streamed it for 3 years. I got partnered. I went full-time in New World. I had every reason to stay in New World. I said, guys, we got to get the fuck out. Save yourselves. The ship's going down. And a couple of them came with me for a little bit. A couple of them checked out other shit for a little bit, but everybody went back like it was a bad fucking fan addiction, bro. I'll be real. Shedding tears for all the money I spent on gold. Bro, you could have gifted subs instead. I know, it's crazy. Like, instead of supporting somebody that you don't know, you could have supported me. And then instead of just getting gold for a shitty dead game, you could have got my undying gratitude for a very long time. That would have been a gift worth more than gold, if I'm being completely honest. But when one door closes, another door opens. And when Helen Wong isn't there to take your money, DustyWhy is. I'm not going to give you anything for it other than a very firm thank you, a smile, and if you gift enough subs, I'll actually think about you off stream a little bit and I'll be like, damn, that's crazy. Daddy's lips.
Together.
A memorable moment. I'll think about that off stream later. Thank you. Thank you. A legend. Thank you. Thank you for the T1. Does Chinese farmers care about me? Are you tipping your gold farmers, Snake? Brother, don't let them. Hunt 1 Grem for every sub you get. Oh god, a Gremathon? Oh fuck. I have to hunt one thing for every sub that I get for 24 hours. Fuck, that would be devious. Wait, I might actually do that. Now that people can't swipe for gold in New World. Hey, do you know that name? Listen, I might not be on the streets, but I still run that shit. That bitch Helen works for me. I always talk about how as a young entrepreneur, pimpin' is quite possibly one of the best businesses that you can get into because not only does it lack a substantial overhead in terms of the initial like upfront costs, you don't have to worry about getting a shop. You don't have to worry about buying inventory. You literally just find a few hoes and you pimp. Pimpin' ain't easy, but it do be accessible as shit on a startup scale. And if you have a good like process for the pimping, you could probably even Kickstarter your pimp game. I think, personally, he who controls the sellers controls all. I wouldn't want to be the guy selling crack. I'd want to be the guy making crack. I probably wouldn't want to be that guy either, actually, in hindsight. We're probably just going to stay away from crack analogies. Yo, Starter, what up? Oh, yeah, no, net just went out a second ago. Unfortunately, yeah, my net just dropped out, and then all of my lurkers got nuked. It's sad. But, that's okay, brother. That's okay. The good news is, one thing that makes some people really mad to know is that I don't even look at my viewers while I stream. I don't even have my viewers visible. Viewers mean, like, in terms of a numeric value, not a lot to me. I stream the same way, whether I got 1, 10, a million, or anything in between, bro. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you being one of the viewers. Means the world, brother. And for whatever reason, we got the random hype train for me not looking at my viewers. I appreciate that, boys. One last hype train before bed. Let's see what we can spin this thing up to real quick. My New World swipers. My late nighters. This is your chance to support the stream, get exclusive emotes that you can only get during hype trains, and unlock the coveted Dusty W booty, which some in the New World community have had before. You may have seen it place to place. This is the origination of it, baby. This is the greatest emote on all of Twitch. This is the dumpiest of the McDumpies. Nin, show the people what they're fucking missing. I'm a degen gamer, mega farmer, and my wife is Chinese, so our children could pump. Pock, honestly, you might be revolutionizing an industry. Nin my fucking goat. Nin'll solo it if he fucking has to. Pock, you genuinely may revolutionize an industry. You might do it better than anybody else. Just get on Steam and play the new MMO called Wicked Island. Wait, what is Wicked Island? Why does that sound like about to be a porn game? Hold up, hold up. Now I gotta look. Now I gotta look. Yo, Daddy's Lips, the 400 biddies. Thank you, brother. Making a fucking jangle up in this bitch. Dude, you're soloing this hype train right now. I'm not gonna lie. I wish we could get you a little bit of help with it. But, bro, everybody's sleeping. Everybody sleeping is cooked, boys. Help Daddy's Lips with this this hype train, for the love of God. I almost called it a help train. Check your primers, check your T1s, T2s, T3s, check your bit wallets. Empty that shit out for your local favorite beggar, me. It could either be me or the homeless guy that's at the stoplight. At least you know that I'm not gonna buy crack with it. Just weed. And I'm saving for a house. So you're directly, those 400 biddies are building a house out here, boys. Can I hire them to farm datewood for me? I mean, if we get a client list for Pox Kids ahead of time, if he starts right now, then he could probably have his kids old enough to process, go in this area and gather things. And if we have buy orders lined up for launch to the point where it is fruitful for him to actually employ the child labor, then I feel as though we have a lot better case to get Pock to bone his wife. Not that like you should need much of a reason anyways, but there will be some extra motivation behind those claps. That's just like, we're gonna fucking do this shit one day. It's like Project LeBron, but for gamers. Like, you were trying to create literally the ideal farmer of all games. And I respect that shit. I respect that shit. Speaking of, I'm headed to bed. Hey, yo. Yo, you're gonna think of me, right? Right? Fuck, have a good night, brother. I appreciate you hanging out. I'll catch you soon, dude. It all makes sense now. It all just clicks into place at a certain point in time. It all just tends to settle in and make just the right amount of sense. Ron's roasted chicken, steaming some fucking hams with that. My boy. Good hecking day. How are you, Ron? What's going on here? Oh, this is all the AFK fishers. Yeah, so all of my new gamers coming in, always remember that anytime you are AFK, all you have to do to fish is have a fishing pole, go into your skill book, under your artisan, bring your fishing down onto your bars, and my brothers in Christ, you too can AFK fish. So I could sit up here right now with all these lads, and we be fishing. Welcome to somehow making the most money you've ever made if you pull a high rarity fish. Shit actually goes so hard for making money if you get the good RNG. You just need that good RNG pull though. Like it just added up all these boys. Yo, that shit clean though. One largemouth bass and you get some character XP for it. So anytime that you are AFK for whatever reason, just sit here. How to print money 101? Yup, 1000%. You make sure that you get an inventory full of fish as much as you can in any way, shape, and form that you can. 1000%. And you can make a whole lot of money fishing. Nothing in the world's done. Is it worth me paying to play this? I guess what I'm asking is, am I late to the game? Oh, it's still in alpha, brother. In terms of like late to the game, you're early as fuck compared to 99% of the players that will ever play Ash as a creation. The worst thing is that this server started a little bit ago and it's not going to wipe for a while. So you have a little bit of a catch up, but a good community will also help you catch up in a meaningful way. I got an uncommon. I already just made money. I am legitimately making money right now. That uncommon fish is probably worth more than I want to talk about. Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah. So it is genuinely, it's never a bad time to hop in my opinion. We have a large update on November 18th that's going to have a lot of people leveling new characters with the summoner coming out. It's going to bring in some new endgame systems as well. So November 18th is going to actually be a huge period of time for Ashes. And the time leading up to that is actually very worth. I got 6 heroics today. You realize that's like 200 gold, right? Or are they down? They go for 8 gold plus right now. I thought heroics were like 35 gold. Or is that starfish? I feel like I saw heroics going for way more than 8. I feel like those shits are expensive as hell. I was been stalking. Fish are worth so much because people need them for their item level 29 bows. And they need a lot of them. So if you have rarity at all, those things will sell. One thing that I haven't done is fish at all, if I'm being honest. It is so easy to level because it's quite literally just AFK chilling. I could let it run every day before and after stream, and honestly, I might. And then I might just have a storage full of fish over here, if I'm being real. Like, it's a lot of money, and you can stock up, and you can have an entire collection of fish. You can use them for crafts. You can sell those bitches. It's free 99. It's honestly like autopilot econ. It's the best case scenario. Anytime you're on a yap, genuinely, yeah, instead of just running around the world, I just find a scenic spot to fish for a little bit. Yeah, I need to get a better fishing pole, if I'm being real. I need to get some high rarity on the novice pole. Why is my pole like 7 times larger than I am? That's just kind of disproportionate, I feel like, but maybe. Dusty has a rank high tank to level. I'm probably going to play a summoner, if I'm being real. Like, not that I'm going to switch to summoner, but I'll probably level a summoner first, Because not leveling a summoner is like somebody putting food in front of my face and I'm starving and I don't eat it. Like, I, as a content creator, I feel like I would be doing an injustice to man, beast, and all content creators if I did not play the new class when it came out. I feel like I'd be silly to not at least do it for a couple of days for a little bit each day. Oh, feast on your summoner gameplay? That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I'd be silly to not. So I'm 1,000% gonna check out Summoner. 1,000% gonna provide my feedback on that, because it's gonna be a fun class. But John, in terms of like late to the game, right? There are a lot of catch-up mechanics in Ashes. A community is one of the largest catch-up mechanics in the first place, to keep in mind. But being completely honest with you, even being behind, you can still do so much. The one thing that like being behind is going to impact is like if you're PvPing somebody who's also, you know, not behind, one of the people who is ahead of the curve. But again, the further ahead of the curve you get, then the less behind you are, the fewer people that you have to worry about. So I think it's just a matter of like acknowledging the tiers of progression, so to say, in Ashes. When you're first coming in, you'll be a brand new player with no information, no familiarity, no anything, right? And that in itself will be daunting. But there will also be a lot of players that are on the same level as you. So once you level, once you get your baseline set of gear, you're already going to be 3 tiers above the people that don't really have any information whatsoever. And you're going to be fighting already on a level that you're like, oh shit, this is great. I'm so glad I've had people help me learn the game. I understand it now on a basic level. Things start to click in, but you run into those fights in those situations where you're just like, oh shit, I got outplayed. What did this person do that I am not doing? And that's a really big point of learning. And that's how you start to scale up that ladder. So gear can be caught up, especially if you're somebody who likes gathering, refining, and crafting. I'll be completely honest, bro. If you level a character with a few hours of leveling each day and multiple hours of gathering each day on the way up, you will have a lot of money. You will have a lot of materials. You will have familiarity with where you need to go to get high rarity, this, that, the other, especially if you're asking people in guild. And that is going to be a very worthwhile spend of your time because that will help you catch up. Crafting is everything. And everything is craftable. So if you want weapons, you can gather your shit from level 1 to start working on weapons. Really cool. Any class to avoid? For PvP, Fighter and Rogue tend to be the two that are in the roughest spot right now because, like, I call it the melee paradox. It was more or less the same thing in New World in open world combat, right? Because keep in mind in Ashes right now, there's not really that objective like there was in a New World War or an OPR where you need toes on point to actually spin the point. So things like Bruiser, which I played in New World, are quite devalued. You'll notice that I play Tank over here. Tank has a few cool abilities like Grapple, I pull someone to me, Wall, I summon a wall, I've got Charge, I've got some good movement, I've got some good bailout, I do good DPS-ish. Not good DPS, but I do pretty solid burst, I have good lockdown, I have some support abilities. But with things that are like true all-in melee classes, like Fighter and Rogue, you suffer from the melee paradox of I need to get in range to do damage to you, but in the time that I have, the time that I spent getting in range, I have taken so much damage that it's no longer advantageous for me to try to do damage to you. And from that perspective, I think that the risk-reward of melees, it's like, all right, what am I playing Fighter for? Jump in, big AoE cleave, big damage, big burst, people die. Well, why not Ranger or Mage? You can do that safer. Ranger's going to be the safest. Mage can shatter combo for huge amounts of AoE damage and just pure dump. There's an element of like, in terms of optimal output, so to say, where right now Fighter and Rogue are the hardest to pull off in a meaningful standpoint. I think that anything can be played by the right player and succeed. It's just Fighter and Rogue are harder in PvP to make succeed. Other than that, like, I'm gonna be real, you can play whatever. You can Fighter and Rogue if a Fighter or a Rogue gets an ideal scenario to pop off. then you pop off. You can kill people. It's just the risk reward of those classes is very frequently offset by the element of like, you've got to have so many things aligned in a meaningful way. And that makes it tough.
Apes together.
Skippy! Brother, did you hear? Did you hear?
Going to bed. Good night,
Thank you
my
for the
friend.
40 months. I'm assuming you heard the news, right? Of course I did. R.I.P. You want to know what's nice? In my highlights, Skibby, I have a VOD from way back in the day that I accidentally highlighted one day. The entire VOD from when we owned Ebonscale. Fishing's level 2. We had a guild meeting in the Ebonscale Town Hall, company meeting. We did OPRs. We did an invasion, which I top fragged in. We did a war where we murked for another guild. I remember when you guys owned Ebon? Wait, were you a lurker back then? What the fuck? Wait, you've been around for that long? I was in Panapause. Bro, I had like 5 viewers when we owned Ebon. What the fuck? Wait, there's no shot. Yeah, what the hell? Wait, I just learned something. That's actually crazy. You've seen my channel grow more than most people in here. Huh, that's fucking wild, dude. That's really cool, actually. I appreciate that. That's a really cool thing. Cause like, I was not a big New World streamer in those days, man. I started playing New World because of Skibby in our friend group. So like, it all started because of friends. It all started because a few people wanted to lurk in my stream while I was playing and watch me play. And like, that's what started this whole thing, dude. That's really cool. I appreciate that. Still lurk, gotta love the homies. Dude, it's really humbling, if I'm being honest. Like, streaming is such a cool fucking thing. But yeah, I have that entire VOD highlighted. It's a dope-ass VOD. It literally is like quintessential New World. It is everything that New World wanted to be in one day. And I think if New World was like that every day for every player, would have been a different story. And we tried our best to make New World what it could be, potentially. And it just, it never reached that. Dusty, the Pal World lead, said he would take the 2019 version of New World, the PvP version. And his DMs are open if they want to talk, then went on to say whoever the sound team was deserve everything in New World that has the best sound. Oh, New World has amazing sound. What does he mean the 2019 PvP version? Because the 2019 version had a lot of bad to it. Like, the reason the 2019 version, when it was loot drop on death... Oh... Like the OG? Right. Right. Power World lead, very sad. Fantasy MMO New World is coming to an end. That said, if Amazon wants to slip me the files for the 2019 version. Oh. I think he was just fucking around. Yeah. I think he was just kind of fucking around. Yo, dog, what up, my friend? Oh, this guy's name's Bucky as well. Yeah, their sound design was phenomenal. It was actually god tier. I think personally, New World had so many systems that could have led to New World being a one-of-one standalone MMO at the top. But it also had so many core problems that stopped it from actually reaching that echelon that it could have, right? I think that's the biggest thing. I think that was a very sad thing to see. Was good. Hope my internet doesn't cut out again. My internet cut out a few minutes ago. That sucked. RIP, half my viewers. Thought it was a fun article. Yeah, very fun article. But yeah, I don't really think that I don't really think anyone's gonna want to buy New World. So excited about PvP, and then I PvP'd after buying and it was so shit. See, that's the funny thing. The PvP of New World was actually what hooked me. The ideation of what the systems could be The combat system itself, it was fun. It was fun, at least for me. But it's also all preference. I really like the Ashes combat system, and I really think Ashes, from a standpoint of like social systems, takes everything that New World ever wanted to have and does so much more. I think it just extrapolates immensely. Having zero practice war opportunity was the biggest downfall in my opinion. Yeah, it was a huge point of accessibility that just like wasn't there, dude. It was fucking rough. Yeah, I was always a huge advocate for some of the systems to be expedited. And like, bro, I drew up an entire practice war mode for them that would have had no implication on the map, that would have been just as immersive as the rest of their wars. And like, I tried to use my little corner to advocate for everything that I could. And it is what it is. Never watched a war and went, yeah, I want to do this. I mean, that's also the element to MMOs, though. Like, they don't necessarily need to have that element of, like, you know, you see a siege in Ashes and you're like, man, I would want to do this. But it's such a messy PvP system. I feel like from the outside looking in, Wars and also Ashes PvP can be that same look, right? It can be chaotic, it can be very messy. But, like, within each role, there are so many, like, fineries and shit, right? In every role, even as a bruiser, if I'm playing top strong versus bottom weak, that's an entirely different functionality and an entirely different set of roles and duties than I would have if I were playing point. So, it's cool in that sense, right? I think it's kind of like football. You either watch football and you like it, or you watch football and you don't like it. And then those that watch football and like it have the element of like, you watch football as a casual enjoyer and you like it, or you watch football as like an NFL QB and you can see so much more. It's a cool element of things. Feel so bad for the lower level devs. They put their heart and soul into making the game better. Basically got a 1 week notice that all of AGS was getting chalked. Has anyone confirmed that it was a 1 week notice? Because, I hate to break it to people, but I've known since TwitchCon that New World was going to be dead before the end of the year. Yeah. So, like, I also feel very bad for pretty much all of the devs. Like, I'll be honest. I think anybody that, like, lost their job and shit from this, really rough. I hope they land on their feet. I hope Amazon gives them a fat severance package. But I unfortunately feel as though this has been known by some people in the company for far too long. And I have a little theory. Part of the reason why Night Haven launched early, methinks, was because they caught wind that something bad was going to happen at the studio. And they wanted to push one last piece of content out before everything got nuked. And I think they pushed Night Haven unfinished comparatively to what they wanted to. Because people have said, like, the northwest area of the new place, the Night Haven place feels very unfinished. People have said that obviously it had bugs on launch and shit. It had a lot of issues with the catacombs, with the generated dungeons. It had its own fair share of problems. But I think that they pushed it out early, which is very uncharacteristic for AGS, by the way, specifically to get that last bit of, like, here is my final will and testament. Take this and give it to my grandmother down the line. Like, that level of shit. Admirable. Admirable. To say the least. It is nice to see that in a world where New World was a project that for the longest time couldn't find its footing and seemed like it lacked passion, had the element of, like, the developers don't play the game as a very big thing. I really like seeing that their final thing was pushing one more update for the community that they finally feel they had right. It's almost like poetic that it's a passion move, but it's too little too late. It's like, I think it's like a symbolic thing for just kind of like the corporations stepping into gaming that don't see the passion and they don't see the long term. And really all they see is the bottom line profit driven number. They don't see what it could be. They see what it currently is. Lumberyard was a failure. That's also part of the reason why I don't think that New World will ever sell as an IP, because it's selling a book written in a language that nobody understands how to read except the original writers of the book, and they're all in different places now, and you would have to assemble all of them in their same places to be able to continue to decipher the book. They are now running an Azoth engine, which is a heavily modified Lumberyard, which is a heavily modified O3DX. They're signed to an engine that's signed to an engine that's signed to another engine. So at that point, the advantage of a proprietary engine or a proprietary anything is if long-term you're able to make it work and able to make it happen, congratulations, you've got the anomaly, you've got the enigma. If you're not able to make it work, then you've got something that nobody else is going to want, and nobody else is going to know what to do with. It's like trying to resell a stock vehicle versus reselling a vehicle that's so incredibly modified. A lot of the time, mods will actually bring down resale value on vehicles unless you're selling within a very specific circle. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that could have been New World's success, but also was the largest thing that led to its failure. Crucible did the same thing. New World did the same thing. Shit ain't easy. It really ain't easy, dog. Could have been the next thing. It genuinely 1,000,000% could have been the next thing. Yes. But unfortunately, just, you know, it's going to be reviewed as how to not do MMO in the future. And now the remaining hope, especially for Western MMOs. Hello. It's us. If you're going to sit a while, you should pop the food. Honestly, I got to take a shit. So I'm going to go to bed. If I'm being real. Like, I'm gonna go sleep. Well, actually, I'm going to get food. And then I'm going to sleep. Also, probably with a stop at the poop store on the way. Boys! Shit equals bed. I'm not going to shit the bed. I'm not going to shit the bed. I'm gonna deal with the poop problem, and then we'll get food, and then we'll go to bed. And then we'll repeat tomorrow in a different order. Boys, if it's your first day here, I appreciate y'all coming through. My name's Dusty. I do stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST, 853 days in a row. Drop the follow if you are new to the channel and not following, so you know when I go live every single day. I am all ashes all the time over here. Greatly appreciate y'all coming through and spending the night with me, even though my internet RIP'd like 40 minutes ago. Varen, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, I will be back tomorrow. Another banger of a stream. As always, I greatly appreciate the love and support. Couldn't be here streaming without you guys. And tomorrow we'll have all of our friends back that didn't get Thanos snapped in the great internet disconnect of 9 hours into stream. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to go send another raid out to Whetstone and hopefully keep him some company for the rest of the night. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.